morning and welcome to the Tuesday, April 28th regular meeting of the Board of Calvert County Commissioners. This time I'd like to ask Mr. Brandon Ferguson with Huntingtown Church of Christ in Huntingtown to please come forward for invocation. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me here. I'd like to start by quoting Romans 1 and verse 13. Let every soul be subject to the governing authorities, for all authority comes from God, and the authorities that are appointed by God. And I thank you for having me here, and I see the importance of God being in this room and the idea that you all seek His wisdom in the decisions that you make. And I pray that as governing authorities, you'll recognize that responsibility, and as citizens, we'll recognize our responsibility to submit to you. Let's have a word of prayer. Great God and Father, we come humbly before your throne of grace and mercy. Father, we recognize that you are the beginning and the end of all things, that you are the creator, that you are the most magnificent and the most high. Father, we fall down at your feet, recognizing your authority. Father, we love you so much. We thank you for each and every day that's given to us. As we woke up this morning and rose out of our beds, it's not because you promised it to us. It's not because it was guaranteed, but because you freely gave it to us. You gave it to us not that we can enjoy time with our friends and family, but that we can draw closer to you, that our relationship with you could be stronger, and that we can look forward to walking with you in eternity. Father, every day in this world we face challenges. Every day in this world we have decisions to make, and some have greater decisions and greater weight than others. And Father, I just pray for these commissioners as they go through the business of today's meeting and future meetings, that they will seek your wisdom in all that they do. Father, I pray for the citizens of this county that we walk together in unity of your love, in unity of your grace, in unity of your word. Father, you are so gracious and loving. You allow us the opportunity to serve you every single day, and I just pray that we do so in a way that's pleasing to you. Thank you for the time that we have to be able to serve you. Thank you for the opportunity that we have to speak to our Creator. What an incredible, incredible thing that is. Thank you for the Holy Spirit that's delivered your word and guides us through it. And we thank you above all for your Son who emptied himself and came to this earth, that lived a life of perfection, only to be nailed to a cross, not for his transgressions, but for ours. We thank you for the blood that was spilt that day, and the water as we go down into it in baptism, that we come into contact with that blood, and we're forgiven of our sins. Father, we thank you for that gift. We thank you for this opportunity, and we thank you for this day. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor, do you have any upcoming events at your church or anything you'd like to share?
No upcoming events, just we do meet Sundays at 10 a.m. for Bible study, worship at 11, and then Wednesdays at 7 p.m. for Bible study. We're a congregation of folks that just try to live by what the New Testament tells us to do, and I'd like to think we're a very close-knit and humble family, and you can't really miss us. Pond's Wood and 4 just up on the hill. So we'd love to have all you come by, stop by, and worship God with us.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for being here today and sharing a prayer. Takes us to the approval of the agenda.
Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt the amended agenda as submitted.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to approve the adopted amended agenda as submitted. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Takes us to our public service announcements. First one, Calvert County Resident Guide now available. If you've seen it out in the community, here it is. It's very well put together. Calvert County Department of Communications and Media Relations released a comprehensive resident guide to help residents easily access information about county services and programs. Available both online and in print, the guide is designed to serve all residents, especially those who may not have internet access and do not obtain information about county services online. From trash and recycling schedules to parks, public safety resources, and contact information, it helps residents navigate every day needs more efficiently. Printed copies are available throughout the community. Residents and local businesses may also request a mailed copy through the county website at www.calvertcountymd.gov/4053/resident-guide. A digital flipbook and accessible PDF are also available to download, or if you need the guide in an alternate format or require an accommodation, contact ADA coordinator at calvertcountymd.gov or call 410-535-1600, extension 8803. Farmers markets. It's that time of year when our farmers markets are gearing up to supply residents with fresh local goods. Visit the local farmers markets at the North Beach Farmers Market is a parking lot of the North Beach Senior Center at 9010 Chesapeake Avenue, North Beach, every Saturday morning from 8 to 11:30 from April 18th through October 31st. Prince Frederick Farmers Market is located in the parking lot Calvert Health Medical Center in Prince Frederick at 130 Hospital Drive, every Tuesday from 2 to 5:30 from April 28th to November 24th. And the Dunkirk Farmers Market is held in Dunkirk District Park, and that is every Thursday from 2:30 to 5:30 from May 21st to September 3rd. Kitten Shower, Lindell Kelly Animal Shelter. Lindell Kelly Animal Shelter will host a kitten shower on Saturday, May 9th from noon to 2 to support the care of kittens and other animals in need. The community is invited to attend this family-friendly event, which aims to increase community engagement, provide education about animal care, and encourage adoption and fostering. The event also seeks donations to help meet the needs of animals currently in the shelter's care. A list of needed items is available at www.calvertcountyanimalshelter.com/kittenshower. Donations may also be dropped off to the shelter at 5055 Howling Point Road in Prince Frederick. Takes us to our Animal of the Week. Do we have Animal of the Week? So the Lindell Kelly Animal Shelter is here, meeting our Pet of the Week. You can tell us more about the pet, or pets, the way it looks. So this program was set up, and if these animals are adopted between this meeting and the next meeting, all of adoption fees are waived.
So today I brought with us some kittens to talk about the kitten shower. These guys, there's 5 of them. They are about 3 weeks old, so they will be ready in about 5 weeks. But this will show, we do need fosters. If anybody is interested, willing to take on caring for some of these babies until they're ready for adoption, we are in need. These are bottle babies, so they are still drinking formula. They no longer have their mommy with them, so they need the extra care. They've been with us since Friday now, but we get it's kitten season, so we're gonna be getting quite a few of these litters coming in, and like I said, we need the fosters, and the donations are a big help. And if you wanna come out to the kitten shower on May 9th, if we have any kittens at that time, we are gonna do like demonstrations on how to care for them, some bottle feeding and some activities for people to do, and learn how to take care of them and stuff. So.
Well, guys, you're lucky. Jen was just telling me this morning, she said, Mike, I've been looking for like 5 kittens to adopt. It was just so crazy that you actually showed up here today, because we were just having that talk. So, Jen, hey, like a mind reader or something.
Yeah, so they need to be fed every like 3 to 4 hours, and then you also have to help them go to the bathroom because they can't do that on their own yet.
Jen's got plenty of time. She says that's not a problem. Yeah.
No, they're a lot of fun. It's very fun to do. We do have another, litter. They're a little bit older. They'll be ready a lot sooner than these guys. So if you're interested in any kittens, just keep an eye out on our website. We'll have some coming available in the next couple weeks. And like I said, come on out to the shower on May 9th.
All right. Well, thank you guys for coming out. Thanks for bringing them. And what's capacity looking like?
We're pretty full.
Very full
Yeah,
on
we are
dogs
very
right
full
now.
on dogs right now. So.
Dogs, you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to foster,
So-
adopt, definitely come by or look at the website.
Yeah.
We
Even
have a little bit of
fostering.
everything, so.
Yep. And even fostering is a big help right now too. So if you can't adopt, you just want to take somebody in for a week, a weekend, it's always a big help. So.
Okay.
All right.
And all they have to do is come there between what hours?
10 and 4, Tuesday through Saturday.
Okay. So anybody looking for a dog, 10 to 4, Tuesday through Saturday, go to Lindell Kelly Shelter and see these wonderful ladies, and they'll, I'm trying to help them with the dog population, but the cat population
The
too.
website's up to date, so all the available animals are on.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you all very much, and
Yeah,
thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hospice has 2 events coming up. One's May 2nd, which is this Saturday, and that's Walk for Brain Cancer. And the second is May 8th, and that's at the Rod and Reel, and that's the Boots and Bling event. They started last year. Staff has been waiting for an announcement for Step and a COLA. It's coming through us in this budget material that we're going to talk about a little later on. But staff's going to receive a step and a 2% COLA this year. The COLA was in line with the CPI and the Social Security, so.
You say it's 2?
2.7%.
Oh. So 2.7.
Yes, 2.7, and that was, like I said, right in line with Social Security and the CPI. All right, that's all I have for announcements. That takes us to proclamations. The first proclamation is National Economic Development Week. Commissioner Hance.
Good morning. I'm Julie Ober, Director of Economic Development for Calvert County. I just wanted to thank the board for support in recognizing National Economic Development Week here in Calvert County. It highlights a vital role our businesses, entrepreneurs, and workforce partners play in strengthening our economy and enhancing our overall quality of life. It also underscores the importance of supporting our existing businesses, encouraging strategic investment, and maintaining a diverse and resilient economic base, including key agriculture and tourism sectors. Throughout the week, our team will be celebrating the business community through anniversary recognitions and ribbon cuttings, highlighting milestones and investments. The signature event of the week is Business Appreciation Day, next Tuesday, May 5th, when staff, ambassadors, and members of this board will participate in 15 coordinated business visits throughout the county. These visits provide an opportunity to connect directly with local businesses, express appreciation for their contributions, and better understand their needs, challenges, and future plans. We're also partnering with the Chamber of Commerce to host a networking event next Wednesday at Foster's Grill. And Economic Development Week serves as a reminder of the county's ongoing commitment to support a strong, diverse, and resilient business community. Thank you very much. And today we've got several members of our team who are here to join me. If you could all just come up, introduce yourselves, and Larry, please come up too.
Good morning. Kathy McAdams, Business Retention Specialist.
Good morning, Nicole White, Business Development Specialist.
Good morning, Hillary Daly, Tourism Program Specialist.
Good morning, Emily Chancho, Business Programs Assistant.
Good morning, Dawn Richardson, Special Projects Program Manager.
Good morning, Sarah Frey, Program Assistant.
Good morning, Caroline Trosbach, Agricultural Development Specialist.
Good morning, Larry Jaworski, Chair of the Economic Development Advisory Commission.
So, good morning. Just want to take an opportunity to thank the team. We have a great economic development team, and I don't keep track of ribbon cuttings, but we have ribbon cuttings every single week in Calvert County. We're opening up new businesses. It's a great atmosphere we have here, and like I said, a great support team to help these new businesses get off the ground. It's not easy starting up a new business, as anybody that's tried can relate to. And so this team works with them throughout the county all year long to make sure they have the support that they need to get up started and then to run, because those first 6 months or a year are critical to keeping that business alive and going. So we just want to take this opportunity to thank you all for what you do, and thank all those people that decide to open a new business in Calvert County. You know, we have creates jobs, keeps the money in the economy, which I think I hear it's tenfold or something like that. When you keep a dollar inside the community, how it goes through the different stages of the community. So every dollar we can keep in Calvert County stays in Calvert County and helps support our businesses. So the proclamation reads, whereas the week of May 4th through 8th, 2026 has been designated as National Economic Development Week by the International Economic Development Council, and whereas National Economic Development Week was established to raise awareness of local programs and services that create jobs, advance career development opportunities, and enhance the quality of life in our communities. And whereas Calvert County's Department of Economic Development promotes economic well-being and strengthens the community by creating, retaining, and expanding jobs that foster growth, build wealth, and provide a stable tax base. And whereas Calvert County is committed to maintaining a Department of Economic Development that serves as a hub for businesses, agriculture, and tourism, delivering local, state, and federal resources to enhance the community's competitiveness and contribute to economic growth and vitality. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners that May 4th through 8th, 2026 be recognized as National Economic Development Week in Calvert County to highlight the importance of economic development and expanding career opportunities and improving the welfare of all citizens. Be it further proclaimed that we encourage all citizens to recognize the contributions of economic development organizations and the vital role they play in building and sustaining a strong local economy. Given our hands and seals this 26th day of April, 28th day of April, 2026, signed by all five. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Takes us to our next proclamation, National Travel and Tourism Week. Commissioner Grasso.
Good morning again. My name is Hillary Daly. I'm the tourism specialist in economic development. You may notice that I'm wearing green today because green is the color of money. Green is associated with money, and money is associated with tourism. When visitors come to Calvert County, they're choosing to spend their hard-earned money in our community, in our shops, in our restaurants, and on the experiences that Calvert County offers. In doing so, they directly support the people that work in those businesses and own those businesses. As residents, we do our part to support local, but we can't do it alone. We can't go to a restaurant every single night. We can't go to all the restaurants every single night. We can't go to the stores every single day. So visitors help bridge that gap when they come and spend their money and go to those places. Their spending brings in additional dollars that locally owned businesses rely on to pay their employees, cover costs, and stay open. At this time, I'd like to welcome and thank a few of our outstanding local tourism partners that benefit from both resident dollars and visitor dollars. If you could come forward and say your name and your business, please.
Good morning. I'm Jen Ludlow, and I'm with the American Chestnut Land Trust, ACLT. We host monthly guided hikes and monthly guided canoe trips up Parker's Creek. And we want to let everyone know that we're having a Parker's Creek Heritage Trail launch on Saturday, June 6th. And commissioners, we would love for you to be there. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Gibbons. My husband Josh and I own Big Kahuna Cruises. This will be our second season. We're out of Solomon's. We do 30-passenger tiki-style boat tours around Solomon's Island and the surrounding waterways. And we operate from May through October, public and private events.
Good morning. I'm Gwen Novak. I own No Time to Cook in Solomon's. We're a recreational cooking school and event space.
Good morning. I'm Mickey Love, and I'm the Executive Director of the Arts Council of Calvert County, and I want to invite you to this Saturday at 11:30 to Calvert Marine Museum. We're having a ribbon cutting for one of our public art murals, and a good time will be had by all. Thank you.
I'm I'm Jeff Murray, Director at the Calvert Marine Museum in Solomon. She just stole my thunder. I was going to invite everybody to come down to, it's not just a mural. We have the Solomon's Maritime Festival this weekend, full of arts, crafts, food, music, all sorts of things that celebrate Southern Maryland's maritime history. And we invite you to come down. It's free. So this Saturday, May 2nd. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adam Tremper. I'm with Spooky Solomons. It's a historical ghost tour. We've been very busy this year. This is my 4th year doing it, and it's been picking up. This year we've got about 3 or 4 tours a week, and I'd say about 50% of them are from outside the county right now. So been busy. And I've got my Spooky Solomon shirt, but I'm going to take it off real quick because I want to also, I'm here representing the Solomon's Business Association. So I gotta take this off. From the Business Association and from the Solomon's Co-op. And I just wanted to thank the commissioners and everybody from the county for your generous donations and support of the 4th of July. This year is the America 250, and we want to make it a special celebration on Solomon's with fireworks and everything that the community comes to love. So the support that the county has shown has been tremendous. We still have a little ways to go to raise enough money to actually hold the event. So if any of folks would like to donate, go to Solomon's 4th of July Facebook page, and you can see how you can donate and get involved. But just again, from the folks of Solomon's and from the community, thank you all so much.
Good morning. I'm Patrick Wynn, and I'm the owner of Whataboba. We're located in Lesby, Maryland, and we're a specialty beverage shop focused on making bubble tea drinks from high-quality ingredients. We also offer lemonades, smoothies, slushies, and unique snacks. We serve both the local community as well as visitors to the area. And we've had many customers tell us that they travel from Annapolis, PG County, Charles County, St. Mary's County to come to our shop because bubble tea enthusiasts know high quality tea, and most of the options they have closer to home aren't as good as what we offer. We're also looking to expand and offer events so that people can come and have things to do at the shop. So we're partnering with local business owners to host classes such as arts and crafts, and we're also offering free activities like game night and book signings that people can attend. Our newest addition to the menu is freeze-dried candy, and many people have never had it, so we offer free samples to customers that come in. And for many people, it's their first time trying it, so the experience of tasting it is something they often remember and take away and talk about with other people long after they leave. We're on social media, so if anyone's interested, feel free to follow us on Facebook or Instagram.
Hello, I am Bridget Rinker. I'm with Jefferson Patterson Park and Museum, and I am here on behalf of Rod and all the staff at the museum. Our upcoming events that most of you know about, we have the 39th Annual Children's Day on the Farm, which is our large event, and the Patuxent River Wade-In in honor of former Senator Bernie Fowler. And I can't be in front of the microphone without thanking all of you, all of the different commissioners that come and participate. Commissioner Grasso for coming and standing in the pouring down rain and handing out medals at all of our races, for giving my kids rides on their tractors in the tractor parade, and bringing all the really fun equipment for all of our participants. So I think that's, oh, and Neon Nights is the next race, Saturday, August 1st.
Hey, how was Celtic Festival? I didn't get a chance to get down there. It was a busy day.
I wasn't there either.
Oh, okay.
Good morning, I'm Kim Musser with Children's Theater of Southern Maryland. We invest in the youth of our community frequently through our productions, classes, in theatrics. We do have summer camps throughout the summer for children that draw families in from outside of the county, as well as our main stage productions that we do throughout the year. We have several coming up, and yeah, grateful for the support of Calvert.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Sperling. I'm the park planner with Calvert County Parks and Recreation, and we just thank Hillary and her team for helping us promote our great parks, pools, rec centers, and all of our facilities. We hope that this is a draw for not only our residents, but for people from around the region.
Good morning. I'm Corrine Moore with the Chesapeake Beach Railway Museum, and recently it was my privilege to assist a Windy Hill Middle School student for her Calvert County History Fair project, which she won the district award on that, and now we're helping her prepare for the state competition. Thank you.
My name is Marlene Bracha. I have a business in North Beach. It's a retail store that we sell all kind of gifts and souvenirs. I also have the sign business where I make outdoor and indoor signs. And I have been in the business serving the Calvert County for 23 years.
Good morning. I'm Stacy Honruff. I'm the director of Anne Marie Sculpture Garden and Art Center, and we welcome over 100,000 guests to our park every year. It's a wonderful mix of residents and visitors alike.
Good morning. I'm Jane Bachman from Anne Marie Sculpture Garden. I'm the director of development there, and a reminder that nonprofits like Anne Marie serve as a way to connect people to art and nature, and they help heal our world.
I'm back. Larry Jaworski. Larry Jaworski, Chair of Economic Development Advisory Commission, and on behalf of EDAC, I just wanted to express our appreciation to the commissioners for promoting tourism. Tourism is a critical component of our appropriate economic development across the county. Thank you.
Good morning, Sarah Frey, Economic Development Program Assistant. Thank you everyone for helping us celebrate and promote tourism in Calvert County.
I want to thank all of you for being here, and Hillary, thank you. You do a beautiful job promoting tourism in our county. When I moved here years ago as a young mother, pregnant, down a dirt road, where the hell have you brought me? There was not much going on in Calvert County, and I've watched it grow, and I've watched Emery Gardens become such a big part of the community, and Calvert Marine Museum, and Jefferson Patterson Park, and I've watched all of you step out and head up businesses. That's a big undertaking, but you add so much to our community. And as I go to ribbon cuttings and I see how we support our entrepreneurs in Calvert County, and also how you all support each other. I've been to roundtables with some of you, and it's just amazing how this county has grown, and this county, it just offers so much. And I have to tell you, I rarely leave this county to go to dinner. We go in Calvert County, and being a county commissioner, I have learned even more about my county and how valuable you all are, not only to the people, but to the economic growth of this county. So thank you for what you do. Thank you, entrepreneurs who have stepped out of your comfort zone and taken the plunge, because I know it's not easy. And we have a cooking school. Oh my gosh. You do a wonderful job. All of you all do an arts council. I remember when that first started. So do you remember Linda Woods? Okay, she was very active in it, and you've just grown and taken off. So thank you, all of you, for what you give to the county. And I'm so glad that your tour the scary tour is going well. I remember I met you a couple of years ago. So again, thank you all for all that you do. Okay, whereas the week of May 3rd through the 9th, 2026 has been designated as National Travel and Tourism Week. And whereas the travel industry supports millions of American jobs as one of the largest private sector employers in the United States. and provide travelers with countless benefit by helping families create memories, connecting communities, and enriching people's lives. And whereas travel to and within Maryland has historically provided significant economic benefits for the state, generating $32.3 billion in direct, indirect, and induced economic impacts and $2.5 billion in state and local tax revenues. And whereas travel positively affects Calvert County's economic prosperity and image, with tourism improving the local economy by providing $80.7 million in labor income, 1,623 jobs in Calvert County, and $174 million in visitor spending. And whereas welcoming visitors from near and far to enjoy Calvert County and support local businesses has always been and always will be a defining characteristic of the travel industry in Calvert County. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Calvert County that the week of May 3rd through the 9th, 2026 be known as National Travel and Tourism Week in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that all citizens are urged to recognize the critical role this industry plays in our community. And this is given under our hands and sealed this 28th of April, 2026, signed by all 5 of your county commissioners. Again, thank you all.
Takes us to our final proclamation, National Apprenticeship Week. Commissioner Hart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do we have someone here to get the ball rolling? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Carrie Akins. I'm the Director for Career and Technical Education for Calvert County Public Schools. And we want to thank the commissioners for this opportunity to recognize National Apprenticeship Week and to highlight what apprenticeships mean for our students in our community. So I'm going to go off script for a second and say that we just had 2 great proclamations with all of these great jobs, and what we have are the people to work in those jobs. So apprenticeships are at their core a true partnership between schools and our community. They are the clearest bridge we have between what happens in our classrooms and students being truly ready to step into the workforce. This is where learning becomes real. Students are not just preparing for the future, they're actively stepping into it. So while many of us are familiar with apprenticeships and we associate them with the trades, apprenticeships today span a wide range of industries, from healthcare to technology to public service and much more. That breadth really matters because it means more students can find pathways that fit their interests and strengths, and more businesses can be part of shaping the next generation of their workforce, and we can continue to grow together economically as a community. For employers, apprenticeship is a powerful opportunity. Apprenticeships are not complicated or out of reach. With the support of the Maryland Department of Labor, there's a clear structure in place to guide the process, and at the school system, we are here and ready and excited to help you. You're not doing this alone. Instead, you are gaining a partner in developing talent that meets your needs and fills in-demand roles in your organization. And that is really the call today. We need more partners at the table, more businesses willing to invest in these students, more industries opening their doors, because when we do this well, we are not just helping individual students, we're building a stronger, more prepared workforce for our entire Calvert community. So for anyone out there listening, if you've ever thought about getting involved, if you've ever thought, boy, I sure wish I could hire someone for this job, or I wish I could get a hold of the right talent, this is the moment. Apprenticeships are one of the most meaningful ways to make a difference while also strengthening your own organization. So we thank you for the opportunity, and now I'm going to introduce some of our folks that we have here with us today.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good morning. I'm Michelle McGuffin, and I am the apprenticeship coordinator for Calvert County Public Schools. And we have a small sampling of our student apprentices and the businesses that they're working with right now. But we have a wide range of community partners. Goes from Kelly Generator and Dreamweaver to we have Fixed Right and Guaranteed, Scheibel Construction. We also have the Tax Depot. We have Well Pet Clinic, Pets with Disabilities. So we have a wide range of community partners that we work with. And so I'm going to have the students and their mentors introduce themselves. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Zagalia. I'm at Calvert High School and I work for Dreamweaver.
Good morning. How you doing?
Hello, I'm Jackson Estes, and I go to Huntingdown High School, and I work with Kelly Generators.
Good morning. How you doing?
Good morning. My name is Jason Britton. I am a senior at Calvert High School. I work for Kelly Generator and Equipment.
That name sounds a little familiar to me. Wonder how that name.
Good morning. My name is Michael Benson. I'm the executive chef at Dreamweaver Catering and Cafe.
Good morning. My name is John Kelly III. I'm at Kelly Generator and Equipment, and we host those two fine young men right there.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Andrew. I'm the rental fleet manager, and I work with both of them. Morning. How are you?
All right, is that everybody? Well, I'm going to start with how important it is. So, show of hands, you young folks, you want to own your own business one day? No? No? Well, good. So, I always did. Always. And I was very lucky that the people that I worked for, they were like apprentices. They were more than just a boss to me, One guy, he had this, and I can't do it justice, he had this heavy Massachusetts accent. And he called you stupid all the time. He said, stupid, come here, like this. And you'd be doing something, and it would drive me crazy as a young person. Like, this guy calls me stupid today, I'm going to explode. He called everybody that. And the lessons that he taught me, I do today. I've worked for people that were just very quiet, how they delivered their message. And where I'm going is, however the message that you're getting from your apprenticeship, for your apprentice folks, pay attention. Pay close attention, because you don't really know how far it's going to take you to all of a sudden you're standing there going, God, I remember Earl calling me stupid all the time. Why am I dead? It comes back. And what kind of business do you think you want to do?
I want to open my own bakery.
I love it. I love it. And I tell this to everybody. Don't be afraid to win. More games are lost because we're afraid to win than we win. I fall down a lot. But you just, if it's what you want to do, just don't let anybody tell you you can't do it. You just give it everything. And I was very lucky. The last company I worked for before I opened my business, my boss, I actually messed up, and I applied for my license before I should have. So by law, I had to give up the job. because I couldn't hold the license. So, but I had a small child and I was trying to do all this. And she said, okay, look, you can't do your job anymore. We're gonna let you drive the truck. We're gonna let you do what you could do. I mean, so don't be afraid to go to your employers, your apprenticeships, and tell them your dreams and the stuff that you wanna do, because you'll find that so many good employers, they wish you well. They want you to do well. They hate to lose you, but they want you to go on and do better things, and it's just a reflection. So like I said, don't be afraid to go after that. So we'll read this here for you folks. It says, whereas National Apprenticeship Week, observed April 26th through May 2nd, recognizes the vital role apprenticeship programs play in preparing a skilled and competitive workforce. And whereas Calvert County Public Schools partners with local businesses and industry leaders to provide youth apprenticeship opportunities that combine classroom learning with hands-on experience. And whereas youth apprentices contribute meaningful to local businesses, helping them grow from within while building a pipeline of talented, motivated workers across a range of industries. And these programs strengthen the local economy by equipping students with real-world skills, supporting workforce development, and fostering long-term career success. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Calvert County Board of Commissioners that we do hereby recognize April 26th through May 2nd as National Apprenticeship Week in Calvert County, and commend Calvert County Public Schools, participating businesses, and student apprenticeships for their dedication to the workforce excellence. And be it further proclaimed that all residents are encouraged to recognize the value of apprenticeship programs and to support efforts that prepare the next generation of skilled professionals. Given under our hands and sealed this 28th day, April 26th, signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Have a great day. Yep, come here.
So real quick, the Career Center has a car show May 9th, which is a fundraiser for the kids that could participate in Skills USA to make it to nationals. So if you want to donate, or if you have a car and you want to be there, Carrie, do you want to say anything else about that?
Come on out, have a good time. Some good kids. You can check out our auto shop while you're there, and the kids that are going to nationals are amazing. So all for a good cause.
And one more thing as well. You know, they're always looking for businesses to have these opportunities like Kelly Generator and all these. How many businesses do you actually need, or how many kids do you need placement for now in these businesses?
About 15 to 20 more.
Yeah,
Okay.
we usually 3 to 1 on the student applications to what we actually can offer.
So
for
it is an
apprenticeships.
opportunity for you to be able to give these kids that opportunity, get them out into the workforce. You know, I always mention this as well. The Career Center in certain classrooms, I guess, are busting at the seams, and they're having to turn kids away every year. Particularly in the trades, I believe it's welding, AC, electrical, but they're struggling there. And actually, we've tried working with the College of Southern Maryland, and I believe we're getting close, right, to having the Hughesville campus be able to be a overflow for you, so to speak. Or how's that going, and when do you foresee it happening?
Working on some things with that, so hopefully soon.
Okay, that would be great. So, well, thank you guys. It's a very important program. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Takes us to our first presentation, the Office of the County Administrator, SMECO presentation on data centers. have Ashley Staples Reed and Tom Dennison from SMECO. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Ashley Staples Reed, Chief of Staff. I am also the Utilities Liaison for Calvert County Government, and we are very fortunate to have such a great partnership with one of our major utilities, SMECO. I will read a brief memo after I allow them to introduce themselves.
Hi. Hugh Francis Vole with SMECO. I'm the Transmission Engineering and Construction Director.
Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Dennison. I'm Senior Vice President of External Affairs and Communications.
Okay, I'll briefly read the memo, and then I'll take it over to you, Tom. So for background, community interest has grown regarding the potential impacts of data centers on electricity demand and cost. Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, otherwise known as SMECO, is one of our electric distribution providers for Calvert County. Discussion: as the area's electric provider, SMECO is required to provide service. However, data center developers are responsible for the cost of necessary system upgrades and interconnection consistent with state law. SMECO has agreed to present to the Board of County Commissioners to provide information on the cooperative's role, regulatory requirements, and the potential impacts of large load customers on the electric system. And with that, I'll go ahead and I'll pass it over to Tom.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Commissioners. Again, Tom Dennison with SMECO. Hugh Vole to my right is here to answer any questions from a technical perspective. He's our engineer and one of our engineers, and certainly one of the top people we have working on not only data centers but all of our transmission and substation development throughout Southern Maryland. So it's a real pleasure for me to be here. I have to admit this is my first time testifying before you all in this building. I spent a lot of time across the street at the courthouse with previous boards of commissioners. So thank you very much. And I apologize for the first slide having the wrong date. That's my bad. I'm a former reporter, so if I have to put a correction in the paper, that's my mistake. So Ashley, if we want to go forward. So I think I wanted to start this morning with just kind of an overview about how SMECO, how we purchase power, and kind of what we do to meet the demands of our system. As the commissioners are aware, and members of the public are most likely aware, Maryland is a deregulated state. We do not have, utilities do not own generation in the state of Maryland. That was, generation was deregulated back in 1999. And so we have been living under this deregulated format since then. And so what we do at SMECO is we have a managed portfolio of power contracts that we procure with the assistance of ACES Power Marketing. ACES Power Marketing is a outfit located in Indianapolis, near Indianapolis in Carmel, Indiana. And they're an organization that is owned and made up of electric co-ops throughout the country. And SMECO is a founding member of that organization. And what they do is procure power for us on the open market and layer those contracts in a portfolio approach to meet our system demand going using short, medium, and longer term contracts. So what we do that's a little different than investor-owned utilities is that we're in the market every day and procuring this power. Investor-owned utilities do twice yearly auctions for their requirements for the year. SMECO's rates are regulated by the Public Service Commission, and what's unique about SMECO is that we're not-for-profit cooperative, as you all know, and what we pay for power is what we charge. There's no markup. In our standard offer service rates, we're very proud to put them in comparison with anyone, and we have a very consistent, good track record when it comes to our power and our rates. So the biggest issue that we're facing, just like any other utility, is that wholesale capacity prices have just exploded over the past couple of years. We unfortunately in Maryland import more than 40% of our electricity because many base load generation facilities have been shut down over the past 10 years or so. And there's a number of reasons for that, and I'm happy to get into it if you have questions. But what we do is we always encourage for new in-state generation to be built or retrofitted to help meet the demands that we have not only in Southern Maryland but across the state. So Maryland is part of PJM. PJM is the regional grid that's made up of 13 states. And when I included some numbers here that to give a perspective of just how much electricity has gone up. And you can see there at $269.92, up from $49.49 per megawatt day in the 2020, compared to the 2025-2026 delivery year. So those increases are of course seen in our contracts and in our purchasing that of course have to flow through to our rates. So next slide. Again, I'd like to just point out that those prices are continuing to rise. The $329.17 per megawatt day for June 2026 to May 2027 is a artificially capped price that was done through FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, at the urging of several governors. Those governors, Governor Shapiro from Pennsylvania, Governor Moore from Maryland, other governors really put pressure on FERC to put a cap on there because I think we all believe that those prices will be higher. Getting into a little bit more about data centers, they're not solely responsible for the higher prices in the PJM market. Other factors such as weather, energy efficiency, labor, material and service costs, lack of new generation and population growth contribute as well. But what we have seen in the market is that there are a number of requests at PJM for more power. That demand has outstripped supply. That has raised the market, and the prices have followed that. SMECO, as you all know, is a distribution utility with the exclusive right to provide electric service within our defined service territory, and as such, we are required to provide service to anyone who requests a connection to the grid. That's everything from the small businesses who came before you this morning to a large strip mall to any other facility that is located in Southern Maryland. If they're here, they're our customer. Our position, which is consistent with Maryland law, as Ashley said earlier, is that any data center seeking to build in Southern Maryland must directly pay the full cost for all electric transmission and distribution system build-out and ongoing operations and maintenance expense required to interconnect that data center and provide electric service. We also believe the data center should be directly responsible for offsetting any adverse impacts on members stemming from participation in PJM power markets and locking up generation capacity resources. Next slide. And as I said said it again, I'll say it again here, is that the data center must pay for the connection. And I think it's important to know, I've talked a little bit about the commodity portion of the bill, the standard offer service, the electrons that we purchase on the open market. There's two sides of your bill. There's the standard offer service, and then there's the distribution service that's part of your bill. I actually have a copy of it here that I always carry around with me. This is my bill. And, so I think when you look at it, there's the standard offer service is here. That's a straight pass-through of what we pay for the commodity. And then the distribution service is what pays for my salary, Hugh's salary, the poles, the trucks, the wires, the buildings, the operations of the co-op. So this next bullet is what I talk about here, is that any data center facility in SMECO's service territory will pay a distribution charge that will bring in revenue to help offset the overall cost of electric distribution service for all SMECO members. I don't know what that number is. That is going to, data centers will be, I have another slide here, that they'll be on their own separate tariff, a tariff, as the commissioners are probably aware. Those are, we have a residential service tariff, a commercial tariff, line extension tariff. A tariff is just what we charge, and that's approved by the Maryland Public Service Commission. So data centers will have their own tariff that will determine the cost they pay to us and for their service. SMECO will continue to secure power contracts to meet our needs at the lowest possible price. That's our charter, that's our mission, it's our continual goal. And those last two bullets, we're going to continue to participate in relevant PSC, PJM, and FERC proceedings, because our goal from day one has always been to keep our existing co-op membership protected. We need to make sure that our existing customers are not subsidizing large loads. That's been something that we've advocated for in Annapolis during the General Assembly sessions, and the legislature has very much followed that, not just because of us, but because of their direction moving forward. And unfortunately, I wish I could tell you what prices are going to be like going forward in the market, but those wholesale prices are very difficult to predict, but it's pretty fair to say that currently they're at an all-time high, and they're capped right now, so they're likely to continue at that rate going forward for at least the next couple of years. Next slide. So just to wrap up the presentation, and then we'll be happy to take any questions, just to give you guys some idea of what the next steps are at the Public Service Commission to establish our large load tariff. You can see here that the Public Service Commission established Public Conference 72 back in June. Then the rulemaking was put together, and then they created a Public Conference 72 work group, which is meeting regularly. SMECO's part of that, and we've been in development, and we plan by law to file a large load tariff with the Public Service Commission on or before September 1 of this year. And with that, Mr. President, that completes my slides, and we're certainly happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Hart.
Sure. I actually kind of have two. A resident sent me a question I want to work in here too, and I don't, as I'm trying to learn all of this, I've always been told that a data center, if it's in this PGM grid, we all pay the price. But since you guys have a small footprint and you do purchase for that small footprint, is that not necessarily true when it comes to us? Because if there's one in Delaware, you don't supply Delaware. So I'm right, right?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest problems that we have, Southern Maryland is a peninsula, as you can imagine. Maryland is a net importer of electricity, so we pay what are called congestion and capacity costs that are impacted because of our dependence on out-of-state generation.
Because it's been said, well, if this thing was put anywhere in the grid, we all pay the price, but that doesn't sound like that's necessarily true. Only if it's in your footprint, now would we have this variable to contend with. And as you said, it's a commodity, it's a supply and demand thing. It sounds like there's a whole lot more demand than there is supply. So my question is, I think, is it 3-year contracts you guys buy out for? Is that correct?
We have various ones,
Okay.
Commissioner.
So when you try to purchase, and I don't understand your business, but when you purchase this block of energy, and now it goes through quicker than what it would have before, because I guess if 12 data centers come on your grid, I don't know what that percentage is to what the residents use right now. I don't know if you do.
Yeah, so, I mean, what SMECO, like on our coldest of cold days, we use about 1 gigawatt of electricity. So that's the demand.
Total residents.
Total demand electrically. That's how much electricity is being used at that point in time on the coldest of cold days, our peak. But as to your question about the market, it is fair to say, just based on what has been done already, because of the data center demand and other demands, we've seen the prices increase across PJM. I think what's unique about Maryland, what's unique about Southern Maryland, is that because of the congestion-related costs of importing power, that has driven prices up for not only SMECO, but across the other utilities as well in Maryland. So until, I guess, until there's more transmission lines built, more generation built, that's going to be a continual trend upward. So I think, from our perspective, whether it's a data center that is built in Southern Maryland or elsewhere, if one is to be built in Southern Maryland, we want to make sure that there's benefits that come with it. And that's why we've advocated such that that they pay a proper tariff that would ensure that existing residents aren't subsidizing them, and that they pay a rate that would potentially offset distribution costs for other customers.
But you say 1 gigawatt, am I saying that right? What potentially would, if both of these data center projects went through, do you know potentially how much they would pull just on their own?
You're referring to the two proposed sites in
Yes,
southern
sir.
Calvert County. I believe if you combined the requested demand for both sites, it's approximately 1.1 gigawatt between both of them.
So they would pull more power than every resident and business in Southern Maryland right now, potentially.
Again, those are proposals.
Sure.
Those are what's been asked for, and we're in the process of doing feasibility studies.
So, and obviously, I understand as a business-wise, hey, I mean, if you could increase your business by 100%, I get that. But the strain to the residents there, that's a lot of power you have to purchase now. You've never purchased, I would imagine, that block amount of power before. I don't know who you're, because like I said, I don't know that world, who you're competing with to buy that power. As you say, it's a supply and demand thing. I don't know how that wouldn't increase rates to residents, because even if they're on a different tier, and that's something in my world, I understand tier buy-in, but typically in my world, the more you buy, the less you pay. I understand what you guys are saying, the more you buy, the more you pay, but it sounds like you're going back to the table to purchase power either more frequently, or you're going to have to buy this big block, and I don't know what the competition is for that. I don't know that variable. But if we're already at rates that you said probably the next 2 years are going to be at this highest cap
Well,
tier.
yeah, the rates have been capped, and
So
they're
we're-
staying
So
there.
we're probably not looking for a relief in the next 2 years. I don't know how this makes it better.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things you need to understand, and it's very common to think that, with these two requests that have been there, that overnight that there would be another gigawatt of power that we would have to procure. That's a very logical way of looking at it. I think what's important to know about SMECO is that we have contracts in place that go forward, so that when we're not just buying it for that day, if you will. We have hedges in place, contracts in
And these things are
place.
stages over the thing,
that
but I
go
mean,
out.
total, when it's all here, and if that's 5 years, 10 years, that resident goes to the mailbox, opens up the bill. I don't know how they're ever going to see relief if the demand for power now in our little block is going to be double than what it was the day before.
And I think that's all part of the process, Commissioner, that is going through not only the Public Service Commission, but all these other regulatory authorities, to make sure that the demand is, we know the demand is there, but the capacity has to be there as well.
And I'll
so,
leave you, I'm sorry, I want to make sure this resident asks a question, because I guess it leads to replacement power. And if you guys know anything about, I guess, the question was, I guess on March 4th, 2026, there was a presidential order. I'm sure you're probably familiar with it. States that these data center companies agree to build, bring, or buy new generation resources and cover the cost of all of that delivery, instruction, and upgrades. If that goes through, or if that demand's there, what if there is a data center that can't generate that? I mean, I understand at the nuclear facility, obviously, I would guess there's things in place, but how does that work with you guys? I mean, because you guys don't generate power, you buy power. So if that becomes in place, are you required by law to tell them, hey, we can no longer supply that? I mean, if that's a presidential order, how do they now get their power? And does that building end up sitting dormant?
I mean, it's a very legitimate question, Commissioner. I know that just this last session in Annapolis, there were incentives that were put in place to incentives for permitting for those data centers that come into the state of Maryland with their own generation. The Public Service Commission has been very clear that that should be a requirement. That being said, what we have to do is look at our system when a new load comes on and puts a request in. We have to be able to make sure that the facilities are there and capable of providing the power. So the hypothetical cost increases that you're talking about are very legitimate. It's a very big concern for us. But as to the actual presidential executive order, I'm not sure how that particularly impacts the current ones that have been proposed, and I think there's just a number of steps that have to be done prior to, determining whether generation will be required to go alongside of the data center. It's a very legitimate question, though. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox?
Yes, thank you. So on slide number 3, you have PJM price at $329.17, and that goes through May of 2027. So I'm assuming that Annapolis bill, the Utility Relief Act that the governor signed, I thought that went through 2030.
Okay, so thank you for the question. So the Utility Relief Act, that deals with just Maryland utilities. And it deals with various numbers of requirements in state law that dictate what goes on your electric bill. For instance, the provisions you were talking about that go out to 2030 deal with the Empower Maryland program. They deal with the greenhouse gas reduction goals that are required by the state that we abide by. And again, I'll go back to my bill. When you look at the Empower Maryland charge for my bill, just for instance, in March, I was like $23.12. So what was done in the Utility Relief Act was those requirements that go into the Empower Maryland charge, some of those requirements were ratcheted back. And so it's same church, wrong pew, if you will.
Okay.
It's just a different type thing. The PJM capacity market and the wholesale price of power is across the entire grid.
Okay. And also on slide 3, the last paragraph, that, PJM power markets and locking up the generation capacity resources. Who has the authority of implementing that? Is it SMECO? Is it the state? Is it the feds? Who has that authority?
Yeah, and Hugh can jump in here, but that is the responsibility of PJM. And so yeah, I think, and again, I don't want to give any wrong information, and I'll be happy to get back to you for the specific responsibility there, but I know that the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission also has a role in that, but the actual authority, I can get back to you on that, but I believe it is PJM.
Okay, thank you. On slide 6, or let's go to the last one, slide 7. So by law, SMECO has to file a large tariff before September 2026. Is that when that goes into effect, or you just have to file it by that date?
Yeah, we just have to file it by that date. I think what is happening now is the commission is gathering a lot of intel, getting a lot of suggestions, comments, seeing what the market looks like, and then when we file on the 1st, that hopefully they'll have a head start on implementing that new tariff. But I don't believe there's been a timeline established.
Okay. And 2 more questions. The
Yes,
Public
sir.
Service Commission, How is that increase communicated back to the ratepayers?
How is
When they do get an increase, because I looked at the last auction price, it's up 500%. How is that increase communicated back to the ratepayers?
Yeah, well, in Smeco's case, when we have to pay more for electricity, when it goes above 5% of our current rate on the standard offer service, we have to file what is called a public cost.
The purchase power. If you look on your aspect of the bill, it's referred to as the PPCA. It's the purchase power cost adjustment. So SMECO has our stated SOS charge based upon what the actual cost of the electrons flowing through is, and then based upon the market, if it's up or down, plus or minus 5% for like 3 to 4 months in a row, then we have to refile that cost for what we're actually paying to buy the power off the open market. So it can be a credit, or it can go up or down based upon market.
And then at that, when we refile, Commissioner, that's whenever we communicate to our customer members through our website, social media, co-op review, hey, we're going to be filing this. And there's also a public component of it as well, where there's a newspaper ad that's put in the paper.
Okay, last question for you. Chalk Point.
Yes,
I
sir.
know that's back up to 65%, I believe. Is that, and Brandon Shores has got to 2029. These excess power, is that, can you just talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Brandon Shores is under what's called a must-run period, and that was implemented, required by the PJM to essentially keep the lights on. And that power plant is, there's a transmission line the BG&E is building to hopefully allow that plant to contribute, or to continual ramp down and then eventually close, because it was supposed to be closed by now. So there's a number of factors that still have to go into that. As to Chalk Point, I'm not particularly sure what their horizon is or what their plans are, but it is certainly indicative of where we are in the state, that we have to have these must-run orders for Brandon Shores, and then that running those facilities at Chalk Point are beneficial to not only the customers and to the ratepayers in the state, but also to the company that has the power plant, that they can put that power on the grid and then certainly get compensated for it.
Right. Would you see the other 2 units coming online at Chalk Point?
I'm not sure. I don't know if you.
I haven't heard anything outside of what they're doing right now as part of the must run orders for the other 2 units. But it's all going to be determined by the market and and capacity, and how the demand on the system increases as well. I'll never say never to the potential. If they need to bring them back on, they'll say, hey, you have to run them.
Very good. Thank you.
Do you foresee there being extensions on?
At this time, outside 2029, which they've pretty much said for the must runs, it's hard to say. It's a very dynamic market with ever shifting demands throughout, and trying to figure out which ways which power plants are must run, and as different resources are built between new transmission lines and new generation sources, that gives them the ability to once that Brandon Shores is offset, then they can continue with the complete retirement of the station. So it's a lot of different moving parts.
Commissioner Yance.
Could you talk a little bit about the tariffs? I'm not sure everybody understands. I don't completely understand about the tariffs, because I thought in your comments you mentioned the tariff has helped to provide relief for your regular customers. So how does the tariff system work?
Yeah, so thank you for the question. What I mean by a tariff is that is the rate that the facility, whether that's a residential tariff or a commercial tariff, but this is going to be a data center tariff. And what I meant about offsetting the cost of the distribution component that SMECO has to pay. So there is a certain amount of revenue that SMECO recovers to cover our costs to operate the co-op, okay? So to the extent that a tariff for a large load is such that they pay a larger percentage of new revenue that comes into the co-op, yes, that could offset the existing amount of revenue that needs to be collected from all of the existing ratepayers.
And how is that tariff calculated? Is it based on the amount of megawatts they use, or?
I think it's demand, yeah, and the certain load that they have that is, far and above any sort of load that we have on our system currently.
So when you buy power, are you buying it based on the amount, is it the amount the customer uses? Do you classify your customers as like small, medium, and large, or how is that?
Yeah, certainly we have different rate classes of, commercial, industrial, residential, and the vast majority of SMECO, unlike other utilities, is that we're, residential. I mean, is our primary rate class. So these new larger loads are different. I mean, they're different for us, but they're different across the state. So we don't necessarily buy it just for a certain rate class. We have essentially a requirements across our grid, across our service territory that need to be met. And we do forecasting that looks to past weather patterns, past usage patterns, energy efficiency models that we use, and then we layer those contracts in place to hedge for potential price increases, and weather is the big one for us. Just this past winter, we were purchasing power on the spot market that was just out of control. I mean, it was just and those costs will flow through rates later, but it gives you an idea of kind of how dynamic it is.
So you said your broker's located in Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
So can you only buy power in the PJM grid system, or can you buy power outside of the PJM territory and bring it in?
Believe it's all in the PJM, but I'll check that, Commissioner. I know for like renewable projects, Maryland, as you know, has a renewable portfolio standard where we have to purchase a certain percentage of our load from renewable resources. So, for instance, we have wind contracts with wind companies in Ohio and Pennsylvania, but solar has to be located in the state of Maryland. That is part of the state law. So, but as to bringing power from outside the PJM, I don't believe that's the case. I believe it's all in PJM.
And we started to hear about batteries.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk a little bit about batteries and how that works?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the state of Maryland has a very aggressive incentive program to build battery generation, and what the big thing with batteries is it's dispatchable. So it's hooked up to your, the transmission system, and then when the need comes on those, what I'll call those, hottest to hot days, coldest to cold days, that those batteries can release electricity to offset the need to bring in new batteries. New generation or new power. I can tell you that there's been a lot of discussion, and there is, a lot more incentives now that are there. That I believe you're going to start seeing more battery programs, more battery projects coming into not only into Southern Maryland but throughout the state.
So those battery packs, I mean, like, I'm trying to get a scale of how much storage can you have per acre, I guess. I'm a farmer, that's what I'm used to dealing with. I mean, does it take 100 acres, or does it take 5 acres, or can you give me some kind of a scale of?
I can give you a scale. Just a lot of them, they comes in like what we're referring to as the utility scale batteries, and it's like a size of your standard tractor trailer body truck. They can fit 1 megawatt that can provide up to 1 megawatt of power from out of there. So you just do the math. So every tractor trailer, 1 megawatt, and the more you stack into series, you can get up to, there's sites out there that are hundreds of megawatts throughout the country that for battery. what we refer to as the BESS, is bulk energy storage systems.
They above ground, underground?
They are all above the standard design is a self-contained above ground system.
And I read recently in 2 different energy publications, and you may not be able to answer this question, but that Constellation's considering increasing capacity at their site at Calvert Cliffs, maybe as much as a gig.
Hope so. I've not been told that, but we need it. We need it in the state of Maryland, and particularly in southern Maryland. I mean, it's been in place now for decades, and I like to tell people that electrons that come into southern Maryland don't have little hats on them. So we don't know if they come from a wind turbine in Ohio or from a nuclear generation facility in Calvert, but electricity goes to the load. And so when you have localized generation, it goes to meet the demand closest by. So I think that's, we would certainly, that's why we were very concerned, and we spoke out publicly when Morgantown was closed in Charles County and when Chalk Point was closed, or ramped down, the coal side of it was closed. We were concerned not only because of the jobs, but because of the localized generation in southern Maryland. It's a big benefit to us.
So part of that is, so if Constellation does increase production, can they identify that to go to a specific project, or it just all has to go into the grid system and PJM determines how that gets allocated?
It's a good question. I'm not sure the answer to that. I think the way it typically works is that you would bid into the PJM, but I mean, that's probably more of a Constellation question.
I would say I would defer that to Constellation, because ultimately everything goes through the PJM market. But depending on what type of contracts and agreements are in place, we don't want to speak to that. But in general, it goes out into since we are deregulated, it goes into the PJM market and then goes in based upon the capacity bids where it goes to.
So there was a lot of discussion 2 or 3 years ago about behind the meter and front of the meter power, and there's a lot of talk about they need to bring their own power. So if a facility were to come anywhere in your territory and bring their own power, are you still involved in that? Or because they're bringing their own power, you're out of that loop?
Oh, no. If they're in southern Maryland, they are definitely, we are part of that loop. Because I think what you're referring to a couple of years ago was, I know SMECO and BG&E were very involved in, through the passage of Senate Bill 1 of 2024, it was, we wanted to make sure that the utilities had a seat at the table and that the interconnections were to the utility system rather than bypassing the utility system. So I think from that standpoint, the amendment that we pushed in 2024 ultimately was not adopted, but there were a number of studies that were done by the Public Service Commission that led to kind of the arrangements that you're seeing now, where a data center particularly would connect into the transmission system of a utility, and then of course, pay their own way for that rather than potentially bypassing the utilities.
So even if they do that, my simplistic analogy is they can't just hook an extension cord from their generation to their own facility. They've still got to go through your transmission system.
That's correct.
And then that would trigger your involvement in that process.
Yes, sir.
And the reason that people are talking about that is at least it reduces the demand on the entire system. At least you've increased production to cover their demand. It's not necessarily they've got their own closed loop system. It's just they're providing power to compensate for their particular demand.
I think that's fair, and we want to make sure that if a facility is built in southern Maryland, that southern Maryland gets benefits to our existing ratepayers.
And there are other proposals in southern Maryland currently today being worked on, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if all those proposals were to move forward, how would that impact your system?
Well, I can tell you Hugh and I have been at this for the better part of 2 years. I mean, I think if we totaled up all of the numbers, I mean, we'd be at like 4 to 5 gigawatts of power that have been requested. So not all of them are going to go forward, Commissioner. But I think whether it's one facility in Calvert County or 2 in Prince George's where we also serve, I think the feasibility studies remain the same. We have to make sure that we work with our transmission system is connected to PEPCO's transmission system, that we have to make sure that those engineers, Hugh and his partners at PEPCO, do the feasibility studies to make sure that the infrastructure is there to support the facility. And so I think from an impact to the system, it would be, transformational. That being said, it's our job to make sure the infrastructure is there to support it.
And and just to add on to what Tom was saying, there's a very detailed study process that any developer that wants to connect to SMECO has to go through, and it's studied at the localized level. What exactly does SMECO need to do to directly connect or upgrade our facilities? But there's also, it reaches out into the overall network to make sure, hey, can the overall network in the PJM grid support this request as well too? And then that study determines this is exactly what you refer to as the direct connect costs are, and these are the costs that they are solely responsible for to upgrade the entire network so it can meet the demand strictly, and it's their responsibility to pay all those costs.
And you, Mr. Dennison, you work in Annapolis on legislative issues. So what's the state's plan to create new generation?
It's a good question. I think I can give you a couple of different versions of it. I know that over the past several years, there's been more of a recognition of the lack of generation that's in the state. So last year they passed a new, I think it was called the New Generation Act of 2025, and there were incentives to build new power facilities. The Public Service Commission put out a request for proposal for, I forget how many megawatts of new generation. And it could be natural gas, it could be battery storage, it could be solar, it could be whatever. And that process has gone forward, and what that will end up to be, Commissioner, I think is yet to be seen. I think there was a proposal this year for the utilities, the investor-owned utilities, to get back in the generation business. That bill did not pass, but I think there is more of a recognition for it, and there is incentives that have been put together to try to bring more generation to the state because of the deficit that we have. Now, is it everything that one side of the aisle may want versus the other side of the aisle? Probably not, but I think the recognition is there, and I think you're going to continue to see that going because, unfortunately, where prices are, the political impact is going to continue, and there will be more efforts to try to spur that on.
Because I think I've read somewhere since 2018, Maryland's taken about 6,700 megawatts of power offline and replaced it with about 1,600 or 1,700
That's the good number. That's Jason Stanek, who was the former Public Service Commission chairman under Governor Hogan, went to work for PJM as their new vice president of external affairs, et cetera. And he gave a presentation to Annapolis, to the committees of jurisdiction over utilities. That was the exact number that he provided. And so, yeah, there has been certainly more taken offline than brought on.
But to date, they really haven't done a whole lot trying to.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, they have tried to move the needle, and I believe there will be more generation built. But, I mean, you all are in the county government local business, and how difficult we've seen with solar developers trying to get sited. Not to blame county government, but there's a lot of things that are in the works to make sure that those project can pencil so that they can sell their power to SMECO. And I think, right now, there's proposals to have some new generation. I think we've all read about at Morgantown in Charles County, but again, it's not overnight. There's just a number of things that have to happen before that can occur.
Because a peaker plant, you can build those pretty quick, right?
I mean, if you can find a combustion turbine, Hugh can talk
That's-
about that, but
The issue is with the high voltage is the turbines and what we say like the 230 kV, the high voltage markets to get to the transmission level grid. You're looking at minimum 2-3 year lead times, if not longer, for your key components to build something from brand new. So that's one of the other things that's going to, even if it's approved, just the lead times and finding the material and labor to get it built is going to be one of the reasons why it's not going to be fixed overnight.
And based on what happened in Georgia recently, nobody's going to build full-blown reactors anymore. So they're all looking at SMRs. Has there been any technology approved yet in this country for SMRs?
I know that there's, in that Next Generation Act that was passed last year, there are incentives for small modular nuclear reactors. I just don't know of any that have come to market yet. And I think, again, it's a time perspective. We needed the power yesterday. But I do think there's a new sense that, nuclear from a government perspective, and at least in the state of Maryland, that it's a safe technology, that it's reliable, and that it provides base load that is clean. I think that worm has turned, and I think there's going to continue to be more incentives for those facilities. And in terms of when the first one will come online, I'm just not sure.
I know that from the SMR standpoint, they have several that are in the in a trial phase right now. But as to being a commercial viability, a lot of the articles out there you see the earliest 5 to 6 years out, if not more, before SMRs can be fully deployed at that type of level.
Yeah, I think I read there's one in the Midwest that they're testing that's got some promise, but like you said, nothing else.
Somewhere in New Mexico, I think New Mexico was like one of the lab areas that is where one of the trials is going on right now.
And my last question, so if these two proposals didn't happen in Calvert County, they moved to Virginia, does it impact us?
Sure. I mean, I think it impacts the PJM. And I think to the extent that they're located outside of Southern Maryland wouldn't get any benefit from it, from a rate perspective, from a subsidy perspective to our existing ratepayers. I think they're going to likely, the demand is not going away. So the demand is whether they're located in Southern Maryland, we could potentially get benefits from them, but I don't think prices are going to change all that much, whether it's, I think they're going to remain high because the demand is going to be high because they want to locate in the PJM. And I think that's the best way I could describe it. If they're located here, we can at least, try to get commitments from facilities to try to have a tariff in place that's approved by the Public Service Commission so that we could benefit. And obviously that doesn't happen if it's located, elsewhere.
Just greatly appreciate you two coming in today, trying to explain the situation to us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Yes. SMECO has stated, and I quote, "It believes that data centers should be directly responsible for offsetting any adverse impacts on members stemming from participation in PJM power markets and locking up generation capacity resources." Does SMECO have the authority to do this?
The authority to try to ensure that these companies
That data centers are directly responsible from the PJM power markets and locking up generation capacity resources.
I mean, SMECO doesn't necessarily, we don't have regulatory authority, but I think The
You have
state,
statutory?
no ma'am.
Okay.
The state, though, has been very, the state has been very forthright in talking about the impacts facilities like this will have on prices, and I think they're the ones, through the Public Service Commission process, whenever we get an approved tariff, will ensure that, we hope that, that those facilities do, adequately compensate for their impact.
Do you have any intentions, that you don't have the authority to support that statement, do you intend to take any action to acquire such authority before any data centers are operational in our county?
We don't have any, I'm not sure what type of authority we would ask for with that.
To support the statement that you all
Okay.
believe that data centers should be directly responsible for offsetting any adverse impacts on members stemming from participation in PJM power markets and locking up generation capacity resources.
Yeah, so I think what we would do on that is continue to advocate at the Public Service Commission through the large tariff work group that will be, and the tariff filing that we have will make sure that those cost allocations are appropriate on that statement. But ultimately, the regulatory authority lies with the Public Service Commission because they're our regulator to ensure that. And the Maryland state law requires that these facilities pay their own way from a transmission and distribution perspective. Their interconnections have to be approved and paid for by them and not subsidized by others. So again, the regulatory authority lies with the Public Service Commission.
Okay. It's a true statement that there is not enough power to meet demand in the state of Maryland. PJM manages the power grid. We have a data center going up in Frederick. I don't know how far along it is. And the possibility of other data centers in the state of Maryland. I don't know if you've seen Route 301 with all the building between Upper Marlboro into the Crofton area. More people on the grid. When we don't have enough power to meet the demand, who do we buy our power from?
Well, we secure our power through PJM, through on the open market. Yeah, on the open market. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they control all the pricing.
There is a market that is established that will determine the cost of it. But yes, that market is the PJM market that SMECO is a part of.
Okay. I wonder how cognizant they are of the impact that the raise in electric prices is putting on our people in the state of Maryland. I know I went to a power, I don't know what you would call presentation, seminar, whatever, and they got up there and they said, well, you really should have new windows, make sure you have adequate insulation. They put the responsibility back on us as the consumers of electricity. And we have new windows. Our home is insulated. My husband chops wood from February to fall, and we run a wood stove that supplements our heat. And in February, our electric bill went up triple. So I'm just making a point. People are hurting. And I sure hope big business is cognizant of the hurt that's going on in the state of Maryland, and I suspect around the entire country. Thank you.
So I want to talk about PJM in the process there. So say I wanted to build a data center, and the very first step I'd have to do, obviously, is make sure I have electricity. What does that process look like? Would I come to you guys first, and if I was in your area, or can you go through that process?
Sure.
Yeah, we actually have there is a formal process that SMECO has put in place for these, what we refer to as the potential large load applications, and it is on our website. The very first step is you would actually formally submit, you would put in a formal request to SMECO for service, and we would be asking for information like we need to know what your overall power consumption would be, and you hear like a load ramp. So as you build the data center out, what's the ultimate, what is your power consumption going to look like? We're going to look for what we refer to as a one-line diagram. It's like how is your power plant going to be built and operated, so we can compare that to how it would do the physical connection to SMECO and that operation. And then we'd also look for proof of land control as well too, for not just the data center, but obviously SMECO is going to need to have its own facility to serve. So those are that would be the very first pieces of information we were looking for when you do the formal submittal. Then once that is submitted, then we go to what we refer to as the feasibility process, and that's when we look at it from a localized level, and there's a nominal fee that you pay to SMECO up front to even cover the cost for us to do any of the studies in the report. So based upon the information you provided, we'll do a study, and then we'll look at it from the overall the local network, and hey, what are the costs that SMECO needs to do to upgrade, and whether or not is it a direct connect to the SMECO lines, or will be a partnership where we actually be working with PEPCO as well. So then that's where you complete the feasibility study, say this is the overall cost, and then we go into the network then we do the next level study if you agree to move forward, because we give you a high level cost of what they're looking at. Then what we do is the detailed study, that's when we look at the SMECO network and out into the overall regional grid, and what type of would any associated network upgrades need to be done, and then the cost, and then we say, hey, this is the overall cost that you would need to pay to connect to SMECO, and if PEPCO or the other third-party utilities are involved, the costs that they have to do to upgrade their network to support it without putting anything at risk. Then if you agree to that cost, then you have to go into what we call a construction agreement, and also there's other agreements in place that say, hey, not only we want to guarantee that you're going to build this, and based upon revenue, that you're going to meet a certain power requirement over 10, 20, 30 years. So we have there will be securities put in place to make sure that you just don't close up shop after 2 years and because it's a significant capital investment, we don't want to put at risk as well. So that's the high level step of the process. It's usually about 3 to 4 steps you go through to get to an actual agreement to get in place.
Where do you talk to PJM in there to make sure that they're able to provide that power and it's not going to affect?
It's usually after we do the feasibility, we do a feasibility study to look at the network, and then we approach PJM.
And they give you a yay or nay, we can provide it or we can't provide it.
Yeah, that's all part of it. There's a lot of detailed studies done between the SMECO, and you said where we connect to PJM is through the PEPCO network, so PEPCO looks at it as well too, and PJM. So there's multiple utilities and organizations that have to verify that it can be done.
So PJM's out here and they have this big bank, and they're trying to decide, okay, say SMECO has 3, 4, 5 projects, whatever they have. So you've gone and requested, let's just say you got approval on all of them. Let's say only 2 or 3 of them go through, and then they'll take back out of that bank and give to someone else. Is that pretty much the way?
Yeah, there's a queue process in a lot of studies based upon a lot of these developers, they're putting like a certain block for like a queue for during this time frame. It's like, hey, we don't have the load available, but we'll bring on new resources and increase capacity, and say, hey, 2030, then they'll say 2034 is when you'll be ready when you will be able to connect to your facilities.
Okay, the next question, the batteries you guys keep talking about, are they under constant charge? Are they storage mechanisms? What are they? I mean, let's take a car battery and try to do a comparison here as far as generating and keeping it charged and that type of thing.
We consider there as a storage system. You hear a lot of terms for batteries, BESS, so it's just bulk energy storage systems. So what it is, they're at a continuous state of constant charge until they're needed, and then once they're needed, say like in like the middle of the day, like July, 1 o'clock in July in the afternoon, real high demand, you know, and then they'll come on and they'll discharge, and the batteries, they have enough charge to hold for anywhere. They can provide power from a 4 to 8 hour window, you know, so from those 4 to 8 hours while the battery is discharging, they're providing power to the grid. And hopefully then that's once the demand goes away and you come back to baseload generation, then they shut down and then they'll be like recharged overnight. So the way to look at batteries is they discharge during high demand times to reduce the congestion, and then they recharge during low demand times.
All right, how can you compare the battery to a large-scale generator like you see at data centers as far as output?
Depends, if you the land and size. You can size. I mean, there's projects out there where they have battery sized up to, you know, hundreds of megawatts, but they can only discharge, like I said before, for X number of hours. Then they're no longer generating because they have to recharge. So if you look at it that way, from a generation like Chalk Point, you know, they're generating 24/7, whereas batteries can only technically generate while they're discharging.
Other thing I had while we're talking about batteries, environmental impact as far as recyclable, that type of thing. Do you know, are they that developed, or do we know anything about the recycling of them at this point?
I know there's a lot of companies out there that make a lot of money recycling batteries. So I know they do have the technology out there to recycle these types. Yep.
Anybody else have any other questions for these gentlemen? No. Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate you taking the time to come here and do this for us.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
You're quite welcome.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. That takes us to the next presentation, Office of County Administrator, Calvert County Blueprint Committee 2026 update. Ms. Linda Turner and Marcy Gruber.
Good morning, Commissioners. Linda Turner, County Administrator.
Emily Shreves, Constituent Services Specialist and Staff Liaison to the Blueprint Committee.
Marcy Gruber, the Calvert County Public Schools Blueprint and Communications Coordinator.
Okay, this morning, pursuant to Resolution Number 41-21, the Board of County Commissioners established the Calvert County Blueprint Implementation Committee in partnership with the Board of Education to support development and oversight of the local blueprint implementation plan. The resolution affirms the board's commitment to citizen input, designates a local implementation coordinator, and requires the committee to provide annual updates on progress toward meeting the goals of the blueprint for Maryland's future. Today, Dr. Marcy Gruber of the Calvert County Public Schools, myself, serve as co-chairs for the Calvert County Blueprint Implementation Committee. Emily Shreves is the staff liaison to our committee. She serves much more than that, as you know. Dr. Gruber is present to provide the committee's annual update, including recent state-level developments, progress on implementation of the local plan, key accomplishments and challenges consistent with the Resolution 41-21. This item is for informational only. However, continued implementation of the blueprint may have ongoing operating and capital budget implications that will be addressed through the annual budget process as necessary. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners receive this presentation and provide feedback and direction as appropriate. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gruber.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. First, before we start, I would like just to acknowledge the two ladies sitting to my right. They have been phenomenal partners and collaborators with this work, and I truly appreciate both of them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also need to apologize in advance. It is full allergy season, and my voice today is definitely feeling it, so I apologize. It's also poison ivy season, which I found out from gardening. So nature aside, I thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on our blueprint implementation progress. And I will plan to share information about the blueprint, how Calvert County Public Schools is progressing across the 5 pillars, some implementation challenges that we are navigating, and then what to expect moving forward. So the Blueprint for Maryland's Future passed in 2021. It's a 10-year statewide effort to transform public education into a world-class system. The law was designed to significantly increase state education funding over the next decade, but it also comes with major policy and program requirements for school systems. The Blueprint is designed to advance all students and close existing achievement gaps. It enriches student experiences, accelerates outcomes, and ensures college and career readiness. It also strengthens Maryland's long-term economic competitiveness by investing in the workforce of tomorrow. The Blueprint regulations required us to review where we were in CCPS and identified what was going well as what we either needed to tweak or address to ensure that our Calvert school system was on track to meet these goals. Implementation for the Blueprint is overseen by the Accountability and Implementation Board, or the AIB, as well as the Maryland State Department of Education, or MSDE. The Blueprint is organized by 5 distinct policy areas, often referred to as the 5 pillars, with the goal of giving every Maryland child the foundation to reach their full potential. These pillars shape nearly every aspect of our school system operations, from staffing to curriculum to financial reporting. All of the pillars need to be implemented effectively and work together to reach the Blueprint's expected outcome. And the aim reaches truly beyond our school system. The AIB even asserts that as education and skill levels rise, so do personal income and the quality of life. Businesses are more prosperous because they can easily recruit a workforce with the necessary talent and skills in the modern workplace. Just for your and the public information, the AIB recently commissioned an interim statewide evaluation through the University of Chicago's NORC Research Group. So this evaluation is looking at how implementation is progressing across the state. It's identifying opportunities to refine any strategies, and it includes surveys and site visits with school systems. It is important to note that this is not a final evaluation of Blueprint, and it's also not a rating of individual LEAs, but it's just a progress check on the overall implementation of the law to date. However, this did require hours of several CCPS members' time, completing surveys and participating in focus groups and interviews. And NORC is starting their round 2 of the survey soon. I anticipate their full report should be available to the public either this summer or fall. The Blueprint establishes a number of state requirements that districts must implement, and while the state does provide some additional funding, successful implementation continues to rely on the strong partnership among the state, the school system, and our local county government. So I am excited today to share with you Calvert's Blueprint implementation progress. Each year, the Accountability and Implementation Board must authorize the release of Blueprint funds for each district. For 2025, districts needed to demonstrate that they had an approved comprehensive math plan, an approved career counseling MOU, an approved teacher career ladder, that they were making sufficient progress on their Blueprint implementation plan, and that they were compliant with minimum school funding requirements, which I will share in more detail later. So I'm pleased to report that Calvert County met all required criteria. Across the state, however, several districts did receive warnings or action letters, primarily related to their career ladder implementation. This fall, the CCPS Steering Committee also participated in a Blueprint Progress Monitoring Conference with the AIB and the MSDE. During that meeting, our team presented progress, highlights, challenges, and next steps across each pillar. Based on our self-assessment and state feedback, Calvert County is currently meeting and exceeding expected progress toward Blueprint outcomes. We have a 100% approval rating on all of our submissions, so we are batting 1,000, and that makes my highly competitive heart very happy. But I do want to emphasize that our ability to stay on track with Blueprint implementation is really a reflection of the long-standing support that Calvert County has shown for our school system. And again, for your and the public's awareness, the AIB has built and published public data dashboards to monitor Blueprint progress. So this is tracked at both the state and each local level. These dashboards track student outcomes, program implementation, and funding allocations. And this represents a shift towards greater transparency and accountability statewide. The data dashboards are available on the AIB website. So looking at each of the pillars, we start with Pillar 1, which is early childhood, and this is focusing on expanding access to high-quality early childhood education, particularly for 3 and 4-year-olds. This area will continue to grow significantly over the next several years. But as you can see from this screen, CCPS has made major strides in expanding early learning access, including a significant expansion of pre-K slots. It's important to note that in Calvert, every Tier 1 eligible family who applied for pre-K received placement in CCPS. We've gone from half-day programs to full day, and we have a program in every elementary school, which allows students to attend in their neighborhood school, and this was really a priority for us. We're also excited to share that 4 of our elementary schools have just achieved MSDE pre-K accreditation and Maryland Excel's quality rating of 5, which is the highest level of quality. And programs at that level demonstrate exemplary practices that exceed licensing requirements, including earning that accreditation, and align with nationally recognized standards. So those were the first 4 schools to start. Our other 8 schools are now in that process, so they have begun that 2-year accreditation path, and it's positioning us to meet and exceed the benchmarks. At the same time, we are navigating several challenges in this pillar area. One requirement is that 50% of our pre-K slots must be provided by private providers. The model is designed to be a partnership between the public school system and private providers, with providers applying for state grant funding to participate. To be eligible, they have to have appropriate space and operate their pre-K programs in alignment with public school expectations. So to support this effort, we have worked alongside our wonderful private providers in Calvert, including assisting with the grant writing process. While several providers did apply, only 1 actually received the grant funding, and we are not given feedback on those decisions, so that limits our ability to support the process moving forward to make any adjustments that might be needed for the grant writing.
Excuse me, on that slide, I know that was a challenge going into this. So once they've been rejected, is there anybody from the county school system or here that can go back and work with them to get back into that process or something? Because you need these home daycares. I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but these folks, and these standards are being put out there that's kind of being challenging to meet. Because of what they're asking on an educational level, and I'm not an educator, and I understand that, but is there anything to be done in between that so that they can still function and still participate in this while somebody's helping them reapply or doing whatever they have to do?
Yes, and thank you for that question, and that's a really important point that you bring up. So we are working collaboratively with our private providers, and we do have a strong ECAC group, the Early Childhood Citizen Advisory Committee, and so they have inquired as to what the criteria might be and what we might need to look at in Calvert. But I would say that the larger issue for us is more of our local context, because we don't have large franchised centers. We have locally owned small businesses, and they work hard and they're doing everything that they can, but it doesn't always fit the expectation at the state to provide these pre-K 3-year-old slots. So we've also inquired with the state just to consider our local context, and we await some guidance to see what we might be able to do to move forward. Luckily, the timeline does give us a little bit of wiggle room, so we were required to increase for full Tier 1 eligible 4-year-olds this year, which we did do, and we met. We have until 2032 to expand that to 3-year-olds.
Now, are you able to get like a temporary waiver or anything like that while a person is actively working to get into that so that you can keep functioning and they can keep functioning?
Yes, so there is a waiver process which we have applied for and been granted. Again, in the meantime, we're doing what we can, because we also don't want it to be a burden on our local early child care centers either. And so, they're operating a business, and there's a lot of things that they would have to do to be compliant with the expectations of this of the pre-K 3-year-old program. And so it has to make business sense for them to do it as well. So that's something that we continue to have conversations about. And again, we're pretty loud advocates at the state level.
Good. Because I know this is challenging.
Yes, it is.
So on that same slide, I want to piggyback on that questionnaire. Was it because of capacity, or was it because of teachers' pay?
For them not receiving the grants?
Yes.
So I don't know,
Just
right, we
okay.
have not been given the reason why they
Okay.
were denied, but I know in one case when they were provided the grant, but then you have to have a certified teacher, and when they don't, they had to give the money back, which is a huge financial burden.
Okay.
So there's a lot of those factors too, which, and that goes into the teacher pipeline, which we're also looking at under Pillar 2, under the blueprint. So a lot of complex factors.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
I wanted to ask, on the pre-K four-year program, how many were admitted to that, and what did they have to do to qualify?
It is based on income eligibility and other considerations such as homelessness, multilingual status, and special education services. And so we have expanded to, we have currently 319 slots filled. I can get you that number in a second. Prior to the blueprint, we actually only had 5 full-day four-year-old programs, so now we have expanded to 22 full-day. We have, I'm sorry, it's 318 currently filled slots.
Okay, and I'm not getting on you. I'm not getting on the other 2 women who have worked on this as well. In 2027, we will have a $5 billion deficit in the state of Maryland. Maryland is broke. We are bankrupt. We are closed for business. And they're pushing down to the county more and more responsibility. And then these qualifications for the private providers. And I met with all of them that are in the county. They do such a wonderful, wonderful job. But when the state is pushing down to them,
Yes.
they have to pass on the cost to the parents. Their profit margin is so, so slim, and parents can't afford much more. This blueprint is an aggravation. It is a good idea that has gone awry because the state said that they were going to help to fund it, and now we are bankrupt. We are doing all we can do in Calvert County. I think we're meeting our marks, thank God, but I don't know how much longer we can. I was at a meeting with county governments, and I think I was in Ocean City. I'm not quite sure. But anyway, having said that, you have a county like Montgomery County that says just raise taxes. Well, we're not going to just raise taxes in Calvert for this. At least my 20%. And you had grown men with virtually tears in their eyes because they are in poor counties and they can't raise taxes. And we're sending out warnings and citations. Oh, that is criminal. And I'm not getting on you. I know you're doing your job, but I am so upset with this blueprint and how it's been handled, and the piggyback effect that it's having on our citizens and on our county governments. It's criminal what they've done to us. I'll say no more.
Well, thank you for that. My role is certainly to ensure that whatever the policy landscape is, that we are delivering the best possible outcomes for our Calvert students. So we continue to do that despite new regulations and changes that we need to navigate. So I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you. We can go ahead to the next slide.
So another significant challenge for us is facility capacity. Expanding our pre-K program does require additional classroom space over time, but there are specific requirements, particularly to playgrounds, to ensure that developmentally appropriate equipment and environments are aligned with accreditation and Maryland Excel standards. We do currently have dedicated pre-K and kindergarten playground spaces at all of our elementary schools. And so we're currently just identifying any needed upgrades in relation to the Excels and accreditation expectations. And speaking of which, the Excels and accreditation processes itself have required us to closely examine curriculum, our learning environments, and overall program alignment. It includes both documentation reviews and on-site visits, where the evaluators observe classrooms and speak with staff. It's very similar to an audit process, so a lot of fun. But finally, there are important logistical considerations when we are looking to open new pre-K classrooms, including the classroom size, the access to bathrooms, spacing, the required materials and equipment, as well as transportation considerations. But moving to Pillar 2, the second pillar focuses on strengthening the teacher workforce, including career advancement opportunities and professional learning. Under Pillar 2, CCPS is developing a sustainable educator pipeline through the new career ladder, certification supports, and leadership development. We're proud to report a 350% increase in national board certified teachers and an enhanced teacher induction and mentoring program that supports every new teacher joining our Calvert team. These efforts also contribute to teacher recruitment and retention. In Calvert, we are fortunate to have a low number of vacancies, especially compared to our surrounding districts. We have a low number of conditionally licensed teachers. We have 72 NBC teachers and 51 teachers who are actively pursuing their NBCs. Nevertheless, challenges remain. We continue to navigate recruitment challenges in a very competitive labor market. However, our team is being strategic and data-driven. But like many districts nationwide, we continue to experience teacher shortages in certain areas. We also face increased implementation and reporting responsibilities. We have limited IHE partnership opportunities, and we need to increase our teacher diversity and national board candidates. I wanted to share information specifically about the career ladder because this is a huge part of Pillar 2. The blueprint legislation aims to elevate the teaching profession to the high status that it deserves. To do this, it required LEAs to develop a career ladder, which includes opportunities for teachers to advance their professional learning through certification standards and have opportunities for leadership while still actively teaching in the classroom. Not everybody wants to go into administration, so this gives teachers other options and pathways in our field. LEAs submitted their career ladder to AIB in July, and we met all technical requirements. We had some minor revisions to make for full AIB approval in November. The career ladder establishes a 60-40 workday for participating teachers, so 60% of that time is for direct instruction, 40% is for teacher collaboration, which may include data analysis, small group instruction for students, and professional learning. The Level 4 positions will introduce an additional instructional leader in our schools, which helps to strengthen and sustain effective teaming practices. We do have evidence of strong practices that currently exist in our schools, but the career ladder structure is designed to make them more consistent and make sure that they are just deeply embedded system-wide. So while this does bring instructional benefits, it also introduces fiscal considerations, and we're planning for that carefully as we move forward. Moving to Pillar 3.
Speaking of your second slide, when Blueprint was first introduced, there was and it's been a minute, so I believe teachers had there was a few years where they had to have a 10% increase, if I'm saying that right. So if a teacher was making, say, 58, there was a few years that they had Blueprint mandated at 10%, if I'm saying that right.
While you're working up to 60.
Yeah,
but they could exceed that if the thing was, and there was a gap that the county was responsible for to get there, and then every year that you funded at a certain level, some of that percentage would fill that gap. Do you know where that gap is today? I've asked that question actually for a couple years to try to know where we are in fully funding that gap, because I know there is a sunset on that date, but I can't remember what that is. So I would assume we would see that in a budget year to stay consistent with Blueprint. I don't know if you know where we were on that.
Yeah, and that's a great question. I'm not familiar with the gap, but I do know that we are required to meet the minimum teacher salary by next year.
I knew the 60.
Yes.
That was a given, but there was an increase, or lack of a better word. I thought, and I could be wrong, but there was a 10%, I thought, increase. So that if you were a teacher that were at, say, at 58, and all of a sudden somebody walked in at 60, this was to compensate for that. I believe is the logic.
Beyond theirs, I think, is.
Yeah, and I'm trying to recall what percentage the distance was that Calvert County was to fill that gap.
Yeah.
If somebody could source that, please.
Yes, absolutely. We can get that for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am proud to say that we will be meeting that minimum teacher salary requirement in Calvert. Our submission for July is to show to the AIB and MSDE that we have met that requirement. One of the things for Calvert is we have exceeded it slightly, but other districts now also are offering that same competitive salary. So we are certainly looking for other ways to also advertise and recruit to make teaching in Calvert enticing. So again, something that all districts are struggling with right now. Moving on to Pillar 3, this pillar ensures that all students are on track for college and career readiness by the end of 10th grade. And Calvert County continues to make steady, measurable gains in literacy, mathematics, and college and career readiness. We consistently analyze both local and state data to inform instruction, ensuring students continue to progress while expanding access to opportunity at every level. I did want to quickly note that the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, we are in the middle of testing season right now, or MCAP, it's intentionally rigorous. Reaching proficiency, especially at the distinguished level for math, requires advanced problem-solving skills aligned to top national percentiles. And that context is important as you consider our data. In the area of literacy, our commitment to evidence-based instruction is producing results. All of our pre-K through grade 3 general ed teachers and all of our pre-K through grade 5 special ed, English language development, and Title I teachers receive training in the science of reading. We're already seeing those early gains. In grades 3 through 5, Calvert County exceeds the state average by more than 15 percentage points. At the secondary level, CCPS has ranked first in the state in Maryland for grade 10 English language arts for 3 consecutive years. That level of performance reflects sustained, intentional work across our system. In I have more progress highlights. In mathematics, our students outperform the state at every tested grade level. It's a trend that we have maintained over time. Focused professional learning around mathematical mindsets and targeted supports has been central to that success, and we continue to refine acceleration practices and curricular resources. It's also important to put our math performance in context. On MCAP, a student must perform at approximately the 79th to 82nd percentile level in order to just be proficient on MCAP. To reach the distinguished level, students must perform at a level achieved by roughly the top 0.5% nationally. In CCPS, that's about 5% of our students that reach that distinguished level, which is roughly 10 times the national benchmark. So that reflects exceptionally high performance, even when our reporting categories might not immediately convey it. But under the blueprint, students are expected to demonstrate college and career readiness by the end of 10th grade. Once they do, they enter a post-CCR pathway that extends learning beyond minimum graduation requirements, and it aligns to their individual goals. Our pathways include advanced placement, career and technology education, or CTE, and our early college and dual enrollment. And all of these opportunities give students a meaningful head start on their post-secondary education, and it really strengthens the pipeline from our school system into either college or career, and sometimes both. But there are challenges despite our success. In CCPS, we continue to have achievement gaps, especially for specific student groups. At the same time, implementation is impacted by overlapping state policy changes in math and literacy, as well as possible resource limitations, which could include funding, staffing, and coaching. Expanding capacity, and commissioners, I heard you speak to this earlier, but expanding that CTE programming is limited by space and sometimes by staffing and even finding the appropriately credentialed staff. But we are having some conversations with CSM about partnering as a tri-county area for the use of their Hughesville campus. But moving forward, we're strengthening our academic monitoring as we prepare to launch a new data platform, which will streamline how we're tracking student progress and the supports that we provide for them. We currently use that data platform for our social emotional learning screener and supports. The platform consistency, available data, and resources have been invaluable to our schools so far, so we're really excited to be able to extend that to the academic side as well. Under Pillar 4, this focuses on ensuring students receive the academic, behavioral, and social supports that they need to succeed. In Calvert County, we've made meaningful progress across several priority areas, including enhanced English language development programming and multilingual family engagement. We've expanded our MTSS framework. We've also established a partnership with the Maryland Consortium on Coordinated Community Supports. MSD just identified 2 of our schools as community schools, so they are in year 1 right now, which is a planning year. We do receive a concentration of poverty grant for those 2 schools. 100% of the funds must be spent at those schools and their communities. The first year is spent building a needs and assets assessment report, and then year 2, we can implement more of those wraparound services for students, but also for the community. We've also had success implementing supports that aim at reducing chronic absenteeism, and I have more information on the next slide. Because the AIB requested specific data related to chronic absenteeism prior to our conference with them, this is a priority area for the state. And chronic absenteeism is defined nationally as missing 10% or more of enrolled school days, and that's the benchmark that is used for LEA calculations. Chronic absenteeism is a statewide priority, and Maryland's current goal is set at less than 15% for this school year. But as you can see from this table, we have successfully reversed a severe spike in chronic absenteeism. Rates peaked at 30.3% in 2022, following that pre-pandemic baseline of a 9.4% in 2021. The all-student rate for us right now has steadily declined to 17.3% in 2025, so we are approaching that state target. The turnaround reflects a multi-tiered intervention approach. We have data-driven identification of at-risk student groups, and we use research-based engagement strategies through Attendance Works. Outreach has also been strengthened by a new community newsletter to ensure that messaging reaches all of our families. But this is certainly an area we can't do alone. We rely on the partnership of our families to ensure that our students are coming to school every day. But like other districts, we are always looking for more time to do everything that we need to do. Our challenges include that limited time for professional learning and collaboration. Staff turnover is also impacting, and just the growing student needs in social, emotional, and behavioral regulation is an ongoing challenge. Under Pillar 5, this pillar focuses on how districts manage and report blueprint implementation and funding. This includes new planning, reporting, and financial accountability requirements. CCPS is meeting expectations for governance and accountability by establishing robust internal monitoring structures and transparent financial systems, though we do face challenges related to the complexity of blueprint requirements. But we have successfully submitted our blueprint implementation plan. We've established internal structures for progress monitoring. And as you can see from this now somewhat dated photo of the Northern Middle Replacement Project, our blueprint work connects directly to investments that strengthen the learning environments for our students. The administrative requirements of the blueprint, however, are significant. The primary difficulty for us is just the complexity of the financial tracking, which currently involves extensive manual reconciliation by a very small finance team. We also need to ensure that we have sufficient revenue to sustain the required programs that the blueprint calls for. But moving forward, our Calvert County team aims to streamline cost allocation processes, and we've really been working to strengthen the cross-departmental collaboration regarding our financial matters. I wanted to spend a minute to touch on minimum school funding. This is one of the components of the blueprint. It's often referred to as MSF. It's an accounting structure. It's not new funding. The policy requires school systems to allocate funding directly to schools based on student enrollment. And the goal is to ensure transparent and equitable funding across schools. Ultimately, between 75 to 100% of the per pupil funding, depending on the program, must follow students to their schools. And to give a visual of this accounting structure, if we think about funds for English language arts materials of instruction, which that is a central office cost, and it was overseen by the Department of Instruction, we would have previously used that money to purchase ELA materials and then distribute them to all of the schools based on their student enrollment numbers. Now, we have to document the purchases differently. So we look at the 8 Blueprint programs, which you can see listed across that top row of the screen, multiply that by our 23 schools as applicable for the program, which would equal 184 cells. So to purchase ELA materials of instruction, now we have to identify how many of those dollars actually go to Barstow Elementary, for example, under foundation, under comp ed, under multilingual learner, under special ed, all of the programs. We have to do that for every single purchase for every single school. So it is a manual challenge. And as you can see from this chart, there are 184 chances for us in Calvert County that we would not meet the MSF requirements if any of our expenditures did not show that 75% of the funds going to that school for that particular program. So it is for every single school and every single program that we have to budget and track our expenditures for this. There is a waiver process, and we have been verbally assured that the waiver process is still in place, even though there has been an adjustment to the timeline for MSF. So with the new compliance timeline, the full MSF compliance has been pushed back by 1 year. In FY25, or last year, that was our baseline year, and districts had to make a good faith effort to meet MSF requirements. In FY26, this year, districts had to cut the number of students in non-compliant schools by half. So I think you can click maybe. Oh, it did not come up. All right, so it was supposed to reveal on the last line there that CCPS did meet all of our MSF requirements for this year. We did not need to apply for a waiver. So that was great news, and then we found out that they decided to amend their joint policy to actually push it back another year. So next year, we will have to look again at our budget and expenditures and make sure that we have reduced by half again to get closer to that 100% compliance. So by FY28, 100% of our students have to be in schools that meet that MSF level. There are 2 components to MSF. Districts must budget to meet MSF, which we do, we have done, but they also must meet those expenditures. And that is the one that gives us a little bit more pause, because we can budget to meet all we want, but there are sometimes factors outside of our control that would impact expenditures. One example would be if we have budgeted for a teacher salary, because the majority of our budget does go to salaries. So if we have a teacher in a pre-K classroom and we've budgeted for that teacher for the year, if that teacher is an experienced teacher and they leave or retire in the middle of the year, we bring on usually a new teacher earlier in the salary scales, and so the expenditures would not match what we had budgeted, and therefore we wouldn't meet MSF. So that is a concern. Us and other districts have voiced this concern to the AIB and MSDE. We'll continue to advocate and voice our concerns. But looking ahead, we are driven by that shared commitment to student success. We continually evaluate our data, as well as any emerging requirements to strengthen and refine our implementation plan. It's a long-term initiative, and many of the requirements do phase in over the next several years. So we're going to continue to monitor how those changes may affect both our program needs and our infrastructure over time. But ultimately, we want to continue to provide an excellent public education system for all of our kids in Calvert County. And with that, I thank you sincerely for your continued partnership and support of our school system, and I'm happy to try to answer any of your questions.
Mr. Grasso.
I'm good.
So how much funding do we get from the state to cover our Blueprint cost?
I believe it's 25%. I do not have the actual budgeting numbers with me, but I can certainly get that for you.
So in the last 4 years, we've given you $30 million in new money. They've given you 12 to 15.
I don't have the budgeting information with me, but I can certainly work with our CFO, our newly hired CFO.
Because they're already saying that next year they're not going to have any money for Blueprint. So I'm just trying to get a feel for what's going to have to be covered next year. If they're going to pull their 12 million in funding, if that's whatever that number is, next year we're going to have to cover that. I mean, that's what we heard when we were in Annapolis.
So, yeah, and I do know that Senate Bill 311 did just pass, so we're waiting for everything to be officially signed off, but that did provide some of the funding for the blueprint, so it is my understanding that we are funded for a blueprint for next year.
Well, that's a little contrary to what we heard, but I hope that's true.
Me too.
Because I definitely heard that from a member of the budget committee that said next year there won't be any money for blueprint. So maybe he was talking about the following year.
Well, I wonder if, so the ERT program has been paused for next year, so that funding is being reallocated for other things.
Correct.
So there were some things in the blueprint that there is not, it's not budgeted for next year.
And what's left for us to do for blueprint?
So again, on the time scale, one of the biggest things for us is that pre-K expansion, which we are working to see, how that can work for us in Calvert. There's other things too that I feel like the local context is important for the state level to understand when it comes to registered apprenticeships. Again, not being a large county with lots of businesses, that's going to be something that may be a challenge for us. On the other side, though, we do have, last year, 25% of our graduating class earned industry-recognized credentials, and that's something that we expect to continue to increase. So we are making great gains in other areas, despite some pieces that we continue to need to monitor.
Well, when you tell everybody, we have a great school system. Right now, we're third or fourth in the state, I think. And if you look at what we spend per student, we're in about the middle of the whole state. So we're doing pretty good spending our money effectively. At least I think that's what that chart tells me.
Yes.
But as I've always said, we only get one chance to educate a child. And we need to take advantage of that. And we get criticized for giving the school system too much money and that, we spoil you and give you everything you want. That's not quite true. But, we still see challenges. The Career Center, we understand there's a focus for college, but not every student wants to go to college, is capable of going to college. And a lot of children are getting shortchanged today because they can't get into the Career Center because it's already filled to capacity. And so they miss out on that opportunity, which I strongly believe is very important. But as you look ahead, the financial situation, what are we going to be able to afford to cover? And the blueprint costs just keep going up and up and up. I mean, this year they're asking $9 million from us, and that's just to cover an increase in salaries. That's not any program money. That's just increase in salaries. That's going to keep going up. Every year, that's going to go up. That's not going to go down. And as you mentioned in your presentation, you have to pay teachers good to get the best teachers. That's how we built the school system to go from the worst to the best, was we paid more than anybody else, and teachers would fight to come here back in the day. We've lost that competitive advantage that we used to have. We don't have that anymore. So, it's a challenge. Education's expensive. And then when the state mandates things that you have to do that you don't have any control over, maybe they are a benefit, but then they still mandate them that we have to cover, and they don't give us any options. It's quite a challenge at the end of the day. So, but we do appreciate the update. Thank you.
Can I jump in real fast? Something occurs to me. The pre-K 3 program that they want us to implement, do we have the physical space to accommodate students within the Calvert County schools?
So at this time, it would be a challenge for us to expand in our current school system, our buildings as they are structured right now. MSDE's guidance is that the 3-year-olds are covered by the private providers and that the public school system provide the classrooms for 4-year-olds, which we do have. Again, though, that is a challenge for us with our local infrastructure and context, so we continue to just advocate to the state to consider that local lens. But that requirement is not due until 2032 for the 3-year-olds.
Thank you.
But I think the plan is to add some space when they replace Calvert Elementary and Calvert Country to accommodate the kindergarten. So that's going to be an increased capital cost that we're going to have to cover to meet Blueprint.
And it's not easy to just add a pre-K class. There are a lot of considerations and things that have to be put in place for that. So our teams are definitely planning and discussing all of those options.
And we still haven't met the staffing level to meet the teaching requirements for the amount of time they spend teaching and consulting.
Downtime,
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
But that's a challenge for everybody.
That is.
And they keep saying they're going to delay that, but I haven't seen any evidence where they've done that yet. Maybe you have.
They delayed it by 1 year,
Okay.
so it was an 8-year phase-in plan. Now it's a 7-year, and it is slated to start next school year, but the year after. So again, a lot of considerations and things that we have been discussing. We've also been working collaboratively with our union representatives because this is something that we do need to work together on. Again, as you mentioned, it's truly a benefit, but we need to be fiscally responsible and figure out how to make it happen to meet the requirements, but also make sure that we're giving our students what they need and our staff.
Because how many additional positions is that?
So not next year, but the year after, we are required to implement our career ladder and either adopt or apply for a pilot for that level 4 position or implement the career ladder with a level 4 position. So it's going to start off very small scale. I don't have an exact number because we don't have that determined yet, but it is up to local LEAs to determine how many of those level 4 positions would be needed. And again, there's a lot of considerations that we need to take into account for that.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox?
I just want to say thank you for all the work you all have done on this. You're extremely done well on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just thank you, and if I could get the answer to my question, and then also to a timeline of when that needs to be satisfied, just so we know what to prepare for.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you all for doing what you've done on this. We appreciate you coming in today and giving us the update, and we look forward to hearing from you in the future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That takes us to our consent agenda.
Mr. President, do you want to skip the first line item, do the other 4, so I can recuse myself on the tobacconist license, and then I'll come back in?
However you want to do it. That's fine.
If that's
So
easier.
I'll skip line number 1. The first item, we're going right to 2, Department of Public Works, Maryland Department of Agriculture Cooperative Agreement. Number 3, Office of the County Attorney, Southern Calvert Land Trust, request for tax credits for conservation lots. Item number 4, Calvert County Sheriff's Office fiscal year 2027 Community Grant Program Fund. Item number 5, Department of Human Resources, Local Government Insurance Trust Legit Sponsorship Request for the Calvert County Board of Library Trustees and the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. Do I have a motion on those 4 items?
Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt 2 through 5 on the consent agenda items.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to approve items 2 through 5 on consent agenda. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You want to recuse yourself? And I'll read number 1. So number 1 on the consent agenda is Department of Parks and Recreation, Chesapeake Hills Golf Course tobacconist license application. Do I have a motion?
Mr. President, I move that we approve number 1 and adopt a consent agenda item today.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to approve item number 1 on the consent agenda. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Takes us to new business. Can you ask Commissioner Hart to come back in, please?
I'll get them.
Department of Economic Development 2026 Business Appreciation Week schedule. Keep in mind, men, we are an hour behind, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julie Oberg, Director of Economic Development. If it's okay with you, I can paraphrase the memo and just answer any questions you might have.
I'm fine
We already
with
went through a lot of this already. Business Appreciation Week is next week. There's a series of events. We had the proclamation today. There's a lunch and county visits on Tuesday. We've got a ribbon cutting for House of Grace Salon, a ribbon cutting for Diamond Noir Collective, and then we have a business after-hours event at Foster's Grill on Wednesday. And you'll get your agendas for your site visits on Friday. If you have any questions, you can just let me know. I can answer those now or at any point in time.
Anybody have any questions?
I'm good.
Thank you.
None.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you.
support.
Well,
Appreciate it.
We appreciate you putting it together.
Thank you.
Next item, Calvert County Sheriff's Office, concept design.
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Morning.
Afternoon. It's afternoon. Long morning.
Gonna be a long day.
Yeah, we were just at Mr. Graham's funeral, World War II veteran. We laid him to rest today, so may he
was he?
rest. He was 101.
Wow.
World War II veteran. Yeah. We sent him off good, so it was a good morning for us.
Thank you.
Good morning, Lieutenant Colonel Payne, Assistant Sheriff at the Sheriff's Office. I will try to do the same, keep this kind of brief with the memo, because I know you guys are behind, got a busy day today. A little bit of
We might
background.
have a bunch of questions for you, but go ahead.
That's okay. A little bit of background. I don't know if you guys know this, you guys probably do, if everybody knows this, but the Calvert County Sheriff's Office was built somewhere around 1919, and it was a hospital. We have people over there that work there now whose parents were actually born in the same offices they're working in, which is a little crazy to me. But anyway, the facility's outdated, inadequate, and does not meet current law enforcement standards. New headquarters is needed. Prioritizing that, the crime lab and the property room are what are needed most urgently. We did a existing conditions report in 2024. The firm indicated the building lacks the spatial size requirements needed to meet the contemporary standards of the mission-critical functions they perform. And the overall building gets a rating of poor, which is one rating above defective. The biggest concern, obviously, like I said, was the property room and crime lab. They're inadequate and deemed the highest terms priority and needing new space. We've broken that up into 3 phases. The Sheriff's Office itself, this would be phase 1. What we're asking for is conceptual designs are required to ensure the sites and buildings meet all requirements. The estimate for that is about $60,000. To initiate in the most efficient way, we're requesting the funding be allocated from the Capital Contingency Fund prior to the fiscal year 2027 budget year. So this was already something that was slated in 2027. What we're essentially asking for is to move that up into this fiscal year so that we can start those concept designs. Concept designs, the way I understand them, are basically ensuring that we can draw the squares on the map where we think we want to put them, and we don't have any issues as far as permitting and that sort of thing moving forward, and to get the general concept of it. One thing we will do when we do the concept is look at all 3 phases of the Sheriff's Office itself, so that we are planning ahead and that sort of thing, and doing that in the most efficient way. So again, the fiscal impact is $60,000 from the capital contingency fund this year. And it moves us up about 6 or 7 months in that process so that we can get that out of the way, and even before we even, start to look at the actual design of the buildings and that sort of thing. So the Sheriff respectfully requests the Board of Commissioners approve the reallocation of $60,000 from the capital contingency to initiate the design phase of the Sheriff's Office Property Room Crime Lab in the fiscal 2026 year.
Motion.
Mr. President, I so move the request.
Second.
So a motion and a second to move forward with is it a budget adjustment or is it
Reallocation.
reallocation of the funding for the Sheriff's Office project?
Yes, sir.
Is there any discussion on that?
So, can I ask, just,
Yes, sir.
you have any idea of how big a crime lab it's gonna require?
We do, and I don't, I should have brought it. I don't have that right in front of me. What we did was we toured, first of all, we got all the national standards, and then we toured 6 or 7 other ones, and we went down to our current lab and looked at that in comparison to, I don't know if you're aware, you're probably aware, but the CLIA accreditation is just about in its final stages. So part of that is also our crime lab and property room, and the way that we're able to do that. So all of those things were taken into consideration and made so that we can adequately carry out the functions of the crime lab and the property room. Right now, things are stuffed in there pretty good. And, we started in the original sheriff's, the old courthouse building there in the sheriff's office when I was there, and I think Commissioner Island will remember this, but we had literally a closet that stuff was in. So we've grown from that to where we're at, which is fine, but we outgrew that pretty quickly. And we learned a lot about our inadequacies in some of our bigger events, such as Deputy Flint shooting and things like that. The sheriff brings up quite a bit. We had literally, bloody clothes and things, we're in hallways and things, and trying to get those things, it's just not appropriate way to do law enforcement, so.
The Commissioner Hand said anything's better what I'm dealing with right now. Administrator Willis gave a presentation 2 years ago what we're dealing with. He did a tour of our office, and now we're sitting at 2 years right now. Even Sheriff Mike Evans has talked about it a decade ago of what we deal with. But the preservation of evidence that we have to do with rape kits, that long-term storage that we have to deal with, leading a big case, and I don't want to lose anything in court because of the situation that we're dealing with storage and keeping those items preserved in the manner they're supposed to. So
Talk about life sentence and how long you actually have to hold on to something.
We have to hold on to it forever, yeah.
Right.
And I think the initial building, to get to your original question, Ms. Nance, was about 60 by 100, but part of this conceptual design will determine some of that, so we have to make sure that there's space for it and all of that, so.
a perfect example is the Samansky murder in Huntingtown. We're supposed to keep that vehicle in closed storage throughout the trial. And there was some evidence that we could have gained from that vehicle, which we couldn't because it was sitting outside. Bays are awesome for that, which is in our design. And my vision is to build for the future. We want a building that's going to last us 50 to 100 years. So what does that look like with our county? So that's the goal.
With the space you're in now, the population's probably doubled since you've been in there.
Correct, yeah. I mean, we have 90,000+ people that live here, and myself, the sheriff, is responsible for all the items that we seize or we have to store. So that basement down there it's a 100-year-old building that leaks, and every time it does that, I kind of cringe. So I appreciate you guys noticing that this is a huge risk for me, and moving forward with this is huge for not only the residents but the sheriff's office and the job that we do.
It's the only way to keep us safe. I mean, we spend a lot of time and effort capturing these guys. You got to make sure you have all the stuff in place when you go to
Correct.
court that they get.
And we don't have a 2026 modern crime lab. I mean, drying bays. I mean, you have to have all that stuff that it goes into a big case. So having that's going to be huge. Makes us better when we're investigating crimes like that. So,
Thank
and
you.
using somebody else's gear all the time, St. Mary's Charles. I mean, it's kind of. I have to ask for favors all the time. It looks like we need this stuff in place to do the job effectively, is what I'm shooting for.
I have one question, probably to JR. JR, how fast can this get started? When could they be walking into this building?
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Jared Cosgrove, Director of Public Works. Once the budget adjustment goes into effect for, I think it's 60 grand we're asking for, that'll start the concept plan for us to sit down, get an architect on board, and walk through basically the overall design of the property so we can make sure all the pieces work together. Once we get that in place, then we can move to the actual design, which will probably take usually about a year for design and permitting. And then we'll have to go through the procurement process and the construction process. So you're looking at a good 2 to 3 years.
And how big is this building?
We're looking at
60 by 100? No,
Yeah.
you just said?
Something
Can't
around
get it
that, yeah.
done any faster than that?
We're going to try. But I mean, we can't really start the full design until we go through the FY27 budget process. I think we have some more design money and construction dollars in FY27's budget. This is to get us started with the concept so we can make sure all the pieces that the Sheriff's Department's looking for works together with the crime lab in association with the potential new headquarters and everything else on the property that's there now.
Which is really the purpose of this ask, so that we can move it up timeline-wise.
Correct.
Get started.
And just for the public, the new sheriff's office will be located where the current hub is now. They already have a vehicle storage lot there. They have most of their vehicle fleet there, and this building would go on that addition or that same lot as well. So.
And physically, just to orient you, what we were looking at is where that building adjacent to the hub is now, in that area right there for the crime lab.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate it. Have a great day.
You too.
You too.
We appreciate it. All right, that takes us to Office of the County Attorney 2026 post-legislative session update.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner President Ireland. here since we have Mr.
That's fine.
Using the names, Ms. McGreevy and Mr. Perry here presenting actually. For the benefit of the audience, I will read the memo. The Maryland General Assembly, MGA, is the state legislature of Maryland. The MGA meets for 90 days to create and pass laws for the state of Maryland. The law covers a wide range of issues such as education, healthcare, transportation, and the state's budget. The legislation of the MGA that becomes law supersedes local laws of every county and municipality in the state. Discussion. The Board of County Commissioners, the board, retained the lobby firm of Perry Jacobson to advocate on behalf of Calvert County and its legislative initiatives. During the 90-day legislative session, members of the firm, Jenna McGreevy and Timothy Perry, have been in Annapolis with delegates and senators to support the advancement of the county's legislative priorities. The fiscal impact, indeterminable. Ms. McGreevy and Mr. Perry are with us today to provide an in-depth presentation of the 2026 legislative session. And if you wouldn't mind, just a bit of indulgence, Ms. McGreevy and Mr. Perry were boots on the ground in Annapolis with the county legislators, but we had some individuals here in the county working internally to keep the departments apprised of what's going on in Annapolis. With staffing issues, we hired 2 temporary legislative aides, as well as our own internal staff, which assisted in that. And we have 2 of the individuals today. Nicole Harrington, who was the supervisor of these 2 legislative aides to ensure that they were kept abreast, were aware of the democracy software that we use to track internally and help the departments for some of their legislative items that they were interested in. And also Eric Valentine, who also is one of the legislative aides. We also have Eddie Williams, who is not here, and Samantha Jones, who is the county attorney's executive administrative aide. So I just wanted to acknowledge them because they were here internally really working hard on our end when we were trying to make sure everybody, in conjunction with the county administrator's office and all the departments. So thank you. And now, Ms. McGreevy and Mr. Perry.
Thank you. It's good to see you other than on the screen.
Likewise, Mr. President, it's good to see you and your colleagues. Thank you for having us. Tim Perry, I'm an attorney from Baltimore County. I appreciate the opportunity on behalf of my partner Jenna and I and our full firm to represent you all in Annapolis, as Pam said. We had I think, a successful legislative session on your behalf, which my partner will inventory. But I think a lot of the credit goes to you and the delegation for spade work that was done throughout the interim. You all traveled up at different times to have key meetings that I think put us in a position to be successful on your behalf for the legislative agenda we pursued on behalf of Calvert County. As Pam mentioned, the General Assembly adjourned April 14th from its 90-day session. During that time, they passed an operating budget. This year's operating budget is a $70 billion operating budget. As Commissioner Grasso mentioned during the last segment, we have fiscal challenges heading into the next year, legislative session 27, fiscal year 28. In addition to the challenges that you all heard with Kerwin, we're facing a $5 billion structural deficit next year, and that is going to present some challenges. Another major issue that they contemplated this session but did not move forward on was a mid-cycle redistricting, congressional redistricting. That's a national issue that was debated here as well, and the General Assembly decided not to proceed. An issue that we navigated on your behalf was the election of a new House Speaker in mid-December. It created significant change in one of the 2 chambers of the General Assembly heading into the General Assembly session. There was a new committee established in the House, and there were 5 new committee chairmen with only 2 veterans in addition to a new House Speaker. So that created a lot of change for us to navigate as we headed into an election year session. But I think in the final analysis, as Ms. McGreevy will detail, the county had a successful legislative session. And again, that's to large credit to the leadership that you all and your delegation partners brought to us as your advocates on your behalf at Annapolis.
Yeah, so quickly we can just go through. We had a pretty successful legislative package. So House Bill 1095 was the property tax credit for tobacco barns. And it was passed and signed into law by the governor last week. House Bill 1155, which allows you to enter into long-term contracts for infrastructure, was also signed into law by the governor last week. House Bill 1160, which renamed the Calvert Health Medical Center throughout your code, and then House Bill 1513, which increased your bonding authority, are both were signed by the governor about an hour ago this afternoon. And then finally, House Bill 1156, which increased the death or burial benefit for certain individuals in the county, passed and is awaiting signature, along with House Bill 1514, which did did some salary increases for some government officials. That's also waiting for signature. We expect the next bill signing to be in a couple weeks, but they should all become Maryland law pretty shortly.
So for context, there were about 2,700 pieces of legislation introduced in Annapolis, and approximately 500 of those get to the governor's desk for signature. So there's no guarantee that a bill that's introduced is going to become a Maryland law. And I think to Ms. McGreevy's comment, the salary increase legislation was one of the last bills. I think it was the exact last bill that we got through, and that didn't happen until around 11 o'clock the last night of the session. So it's a heads-up process that you have to follow all the way through to midnight on April 14th. But with that last one that got across the line, yours were among the minority number of bills introduced that did become Maryland laws.
We thank you for that help. You have questions for?
So does this conclude our business? Because this is new for me, having lobbyists for our talks up in Annapolis. I mean, is this going to be recurring every month for 12 months? Is that especially going into an election year? Or what's the thought process going forward? No disrespect to the job you're doing, just this wasn't how in the past we didn't have lobbyists. So now, is this it today, or is this continuing for future things, or what is the future?
So I'm going to turn it over to County Administrator to address that, and also touch on the fact that where's our county attorney handled this before. So go ahead.
Sure. So Linda Turner, County Administrator. So their firm is retained through the end of the fiscal year. And as you know, the legislative activities for Annapolis are ongoing throughout the year. So beginning in October, we will initiate our bill presentation. We'll present the priorities of the commissioners. So we use the summer, and we've utilized both Tim and Jenna helping us through the Annapolis process. They're up in Annapolis 24, or it seems like 24/7, but we utilize them in the absence of a county attorney. They've really been assisting us with a lot of the activities, more so than when we did have a county attorney present. So with the position vacant, they're doing a lot more for us and helping us facilitate legislative priorities of the board. And we're already talking through preparing I think there's 3 pieces of legislation, and I believe we discussed a 4th when we had our meeting the other day. So we're already preparing for next session.
I mean, I'm not discounting the quality of work or anything like that, but typically the legislative requests we send up are really not that intricate. I mean, are we going to start deep diving into more things? I mean, I've seen some things over the past that were, like, no disrespect to changing the name of the hospital, but is that all that deep that we need a firm?
So last year, we didn't get any legislation passed.
But I don't think a lobbyist firm would have made a difference.
So they helped us last summer get through that.
Yes.
Right,
issue.
but
So this
that
year we got all
issue
of it.
there wouldn't have changed a thing with the lobbyist.
And I don't know that. You know that?
Yeah, that's what it came down, was that there was a problem up at the top, right? Isn't that it was explained to us that, correct me if I'm wrong, Speaker Jones was not going to approve anything coming out of Calvert County. Is that accurate?
Mm-hmm.
And she's no longer there now, so.
Had a new speaker this year.
So, I mean, just like I say, we've never had to have a lobbyist before, so I don't know if that's where we're at now, and are we going to expand what we're using that for? I'd like to have a work session to not just just to roll over automatically in July of what are we going to use that firm for? Because if it's just going to be barring credits and changing the names on things, I don't know why we need it. But if we're going to have to dig deeper into other things and expand the role of that, then that's one thing.
And we did that this year because the housing bill, we worked through the housing bill. We worked through other bills that normally we'd miss because we're only paying attention to our own bills. So So I
Correct.
think there are other issues now, because the legislature's changed a lot in Annapolis.
I agree, they've had a complete makeover, but
Yes.
I would like to have a work session to go into the scope of what we would use the firm for, and do we find value in that going forward?
Well, Commissioner Hart, as you heard Mr. Perry state, there were 2,700 bills, and in the absence of not having a legislative team in Calvert County, they are instrumental with paying attention to what impacts to Calvert County any number of those bills could potentially have.
Oh, I understand, I mean, but we do have a few delegates and a couple senators, so I would, always in the past, the delegation would kind of be, our mouthpiece to Annapolis. So that's why, are we bypassing that?
They didn't bring the housing bill to our attention.
So that's where I'd appreciate a work session to,
That's fine. Can you
Sure.
set up a work
We'll
session,
set up a
please,
work
ma'am?
session.
to set
Absolutely.
that up going
Sure.
forward to, if that's the direction that the board goes.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, do you have any questions?
No, I just want to say thank you. I said every time we were up in Annapolis, you all were right there with us, directing us to meetings and what have you. So thank you for all your work you did this year in Annapolis.
It's our pleasure. As you know, Jenna is a lifelong born and raised member of the Calvert County community, and I worked for a previous colleague of yours who was elected here. So it's truly our honor to represent you all in Annapolis.
Thank you.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. Commissioner Grasso?
I'd just like to say thank you as well. In our meetings before, the 9 o'clock meetings were very informative. You stayed on top of all of our bills and bills that we did not put in that would impact us, like the housing bill. So I found this year to be extremely productive, and I felt very informed. Thank you.
It's
our pleasure.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hance?
Well, as I said, the legislative session's gotten changed a lot recently, and it's very important to have somebody watching out for us. And it's not just the local bills, and no disrespect to our delegation, but they have committee assignments. They're busy doing other things, and, it's just good to have. And in the past, our attorney's done this, but we don't have a county attorney today. And not all county attorneys like to do that kind of thing. He did, but, there's a gap there, and we believe we get value. I think 2 of our bills almost got dropped through the cracks on sine die. If it hadn't been for the 2 of you, they wouldn't have gotten passed. So there is benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you. You provided us updates every Tuesday morning in between the phone calls, and you let us know where bills were and the issues with bills. And we greatly appreciate you doing that, and we greatly appreciate the relationship that we've been able to have with you guys.
It's mutual, and I think in addition to the regular meetings, we probably drove Ms. Turner's cell phone bill up a little bit high and staying in contact with her off the record too. So
Correct.
thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You
Thank
too.
you.
Next item on old business, Department of Economic Development, Maryland 250, once in a generation grant budget amendment and Solomon's Business Association memorandum of understanding. Ms. Oberg.
Good morning, Commissioners. Julie Oberg, Director of Economic Development. In the interest of time, I'm also happy to forego reading the memo and just summarize if you like.
Oh, that's fine.
Okay, very good. So in January of this year, the board approved staff to be able to submit for a grant on behalf of the Solomon's Business Association for the Maryland 250 celebration. So we did that, and we were awarded a Maryland 250 once-in-a-generation grant for $15,000 for the Solomon's fireworks. So this will be a pass-through to the Solomon's Business Association. It will help to offset the cost of the fireworks, which are expected to be $60,000 this year. So the request is that the Board of Commissioners review and approve the budget amendment, BA 2026-00785, and then authorize the Board President to sign the beneficiary agreement with the Maryland 250 Commission on behalf of the Board, and then also authorize the Board President to sign the MOU between the county and the Solomon's Business Association on behalf of the Board. Any questions for me?
So in addition to the fireworks, do they have any other special events that week for 4th of July down there? Do you know of any other
Oh,
plans?
goodness. There are so many events that are happening for America 250, Calvert 250 here in Calvert County. There's 75-plus events, and you can access all of those on our website, and we're continuing to add more.
Where on the website would somebody go?
Go to visit calvert.com.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
All All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Need a motion?
Oh, you need, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Mr. President, staff requests the Board of County Commissioners review and if appropriate approve and adopt BA 2026-00785 and authorize the Board President to sign the beneficiary agreement with the Maryland 250 Commission on behalf of the Board. Staff further requests the Board of County Commissioners authorize the Board President to sign the MOU between the county and Solomon's Business Association on behalf of the Board.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Cox's motion reference the 250th. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Try
Thank
it
you,
again.
Commissioners.
Item number 3, Department of Parks and Recreation, Marley Run Recreation Area Buffer Amendment Resolution. Mr. Brandon? Ms. Stillwagon? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I almost said morning, but it is good afternoon. Amanda Stillwagon, Park and Safety Division Chief, Parks and Recreation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Bob Branham, Director of Parks and Recreation. In the interest of time, I can forego reading the full memo, but I do feel compelled to correct a portion of it. I think it would be good for the public to hear. You're aware, but they may not be. We are required to upload all documents for the agenda by a certain timeline. So the memo was correct at the time of writing, but I'd like to at least read the last paragraph of the discussion so that we can make that awareness to you and the public. The last section of discussion says, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended the adjustment at its February 18th, 2026 work session, and a public hearing was held by the Board of County Commissioners on April 14th, 2026 on the matter. That is correct. The memo needs to be corrected after. It stated that no comments were received, and that was true at the time of the writing of the memo. Since then, I wanted to be sure that I shared with you and the public that we've received several emails, and a few of those have requested to be recorded for public comment. So again, at the time of the writing, that was accurate, but since then, we've received some comment and emails, so I wanted to make sure that we were above board with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. So the public hearing was specifically to address the 100-foot buffer at Marley. So we are now here to answer any questions or concerns and see how you'd like to proceed closing the record.
What are the 2 comments?
We received numerous emails. Most of them did not stem directly from the buffer. They went into further communications. There were concerns about stormwater management, effect or influence on the ponds in the neighborhood, budget for it. There was some misnomer about information about some of the structures, facilities. I can give you details on that if you'd like. But they did have concerns over basically the overall project, not just about softening or a reduction in the buffer.
So the impacts from the stormwater, are they legit?
So J.R. Cosgrove's here with me, and Amanda's been involved in this project, but we do have in the plan to address stormwater management. Our desire is to mitigate the erosion and any influence to other structures. Amanda, if you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, the main goal and scope of work for this particular project was to mitigate stormwater on site, which is currently not occurring. We do have a couple of existing storm drains. We have rip-rap ditches, but they're failing. And so the point of this project was to, like we always talk about, let's fix what we have. So we were going in and paving the parking lot and putting in curb and gutter so we could get that water into a storm drain and off-site. And we would mitigate with stormwater management devices because currently we don't have many on site at all. So the point of this was to keep all stormwater and mitigate it on the Marley Run property so that we're not running off into neighboring properties. And then in addition to that, as you know, we were looking to regrade the ball fields and make ADA compliance to the restroom building and hopefully to Field 1.
So Amanda, we don't currently have a site plan on this, correct?
We haven't gotten that far. We're
Just-
only at conceptual.
Just on conceptual.
So we couldn't move forward with doing the plans for paving the parking lot until we got direction on how to address the buffer. We recommended a removal of the buffer and keeping the 35-foot setback, but, you know, we could reduce it to a 60-foot buffer. We could reduce it to a 35. We just need room to get in there. I mean, we're currently encroached in the buffer. The gravel parking lot is in the buffer. It's gravel. So if we want to pave it, and, you know, that's gonna require us to get in there and do some grading to, you know, build the parking lot out and put in curb and gutter, we have to work within that 100-foot buffer. And when it was put in place back in 1989 in the transfer resolution, it had stated that there was a 100-foot no-cut, no-clear buffer that was to be planted. It's not planted currently. There's a handful of trees. I don't know if over the years, I don't know if when it was originally put in, if it was fully planted. Since I've been here at the county, it's not been. We had a handful of trees, like I said, but it wasn't a, you know, a full forested planting.
So there's also, let me elaborate on a part of that. With the concept, oftentimes things are recommended or suggested for consideration. As an example, there was mention of adding a maintenance building below the current concession stand, below grade, in essence making it a 2-story building. We've even heard some suggest that there was an elevator included. Parks and Recreation did not request that and has never approved or authorized that. We've had no interest in pursuing that. So it's never been a part of the plan per Parks and Recreation. It's also been suggested that lights should be added. Parks and Recreation has not advocated nor supported that from its inception either. So I just wanted to make sure we made that clear as well.
I think we need to put a pause. There's a lot of residential concerns.
Yes, sir.
And I think before we start moving any dirt, any parking lots, let's get that straight first, because, you know, Commissioner Nutter used to say something to me years ago. He'd say, you know, you do something over here, but you mess something up over there. So even sometimes the best intentions, I think we're gonna need to meet with those residents. It's their area.
Yes, sir.
It's their homes. Let's make sure, you know, I've said this from the get-go, let's get it right first.
Understood.
So, I'd like to pause on this. I know we're at the old business part, but,
You need a site plan for that?
So can I just add that we cannot fully, properly develop it without addressing the berm. That was why the berm portion comes first. We have to understand if we are going to be able to encroach in that 100-foot buffer to then fully develop the site plan as it stands, as it looks now. That's why this was to be addressed first. All that being said, I understand the concerns, and I do agree with you. Obviously, we have care and concern for not only our residents and guests, but the users of the facility. And we're happy to accommodate any type of meeting or town hall. It's not unprecedented for Parks and Recreation.
I think we probably need to go out to the residents' place, physically on the property, you know, and get their concerns, because.
But you gotta get a site plan first, right, so you know what you're presenting to
Well, we need to know
neighbors?
what they want first, too. I mean, if,
Sure.
Well, if I might say.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know that if we need a pause. I think what we need to take into consideration is there are numerous concerns within the community. So let's bring the community in. Let's bring the HOA in. Let's work hand in hand with them with their concerns. So whether people's fears are valid or not, they're our constituents, and any concerns they have, we have to take seriously, sit down, listen with them, listen to them. If we have a solution to their concerns, explain it to them so we're not just all over the place. So
Yes, ma'am, understood.
yeah,
And I can tell you.
And I mean, we had the work session and, you know, it made sense to me, but now we have input from the concerned citizens.
Sure. So I did provide to those citizens that did send emails. I can also correct the record on that. I did not receive any directly. They misdirected them to other areas of county government. When they were forwarded to me, I did respond. And yesterday, I sent an email to all that inquired, giving an overview of what our intentions from Parks and Recreation. So I can't speak to the specifics of the design of the stormwater management, things of that nature, because we're not there. We don't have that. But I did give them the intent, which is basically we want to address the facility to make sure that it can withstand any erosion or flooding. It's safe for people to play on. It mitigates the erosion from the back. I gave an overview of the intent from Parks and Recreation. But we certainly would inquire from the experts, such as Director Cosgrove and some of the engineers, so that we can answer as thoroughly the technical questions of the project, but we did provide an overview of the idea of what the intent from Parks and Recreation would be.
And maybe we could work directly with the HOA, and then that
Yes, ma'am.
way you wouldn't have 87 or
Sure.
more different opinions or misinformation, or even good ideas that we can take and run with. So maybe if we get in touch with the HOA, have a relationship with them and go forward.
Understood. I think
that'd
we
be
now
good.
have some contacts for the
That's
HOA as
good.
well.
That's good.
And again, it's not unprecedented. We've done that in Breezy with the HOA and the concerned citizens in that area. We've done it for program user groups, so we're happy to do that. If that's your direction, we'll certainly move forward that
I
way.
agree with Commissioner Grasso.
I don't know
That's
what that means for closing out the public hearing, however. I'm deferring to Pam.
With respect to that, the options are to approve,
Yeah,
deny,
yeah.
or move forward with another proposed measure. So,
Mr. President, I got a motion, please.
Go ahead.
I make a motion that Board of County Commissioners close the record on the resolution of Marley Run Recreation Area Buffer amended, and to place a hold on the project till further information can be gathered and presented to the BOCC.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to Commissioner Cox's motion to place a hold on it and close the record.
Close the record.
Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah, I just want clarification. So we're closing out an open motion, but we're implementing a pause till we can get with the HOA. So if we left it open for 2 more weeks for more public comment, would that, I mean, do we have that
I
option?
just want to put a hold on the project, please.
Well, I don't want to go forward, but leaving it open keeps it from, going forward.
you can have that, you have that option to leave it open to obtain additional comments with respect to the project.
Yeah, I think if we could leave it open for a couple more weeks, and let's get with the HOA, let's get their comments, let's get it all in there, and then,
So my motion is to bring it all back together with a site plan to HOA and everybody. So that's why I just want to close the record out on the buffer. This is pertaining only to the buffer, correct? Madam Attorney?
That would be
The public hearing is to specifically address the resolution
Right.
about the 100-foot buffer and
Right,
maintaining
correct.
the 35-foot
So
setback.
I just want to, let's just
but that
just
would-
close
that
the
go
record
forward
on
with the
that.
buffer then.
Well, sir,
So-
could I ask a question?
I think we have the same question.
Okay.
Go ahead,
yeah.
Amanda.
My question would be this. Since we have not moved forward with a site plan, how would you like us to progress with the site plan if we don't get a direction as to how to handle the buffer?
With and without,
Correct.
that was the direction we needed, which obviously comes with a price tag.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just for transparency.
Well, I don't
Yep.
know
But we
that
can do
we're
that.
gonna know till we get with the HOA, though, I think is, they're gonna help with direction. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
and I
Sure,
understand.
I can't.
But sometimes you get started, and now it's dictated a certain way to go. So I think till we get with the HOA, and I think I understand what we're trying to do, but I think leaving this record open for 2 more, or at least 2 more weeks, let's get with the HOA. I mean, we're not harming anything if we just pause it for 2 weeks. And then let's get with the HOA, let's get a plan with them, and then we can go forward. I don't know why we have to rush to close it. I don't know of a legality, County Attorney, on that. I mean, is there any legality why we couldn't leave it open another 2 weeks?
It's entirely up to the board, you certainly could.
Okay.
And I don't see any harm or foul to keeping it open for a couple of weeks and ironing out a few things with the HOA and then moving forward and a partnership.
Certainly. And we understand time is of the essence, so we'll work with the HOA. We're used to doing this in Parks and Recreation as well. We could actually offer multiple time slots. We understand that schedules are different. Staff will make themselves available, at least I will, for sure, for any and all meetings with them. And we could certainly give you updates and then report back as you direct. But again, that's going to be at the discretion of the board to
So
provide
you're
our
going to coordinate meetings
direction.
with the HOA?
If that is the direction of the,
Set it up.
So,
You need a motion for that, County Attorney?
Well, we still have a motion on the
Right,
floor.
right.
Yeah, slow down.
So that needs to,
okay, so let me resend my motion, okay?
I'll rescind my second.
or withdraw.
Withdraw it, and I'm going to make a new motion. The Board of County Commissioners would like to keep the record open for the Marley Run Recreation Area Buffer Amendment and place a hold on the project till further information can be gathered and presented to all parties involved.
And Commissioner Cox, was that hold a record open for 2 weeks as proposed, or just hold?
We're not going to have a site plan in 2 weeks,
Okay,
and that's
so-
why I wanted to close the motion. We're not going to have anything within 2 weeks, so that's why I just wanted to close it out, start afresh with all parties involved. So that's why I wanted to close the
Do you
motion
need a
out.
time limit, County Attorney?
I think the time limit would be preferable, would be advised in this situation.
What,
30
JR,
days.
30 days, 45 days?
You're not going to have a site plan.
Jared Cosgrove, Director of Public Works. Have a couple thoughts on this. As the Director of Parks and Rec has mentioned, it is for the buffer itself. I'm fine with everything you're talking. I agree with the Director of Parks and Rec as far as sitting down with the homeowner association, going over their concerns and all, as far as the layout of the park. As on the civil side is trying to figure out what to lay out, the buffer exists today. And we cannot encroach on that buffer. Where the buffer currently is affecting the existing parking because we've already encroached into that buffer that we're not allowed to encroach in. So if we're gonna develop a site plan to not encroach on that buffer, we're gonna remove parking spaces because we're currently in that, along with the 2 maintenance sheds that they have there. Now, we can develop a site plan and go down that path. We can meet with the HOA, see their concerns. We can look at what we currently have now with reducing the setback. It's not gonna affect the park layout. We can still sit down with the homeowners association. We can still go over their stormwater concerns. We have our own stormwater concerns on this site that hopefully address theirs at the same time. As far as us doing a site plan, you're probably looking at it, it'd be a push for 30 days,
45?
especially if we bring in a consultant to do it. I can try to get some of my staff to do some rough conceptual drawings, which would help speed it up. So we can move that path down. And we can look at both options with not reducing the setback and reducing the setback. But you know, if we don't reduce that setback, I don't think we'll be happy with the results of the park.
So what would be the major issue with changing that setback?
Well, the setback is
I mean, the way I see it, it's a hill.
It's a large berm between Cox Road and the parking lot of the facility.
Okay.
I don't know why that was required back in the early 90s.
Okay.
However, I mean, you could view it as maybe a different, setting a buffer up from Cox Road as far as maybe lights from the vehicles, because I know that's a lot of a concern with some of our buffers we require, or landscaping and parking lots to try to keep, car lights from, affecting the neighboring properties. We could still have some, I mean, our plan still shows a berm there, just not as tall, because part of the issue they have with the berm now is the height and the side slopes. It's difficult to maintain, mowing grass over time. And if you drive by there, you can see the issues they have. It's starting to erode because the mowers are sliding down the hills. It's difficult to maintain. There would still be a berm there, it just wouldn't be as tall. And the peak of the berm would be closer to the road to give us the ability to expand the parking lot out, or I say expand the parking lot, almost keep the parking lot as is. Because right now it is in the buffer. That, to me, in my mind, as a site layout, is almost a separate concern from what we're hearing from the HOA. I think we can reduce the buffer and still go forward with sitting down with the HOA, having a town hall meeting, getting their concerns and working with them as more of a partnership with them on how we improve the park and better handle stormwater management, and still move forward with reducing the setback as currently requested by the public hearing.
All right, so this has been 2 or 3 years that this has been kicked down the road.
It's actually started in 2021 where we
Correct.
removed trees and seeded on the back slope, and CIP was entered in 2022.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So when you drive along there now, I see, number one, I see a safety issue every time I see those guys cutting grass with the ruts that are on the Cox Road side of that berm. 2 weeks ago, when was this? Public record, or when was the public hearing? What was the date of it?
It was April the 14th, yes.
Okay, so we voted at that point in time only to change that buffer. So if we change that buffer from what JR just said now, it gives them the opportunity to put together one plan. Then they could take that one plan and confer with the HOA or do whatever needs to be done on that end of things, rather than try to put together two plans. If we do this, then it's this, or if we do that, then it's that.
But if you change that buffer and it interrupts something in that HOA, you can't go back and fix it. That's what I'm saying, where you put the pause in, get it straight with the HOA, and then do it right the one time. I mean, I understand the urgency on this, but it has been, what, 4 years, 5 years?
Yes, sir.
I mean, 45 days to get with the HOA, make sure everybody's on the same place, and then go forward. It's gonna be a whole lot easier than go ahead and make this disruption. If we're wrong, if it's not in the right place, and now we're with now we gotta fix it type thing. Let's just, 45 days to me is not the end of the world when it's already been 4 years or 5 years.
Yeah, but are we doubling your work, JR? That's my question to you.
I have to do 2 site plans to show if the buffer changes or if the buffer stays, yes, I'm doing twice the work, twice the cost.
And that's what I'm getting at. That's staff time.
Because I'm doing 2
Yeah, but
site
they're gonna live
plans.
with it forever.
They're not. They're gonna put it together and then present it and make sure that there's no issues. Nothing's being done. Nothing's being moved. There's no shovel in the ground. There's no dirt. There's no nothing.
But shouldn't he wait on doing a site plan until he gets with the people?
Well,
That's
if
what
there's
I
no
think.
plan, how are they gonna be presented as to what the plan, or what actually is being forecasted to be done? There's
Well,
no plan there.
let them go out and get their concerns, and if his site plan is fine with them and there's no concerns, then you just move on, because you already have one ready to go.
How about I make a
No, sir.
suggestion? I got a suggestion. How about we put a hold, pause, whatever you want to call it, for say 2 or 3 weeks. Let us sit down with the HOA and go over the 20% conceptual plan I already have, that I've already provided to the HOA and the PIA last week.
Yes.
Let us sit down and go
Yes.
over that before we do any additional design work. And I
That's-
hear their concerns based on what we currently have sketched up.
Yeah.
And
That's
that'll
it.
allow us to get their feedback.
Mhm.
And if need be, we can come back to you maybe beginning of May 12th meeting and come back and say, we sat down with the HOA, here's their concerns, here's our thoughts on how we can address that. And if it does or doesn't affect the setback, we can then either move forward with closing the hearing or not.
Okay.
JR, what you said is exactly what Mike and I were trying to get at.
Yes.
So, Madam Attorney,
Definitely.
I'll keep my same motion, just extend it to 60 days. And that way we can come back, we'll have time enough to do the amendment if we do need to through your all's talks.
Is that motion consistent with what JR just said, though?
Yes.
Could we just read it off again, just to
Yes,
make sure we're
please,
clear?
because I'm not clear.
Okay, the Board of County Commissioners would like to leave the record open on resolution on Marley Run Recreational Area Buffer Amendment and to place a hold on the project for 60 days till further information can be gathered with all parties and brought back to the BOCC. And that
Second.
way, if you need the
Commissioner Grasso made it easy. Second? There you go.
So I have a motion and a second to Commissioner Cox's motion. Is there any further discussion on it? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Can I ask one
Thank
question
you.
for
Go ahead, sir.
clarity from the county attorney? So when we place this memo back on the next agenda, we will not only propose to offer the site plan to the BOCC, but also officially close the record at that time, correct?
We'll close the record at that time because currently the record is still open.
Right.
based on the motion.
Correct.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
all.
you.
All right. That takes us to Department of Community Resources, budget adjustment for the Strategic Demolition Fund grant. Ms. Moreland,
Good afternoon.
how are you?
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jennifer Moreland, Director of Community Resources. I'm just going to read through this memo real quick. Background, Safe Harbor, the county-owned domestic violence shelter, regularly exceeds capacity, and one of the biggest barriers for victims is finding affordable housing. The site plan submitted to the Department of Planning and Zoning in 1996 included an expansion of the Resource Center and 6 transitional housing units. Last year, the Department of Community Resources applied for a Strategic Demolition Fund grant to support a revised site plan. Discussion. Calvert County government recently received the grant agreement for the fiscal 2026 Strategic Demolition Fund Award totaling $300,000 from the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. The funding will be contracted to a vendor to complete site development for the property. Future development of the Transitional Housing and Resource Center will be managed by Calvert Safe Housing Network, Inc., the nonprofit that oversees the Safe Harbor Shelter. Fiscal impact, budget adjustment BA 2026-000779 allocates $300,000 in revenue to be received from the grant and anticipated expenditures. Conclusion recommendation, the department requests the Board of County Commissioners close the record and adopt and enact the resolution approving budget adjustment BA 2026-000779. Department also requests that the Board of County Commissioners authorize the board president to sign the grant agreement with the Department of Housing and Community Development. We did not receive any additional comment while the record was open, so just wanted to make sure that that was on the record. And I will say we continue to get requests weekly basis, monthly basis for these cases for housing. So I just had one several days ago. So it does persist as a problem. And they have to compete with housing on the by name list, which is the list for homeless residents. So they do get some prioritization, but this is just, when we get these cases in, it just underscores the need to do this, and I just feel so glad that we're moving forward with this project. We just closed out the 3 strategic revitalization grants from DHCD 2022, 23, and 24. Those have been closed. This has been a great program for us to address housing that basically was, areas that are underutilized, and move forward with projects like this. So I'm just grateful to have, that we're going to have this funding to get this project started.
I'm just thankful you're there. I was singing your praises yesterday to somebody. They're going to contact me today that I'm going to get them with you. I'm like, you don't understand, the woman's an angel. So, thank you, Jan.
Yeah, it's good work. I'm very lucky to have this job and be doing the thing that I really want to do in this life.
Well, when you see the people that you've helped, and now they're having a normal life, and trying to get, you know what I mean?
Housing means a lot.
And how many years they lived under that pressure.
Yep.
It's heartbreaking.
Yep.
So I'm just thankful. I told him you were born to do that job.
I really feel grateful for this job.
I think
Not everyone can say they love coming to work every day, right?
I think more than anything, you have a heart for the job.
I do. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Jen.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yep.
Mr. President, I make a motion.
Go ahead.
Board of County Commissioners closes record and adopt and enact a resolution approving budget adjustment BA 2026-000779. The department also requests the Board of County Commissioners authorize the board president to sign the grant agreement with the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second for BA 2026-000779. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Jen.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Jen.
When are they going to get started?
I know. Well, hopefully the site plan will happen pretty fast once we get this agreement going. And yeah, I'll be working closely with JR. Just another project, JR.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Takes us to item number 5, Department of Finance and Budget fiscal year 2027 staff recommended operating and capital budget. Close of record. Melina and Mary.
Good afternoon.
So I guarantee you, your memo is going to be covered in your
Well,
in your presentation. So go
That's
right
right,
ahead.
that's right. Good afternoon. First, we have old business to close the record. Melina Brookshire, CFO for Calvert County. We have the old business to close the record for the staff recommended budget. I'll just briefly summarize. We had the public hearing on Tuesday, March 24th, and the required public comment period has ended. 9 public comments were received during the hearing, and 51 written comments were submitted. All comments were reviewed and considered by the Department of Finance and Budget. As the budget moves into the second phase of the annual cycle, the Commissioner's budget, which we'll present today, We will work closely with the board to maintain a balanced budget. We request that the Board of County Commissioners review public comments received during the 10-day public comment period and close the record.
Mr. President, I make a motion that the Board of County Commissioners review public comments received during the 10-day public comment period and close the record.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second for the Board of Commissioners to review public comments received during the 10-day public comment period and close the record. Is there any discussion on that?
So this is still an open budget. We're just closing public comment.
Correct. Correct, Madam Attorney?
You're closing the record for the staff recommended
Right.
operating capital budget.
So then we'll start on
And
ours.
then we're going to
Yes.
go into our presentation.
Commissioner's
Yeah.
budget.
Okay, so this is just gonna be just
Staff.
their recommendation.
The staff
Ju-
recommended.
Yes.
Just clarifying. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
What was the bulk of the comments you received, if you can generalize them?
The written comment, Mary Andes, Deputy Director of Budget, all library. All 51 written comments were related to the library.
Give them more money.
Yes, sir.
I saw those. Thank you.
All right.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, is that it on discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we can get into your presentation.
Yeah.
That takes us to work session, Department of Finance and Budget, fiscal year 2027, Commissioners' recommended budget overview.
Thank you. You want to go ahead and?
In the interest of time, I'm going to summarize the memo since we do have a large presentation, if that's okay with you. The public hearing, this is just a work session to show you, we've taken your priorities, we've incorporated those, and this is what we're coming back with so that we can get further direction from the board. That public hearing will be held on May 12th in the evening at 7 o'clock. We will also have another work session on May 12th to talk about, during the typical 10 o'clock meeting, to talk about the enterprise funds, special revenue funds, those items. This is just operating fund for today.
And did we get anything back from Davenport on that yet?
On which items,
For the
sir?
when we were ready for the CIP discussion?
For May 12th, sir?
Yeah.
When we discuss the CIP, yes, we can address that then.
Okay, good. So we'll have all that in front of us?
We will have additional information for you, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, we're just super focused on.
No, I get it, yeah.
The
Just,
operating
yeah,
budget today.
Yeah. Just
Great.
All right, wonderful. So we, as Mary said, we're going to present the operating side of the Commissioner's recommended budget. This does reflect a balanced budget and the cost of maintaining our core services to our residents. It also reflects policy choices made by the board that are consistent with your priorities and a clear and transparent separation of ongoing operating needs from non-operating one-time items. To keep the discussion organized, we will walk through the presentation in 3 parts. First, I will frame the budget at a high level so that we are all using the same lens when we look at the numbers. Second, I will tie those numbers to what the budget delivers for residents: strong schools, public safety and EMS, service continuity, and capital and long-term support. And then finally, Mary Andes, our Deputy Director for Budget, will walk through the general fund revenue and expenditure in detail. This order is important to highlight the outcome-driven nature of this budget, what it supports, and how it reflects the priorities and responsibilities of our county government. So the next slide here reminds us that the FY27 budget was delivered over a multi-month process, not simply by adding up what departments asked for, and I know that was a question. We started back in December by launching the adaptive budget tool, and we trained staff across the county government to use it. Then in October and November, the departments worked through their operating and capital needs, submitted requests, and met with the budget team as we built the revenue picture and started assessing those requests. What was different this year was how hands-on and collaborative the review process was. For the first time, the budget team sat down face-to-face with every department to talk through requests, challenge assumptions, and make sure we are all working from the same understanding of priorities. We also gave departments clear guidance on operating, staffing, and capital requests, with the expectation that all requests be well justified. And our team used actual spending trends from prior years to compare those requests against the real operating experience. So departments were not just starting with last year's budget and building up from there. Every dollar had to be explained, whether it was an operational need, a staffing request, or a capital item. Then in December and January, the county administrator, along with me and the budget team, worked through those initiatives, staffing, salary and benefit calculations, and the final adjustments needed to bring everything into balance. So this slide shows that the staff recommended budget amounts that we presented previously were the product of multiple rounds of review, analysis, and refinement. And they were built carefully in to support essential services, staying grounded in real data, and give the commissioners a strong starting point for this phase of the budget that we'll walk through today. So I'll take a moment to explain why the budget picture moved between the staff recommended budget and this commissioner's budget. The first point is that in March was built on the best information available at that time. And those assumptions were conservative. That is the correct way to build an initial budget when final spring data has not yet come in. So then in late March and now the revenue picture has become clearer. We revised the State Department of Assessments and Taxation data. We updated tax credit information, spring receipts, and we updated service fee assumptions, refined with the revenue outlook. So that improved information was very important because it allowed us to replace some initial earlier assumptions with data that was more current and more reliable. Finally, this budget reflects your decisions. These choices focus on education, compensation, and targeted service support. In summary, these numbers became sharper as better information came in, and we made policy decisions about where the added dollars should go to best benefit the community. So this slide provides a view of the budget guardrails that we operate within to remain reasonable, modest operating revenue. Operating costs are anchored in operating revenue. Prior year fund balance is tied to capital and pay-go support and not used to grow routine operations. One-time or restricted resources are separated from the operating base so that you in the public can see the difference between the cost of running government day-to-day and the use of non-operating tools for very specific purposes. We are transparent about the total budget while being equally transparent about what portion of that total represents ongoing operations and what portion represents non-operating support, transfers, capital pay-go, or other restricted uses. Mary will get into the details of this later in the presentation. This budget reflects funding.
You better return the call.
Could be important.
Yeah, we got a couple minutes, right? We're on schedule?
Yeah, a little bit.
Just a little. This budget reflects funding tied to services our community actually sees and depends on. And the added dollars are concentrated in visible community priorities. So first, strong schools remain the single largest commitment in the budget. Education rises about $6.75 million over fiscal year 2026, and that reflects a clear board choice to continue supporting the school system and the broader educational commitment of the county. Second, public safety and EMS remain central service priorities. Sheriff, detention, fire, EMS, and related safety functions continue to carry significant cost pressure because they are labor intensive and they are essential. Third, the budget supports service continuity. Compensation, technology, facilities, and infrastructure, they matter because they were what allow the county to retain qualified, dedicated staff, keep our systems functioning, and avoid service erosion. And finally, transfers and pay-go provide capital long-term support. So if anyone asks what this budget delivers, the answer is here on this slide. Schools, safety, continuity of service, and responsible long-term support. I'll now turn to Mary Andes to provide a fuller, more detailed discussion of our revenues and expenditures.
There's quite a few slides here. If there's any that you need me to go into more detail, please let me know. But, in the interest of time, I'll try to move through them quickly. As Melina mentioned, revenue is divided into operating and non-operating categories because each behaves differently. Each one is not interpreted in the same way. We look at it, this is what the actuals are trending, this is what, information we're getting from the state, and we interpret that and we refine those details. Some reflect ongoing county activities, some are more volatile, some are driven by timing, and some are tied to one-time reimbursable or restricted uses. The key point, again, is the variances across categories are largely driven by timing issues, program changes, and conservative budgeting practices. That means a simple year-over-year visual could be misleading. You see the 420 number, it's misleading. You wonder where did all these dollars come from? And so that's what we're going to walk through step by step. As this slide shows, it brings the full revenue story into view. It shows the relationship between budget and actuals over recent years, and then place the total 27 budget in context. The 27 commissioner's budget total is roughly $420.5 million. It includes non-operating elements such as revenues, transfers, prior year fund balance that are tied to specific purposes. The first item is operating revenue, licenses, and permits. So this is a conservative one. Actuals have consistently trailed budget. In order to combat that, for FY27, we did lower that. You'll notice that the FY26 actuals are considerably lower than they were in previous years. Of course, we still have a quarter to go. But it's beer, wine, and liquor licenses that we are not receiving the same level that we have in previous years. So we've lowered that estimate so that we're not accounting for something that we're not going to receive. For charges and services, so this category has generally outperformed budget, especially in 24 and 25. The major change in FY27 was the addition of the EMS cost recovery program. In FY26, we only budgeted $1.2 million for that. And then we spent it out because, then we dispersed that allotment to the departments. This year, we are accounting for the full $3.5 million, which is what we're anticipating that we will receive. But that $3.5 million is then, again, transferred back out on the expense line. So while it does show here as an increase, considerable increase from FY26, again, it's being expensed right back out. Fines, fees, and forfeitures. This is a clear example of impact of historical volatility. Budgeting here has been intentionally conservative because collections can move significantly from one year to the next. The spike in FY24 actuals were largely driven by a grant coordinator administrative fee. That's helpful in context because it tells us not to treat that one-year performance as the new normal. When a category can move that sharply, the responsible choice is to budget cautiously. The county is doing exactly what it should do with volatile revenues here. Recognize the history, but don't overstate what we may get going forward. For miscellaneous revenue, again, you need some context in order to read that. In FY24, we received $9.7 million, but that was due to bond interest income that should not have been recorded in the operating fund. So in FY25, that was removed. It was moved to the capital projects fund because that interest income needs to be spent on capital projects. So again, then you see the sharp decline in FY25. In FY26, we're stabilizing, but the FY27 budget is still equal with FY25 because again, we don't want to count interest that we're not going to receive. A large in FY24 is because we had the bond sale in FY23. We had that large amount sitting in the money market. There was a large amount to account for. We're not going to have that in 27. The next one's tax revenue. Everyone loves to talk about tax revenue. So while this is one of our largest buckets, the projections have been recalibrated using SDAT data that was not received until late March. So that was not available when we presented the staff recommended budget. Didn't have a lot of a change, but we did revise our estimates to show this to you. Also, in FY26, we did not appropriately account for credits. The Treasurer's Office has done an amazing job of making sure that the residents know what credits are available, and they're using them, and that's wonderful news. So we've accounted for that for FY27. This next slide talks about property tax in general. In FY24, it was budgeted extremely low, but as you can see, our receipts came in quite higher. In FY25, the budget estimate was a little too high, so we recalibrated in FY26. Again, as I mentioned, in FY26, the County Treasurer's Office did an amazing job of letting people know about credits, so our actuals came in a little bit lower than what we were anticipating. We've recalibrated that for FY27, and we feel solid the way it is now.
Are you seeing the trends starting to get a little more consistent? You know, COVID spiked it so big. You used to see a 3 to 4%. What are you seeing now?
For overall revenue for Calvert County?
Overall property tax.
Property tax, that's a great question. I mean, that's hard to say. You know, I mean, with the way the assessments go.
I know, because the SDATs were insane.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm wondering when we're going to get back to reality.
Understood. So when we prepare the estimates, we take the, whatever District 1 is valued at today, and then we compare that to what it was valued at the last time we had an assessment. We can only account for one-third of that growth in our estimate. So every time we get an estimate, we refine. So it's kind of hard for me to say an exact percentage because
could you
it's.
get me the last 3 years, the percentage, just to kind of
Absolutely.
see? I'm just without looking at it, I'm sure there's an abnormal spike.
Right. In the budget book, we do have the assessable tax base listed for every year. So that's a good tool if someone wanted to use that. But I can absolutely get you additional information for that.
Thank you.
And we do make sure that uncertainty is built in, right? So we do estimate very cautiously here, even though it's a big bucket.
Well, you used to be able to kind of look at a year income and know what your income tax, your property tax, you could kind of, and you could go conservative and kind of know where you were.
Mm-hmm.
But,
it's difficult.
Yeah.
Understood.
I mean, minimum wage has jumped up. The SDATs are crazy. So I'm just wondering if we're starting to see
a level out
to where we can get back to maybe a little bit closer projection.
Understood. Yeah, we can definitely get you additional information. And definitely, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Steve McGibbon, Deputy County Administrator. I think the COVID impact will be more pertinent to your income tax line item than it is your SDAT line item, because your SDAT line item is dealing with real property and your personal property. So the COVID spikes, they were giving out money to folks. So that was
absolutely.
affecting that created more volatility in your income tax line item.
I think we went from 97 to 114 in 1 year, which is unheard of. But because like you said, they were just doling it out. It was the Wild Wild West. So I just wonder if we're starting to get back to something a little more predictable.
Right. So yes, there was a lot of volatility in your income tax revenue projections, and it's not unique to our jurisdiction, of course. A lot of our peer groups have been struggling how to plan for or budget for income taxes because that revenue line item has been all over the place. So we do not expect it to continue in perpetuity. We expect it to level out, and then in our conversations with our financial peers, professionals, we've been trying to just predict the way forward and do some state reconciliation methodology, change that so that we can have a more something that we can plan for and use for budgeting purposes.
Awesome.
Just some additional facts on property tax. In FY 2010, the Calvert County's rate was 0.892. In FY 2017, it was increased to 0.952. Beginning in 2019, the board reduced that rate incrementally to 0.927. In FY 25, it was increased to 0.967. This represents about a 7.5 cent increase over the last 15 years. As Stephen mentioned, income tax has been volatile. You know, we've had a, and you know, our and as he mentioned, our financial, you know, Calvert, I'm sorry, St. Mary's, Charles, they're all saying the same thing. You know, and they're all counseling their boards and councils. Let's be cautious. Let's let this level out. Let's see what's going on. So for income tax, we have only included a 1% increase from FY25's receipts. Because we want to be sure.
Okay.
We want to be
Okay.
sure. We don't want to, you know,
Okay.
do a standard 3% escalator off last
I'm
year's
just trying to
budget.
get your logic. I used to have a good feel, so
Yeah.
I just, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a 1% increase over FY25 receipts. I mean, we're trying to be conservative.
Okay.
It could come in, you know, 10% over,
Sure,
and then
but
we're
that's
like, oh,
okay.
wow,
That's
you
okay,
know.
yeah.
But I'd hate to say it's going to be 10% over, and then
No,
it's
no, no,
not.
no, we don't wanna do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
So.
Yeah, but when you look at this chart,
sorry.
24 and 25, then there's a big drop in 26.
We still, this is actuals as of today.
Yeah.
We still will receive 2 more receipts.
Oh, wait, for 26? So
Yes.
That's not actual.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm actual again, as of today.
Today.
The snapshot
Gotcha.
of today. Yeah, all of these slides, I'm sorry, we should have prefaced that. All of these slides, when it says FY26, that's as it was, I'm sorry, as of Friday, not today, Friday. But it just gives us a guide.
So you
Where
talk
we're
about
going.
income tax. So that rolling account, you just want to explain that one more time for the people listening so that
The-
it will sink in?
I'm sorry.
The income tax.
Oh, how they come in?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The 4 payments. We receive 4 payments. The first one does not arrive until late November. The second one doesn't arrive until late February. Again, by that time, late February, we've already prepared the staff recommended budget. We've already had the estimates. So at that point, it's a little too late. But we do refine that to come back to the board for the commissioner's budget. But again, we're still being cautious. 1% over FY25 is really where we should stay.
Thank you.
And thank you for asking that, Commissioner Cox. Right, one of the earlier slides where we show, you know,
Yes,
the
yes.
stair step of the changes.
Yes.
We refine as the information comes in. So to your point, it's really helpful as we're seeing numbers today as compared to a couple of months ago. Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely. So now we move into non-operating revenue. This is revenue that, you know, we can't apply an escalator to. This is fixed. You know, reimbursements. You know, the town reimburses us for the police service, or you know, we have a reimbursable grant. We can't add an escalator to that. I mean, it is what it is. You know. But we do try to budget for that. You know, we get the idea of what our grants are going to be. We're supposed to be reimbursed a certain amount from the towns for so, you know, we budget for those things. But we are not balancing the budget by assuming that additional dollars will come in this category. Again, this estimate is I mean, it's less than what we received in '24 just because we're trying to be conservative. Other financing sources. So these are your transfers from fund balance, indirect allocation that was applied in '25 and '26. As you can see, this number is minimal because we typically don't need to use it. But in case we do, we plan for it. So in FY27, staff recommended the $12 million. That was specifically for capital projects. It comes into the general fund. We send it right back to capital projects. That is a significant increase over what we have done in previous years, and that's by design. It's GFOA best practices to use 10 to 20%. And you know, we have the fund balance, right? So we use that, and we
Pick up
reinvest.
for a shortfall.
Exactly.
That's what gets misconstrued, that there was a shortfall and it had to be moved over.
No,
Correct.
this is
Correct.
specifically for capital projects, the new firehouse, the new sheriff's
Well, because
office,
we
you
hadn't
know.
done it like that in the past, so now when somebody sees a budget transfer, they automatically think it's for a shortfall, where instead of it sitting and riding somewhere, it's specific, it's now just pulled from the general fund over to the.
Exactly.
But that's.
And we're putting.
That gets lost in translation.
Right. And then for the commissioner's budget, we did add, there is an addition of the benefits fund that we are using to keep the health insurance benefits flat for staff. there was a $3 million premium increase on health insurance, we would have had to raise rates. So we have this benefits fund that has these dollars. We're going to transfer them over so that we can keep those rates flat. We also added an additional $2 million in fund balance, but that is for FY27 capital expenditures. New vehicles, new equipment, all those things that we need to buy. It's a one-time use. Unfortunately, as we've talked about in our operating revenue, we do not have that much of an increase in operating revenue. I mean, so we have to reach to these sources in order to fund these items, or we don't fund them, and that's not really a good solution either. The money's there, so we're trying to use it. So now we move to the expenditure side. So the money's come in now. How do you decide who gets them and where you spend it? So this is just by cost center, general government. We'll get into the details about what general government is. But, in public safety, that's your sheriff's office, detention center, all those things. But altogether, these things total the $420.5 million. Again, it shows the Board of Education increase, the transfer increase, all of those things. But we can go one by one now. I'm only going to highlight a few. Stop me if you need more info.
The only thing I was going to ask, in the past, we used to take, and obviously we're way past that at this point, but we used to take early in a session and go department by department, and if there was a request, say, for a truck or something like that, then that would be all debated out before it got to this level.
Yes.
So if there are any cuts, who made them?
Okay, that's a great question.
Because what'll get thrown back at me, hey, I needed this, that, or the other, and you guys cut my budget, and I don't know when the
Understood.
budget was cut.
Right, and I understand that. So what we did differently this year, we did not make any reductions without the director and the departments assisting in those reductions. We had the meetings, we talked to them, hey, you know what? I need 750.
Was it at gunpoint though, or was it
I'm sorry?
consensual? I mean, because
I'm sorry.
I've seen in the past, where a director's told, well, we're just cutting this.
No.
And you just make amends. So I want to make sure all of a sudden,
It was collaborative.
Okay.
Absolutely. They worked with finance and budget. We fine-tuned. We said, hey, we know you're asking for 10, but you've really only spent 5. You think you can get by with 5? And they're like, yep, we could do that. Or, nope, I have this new initiative that I really would like to do. Yep, okay, let's talk about that, And then we pull it all together, and then we meet with the county administrator, and then they go through it again with the county administrator. These are the things that we would like. This increases our budget by this. And then again, we fine-tune it more.
Budget and finance of goes past.
Yes.
I've had those heated discussions, and I'm like, so you don't do snow removal. How can you tell JR say he can't have a truck?
Exactly.
Or what have you.
Exactly.
That's something that should have been presented, or emergency services or things of that nature. So I want to make sure an ambulance didn't get kicked down the road. Or
Absolutely.
something of that nature, and then we find out later that, hey, well, I had it in, but you guys took it out.
Right, understood. And I think you'll find as we go through the slides by the cost center that most departments, or all departments, again, that we did not make any reductions without their knowledge, without their collaboration. I shouldn't say knowledge, collaboration.
But Commissioner Hart, some things did get kicked.
Yeah, I mean,
They came-
absolutely.
like the fire departments came in with a much bigger wish list than we finally approved.
Yeah.
But who makes that call?
But they agreed, they worked together and agreed to that.
Commissioners.
And that's,
Who made that call?
So they started through the fire commission, but at the end of the day, they end up here with staff about what gets pushed and what gets through.
See, in the past, though, if it was a big ticket item, we used to make that call because we'd be responsible for that budget. No disrespect to staff.
Understood.
No.
But if you've got a firehouse somewhere and they say they need a piece of apparatus, we should be making that call, not staff, because they hold us responsible. at the end.
Apparatus would be included in the capital improvement plan, and I believe that the
Or
board
I'm just
did
using
have.
that as an example. But
Yes.
I mean,
So
so.
Danielle did come in and presented the apparatus increase
She
in
did.
her CIP budget from the
Yeah,
fire.
no, I'm
and
just mean
rescue
it in
commission.
general. I don't mean necessarily a building or
and-
what have you, but
Yeah.
it might have been a staffing issue. It could have been.
And as an illustrative example, I understand what your point and
Mm-hmm.
and what Barry is sharing around the collaboration. We were bringing in, using the tools we have, right, real data. So we saw the wish list, as we like to call it, and then bringing in real trend data to say, well, here's what we're seeing, and together looking at that information and then making a decision collaboratively about then what to present further, whether
Right,
to
and
the
I'm not saying
administrator
that
or you all.
That you're in there blowing up. I just know from budgets past, I have seen that, and where it never came back this far, and then all of a sudden, you know, you're going, well, how come you don't have enough money to do this? You're like, well, you cut my budget by X amount.
Right.
And I'm just gonna pick on JR over there just because it's easy. He's sitting there, so, say we didn't know that, and I'm just using an example, that you cut salt.
Right?
And he has to put that order in a year ahead of time, 6 months ahead of time, or what have you, and we didn't know about that. Now all of a sudden, there's 12 inches of snow on the ground and we're unprepared. That's something that should be our fault, not staff's fault.
Exactly, and we'll get to those individual things as we talk about through the cost centers, if that's okay.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's fine. Like I say,
Okay.
I've just never had it where it was all on crunch time like this. We used to break it down before it got to the 11th hour.
So we've always followed a process with vehicle inspections through vehicle maintenance, then it goes to the commissions or whatever that process is. That entire process has been followed all along. They didn't get everything they needed. I mean, Linda had several phone calls and several, I know Stephen did too, with the fire commission on all this. So the sheriff's office, we've known that vehicle's replacement list needed to be taken care of for at least 2 years anyhow. We kept kicking that can down the road, so they're getting their vehicles. So, but no, not everybody's getting everything they want. You're gonna hear a little bit here and there, but I think everything that met the criteria is getting replaced.
Because JR's gotta have salt. I mean, that's not a
But,
good example.
and I'm just using an example, but
But that's not a good example, but paving, he'd love to have twice as much money as he's got in his paving budget.
well, you know, we straightened out years ago when we had that slurry fiasco that we vowed we would never go back to slurry and do that to
I
people
understand
again.
that, but he could use twice as much paving money
He
as
could,
he's got.
but he's gotta have adequate to where one day he's not having to put slurry down and just wasting taxpayer dollars.
Well, no.
I mean, and but those are the discussions that we used to break down earlier instead of putting it on staff. No disrespect to what you folks do, but you don't do a road. That should be.
Yeah, absolutely. So we
And-
work with JR and we talk to Public Works and we've had probably,
like I say,
he's so sick of
I'm
hearing
not
from me.
throwing rocks. I just know in the past, all of a sudden I would hear, well, I really wasn't given a choice. I know what you were told. So that's why I'm just clarifying that I know this is a staff recommended budget, but is it a staff recommended budget?
I would say
If I
yes.
may, as Milena laid out for you at the beginning of this, we had a very in-depth budget process. Nothing was forced on people. We do have a limited pie to work with. So of course you have to make decisions based on priorities. And so we worked through that with the agencies. Anything worth elevating was brought to the commissioners. Through various conversations we had with you. But yeah, there was no nothing was forced upon agencies. As I know what you're talking about in the past, because people were trying to hit a target number, and so there were some artificial.
That's exactly what I'm
there were
talking
some
about. It was a
artificial
cookie
cuts.
cutter across
Right.
the board. Hey,
didn't do that this
5%, 8%, and
Was
sometimes
not
that's
applied.
impossible.
That did
And
not
that's
happen.
ineffective.
Well-
Across the board cuts are ineffective because it's not,
Can't spend more than your revenue.
it's just budgeting your way through the budget.
Yes, and that's what
really,
Thank you, Stephen. That's where I'm
yes.
getting at, yes.
And
Right. So
really,
we did not use that approach. We talked with people and we sorted through priorities, and you will see that the artificial cut that 385, I think, on one of your expenditures from 26, it was forced, and so now we're back to running the government through the real cost of services that we have to fund for us to provide government services. So this is what's reflected in this budget.
well, this is also new to us, Commissioner, because it's not new to me because I'm a budget person, but this is zero-based budgeting. This is a collaborative effort. This isn't a dictatorial effort. This is where we all work as a team and we decide what's best for the county and what's the best use of our constituents' money. And everybody may not be happy, but everybody knows a reason why they didn't get what they wanted. And they have the opportunity to fight when you work collaboratively, to really come forward with your fight as to why you need it, and have a strategic plan in place, and be able to measure the outcomes in a positive manner. So this is why I love zero-based budgeting, because it's not pile on, pile on, pile on. It's justification, and it's a great use of the constituents'
Well,
money.
Stephen made me feel better with, because I didn't want to go there.
Mhm.
But yeah, that just didn't work for me. But so that approach is no longer in use is
Correct.
comforting.
No, sir.
And the slide that Mary has been sitting on for a while is, the reason
Mhm.
why we started here first is that it is a good example to illustrate that the across-the-board cuts was not the approach. It's very much more intentional and much more focused on the priorities and making sure we are being very clear about what the cost of providing the services and the priorities that we've laid out for the residents is, as opposed to trying to hit a number.
So,
But at the end of the day, you got a revenue cap.
Yeah.
You gotta stay under
Absolutely.
your revenue cap.
Yep,
So it's still
absolutely.
a give and take of everybody get what they want. You know,
Right.
Give up something. So
Right.
JR's giving up paving money because he can't have all he wants. 'Cause
Yeah.
we don't have the revenue.
Right. So like for animal services, their budget was significantly cut in 25 and 26, as you can see on the slide. 27 does reinstitute some of those dollars, but it is still I have my number, $160,000 less than what they got in FY '24. Again, we did not push anything on the department. They started at 0 and we built it up. And this is what they have agreed, that this is what they can do. They're getting a new vehicle in this budget. I mean, they're checking off all their boxes. The Board of County Commissioners, you all's budget, again, the budget is always high because there is always a contingency available for emergency expenses. But as you can see, it is rarely used, if ever. But still, the budget and this contingency for FY '27 was reduced by $250,000. For the county administration, is approximately $250,000 less. However, a contingency was added, much like the BOCC contingency, for emergency needs. That contingency was reduced by $180,000. So, county attorney, their budget has increased, but however, they received a cost shift from the county administration's office for contracted services. So while it was flat in 24 and 25 and 26, they did receive an increase for 27. Communications and media relations. This is another department where, if you look at 24's budget, then you look at 25's, and you look at 26, significantly decreased over time, and that it's just not sustainable with what the expenses that they have. So we started at 0, we figured out what they needed, and this is an increase. It's about $50,000 over what they received in FY '24. Community resources. FY '24, it's a small budget. FY '25 is a spike. However, that is because of the outpatient substance abuse, which is now classified differently. So that is why you then see it lower again in 26. In 26, there was a reduction from 24, and then again, with the zero-based budgeting, we were able to rebuild it. They are receiving $90,000 more in FY '24. As you guys mentioned about Director Moreland earlier. There's a lot of services that get spent out to the community. Just recently, 700 older residents were able to have their tax returns completed at the Community Resource Center. These are the things that that Director Moreland is able to provide out of the Community Resources Department. It represents about $3.35 million overall. That's less than 1%.
But is some of that grant funded?
No, these are all general fund
Okay.
dollars. So the county treasurer, now you will notice a significant spike in FY '27, but that is due to the tax billing moving from the finance and budget office to the county treasurer's office. So that's a staff member, that's printing and mailing, there's a lot of things that go into that. And so altogether, I have my note here, $270,000 total over FY '26.
And also the recommended salary for the treasurer, that's in there.
Yes, ma'am, yeah. Whoops. The Sheriff's Office and Detention Center. We don't normally group these together, but we did in this slide because of the FOP negotiations and the salary increase. You can see that it is a significant increase, about $5 million over FY26, and roughly $4 million over FY25 actuals. The most notable drivers are the FOP negotiations and the leasing program for the Sheriff's Office fleet. As we mentioned earlier, a meaningful share of the budget growth is clearly reflected here in public safety, work support, and the tools required to sustain that function. The election board represents less than 1% of the county budget. Expenses were recalibrated for FY27 to be more aligned with upcoming elections. Economic Development made $50,000 in reductions to program supplies recently, and this allowed for their budget to stay flat even with the addition of steps and COLA for staff. Emergency Communications is a substantial operational story. They received a number of new staff positions in FY26 that were trainees that are now budgeted as operators. The FY27 budget also includes an initiative for enhanced security for the communications system, something the department has requested in previous years and is now considered essential. It is important to note that many of these costs are reimbursed through the 911 grant. So we budget for them because what happens if we don't get the grant? We need to have the appropriation. But then the grant comes in, their budget is reduced, and that money moves back to contingency. It's just trying to plan, just trying to make sure that emergency management, less than what they received in FY24, flat with FY25, a $40,000 increase over FY27. But as you can see, their budget is like $0.42 million. I mean, it's very small. Fire, rescue, volunteer fire departments, and career EMS. Again, they're not typically grouped together, but we did this on purpose so that you can see the impact of public safety to the budget. There were 8 new career EMS staff added in FY26. As you know, career EMS was initially developed to supplement the volunteer EMS services. However, they are currently handling approximately 65% of EMS calls. While the volunteer fire departments appreciate their contribution and have made requests for additional units to assist. Career EMS was otherwise flat funded in FY26 with operating costs outside of salary. Then the volunteer fire department's side increased by about $800,000 over FY26. The volunteer fire department increase is tied to specific items, including their general fund contribution, turnout gear, utilities, insurance, and the $100,000 in contingency in case something happens. That is available for the fire commission to, again, come to the board and appropriate. General services. Their budget was significantly decreased in recent years, as you can see in the chart. A little difficult to maintain service levels at the budget that they received in FY26. These reductions were made to one-time repair costs and projects under $10K. The county, however, the county has been able to reduce our rent expenses by $175,000 annually with the move to the county administration building. So they are still less than they were in '24, but we worked with general services. We outlined exactly what they need. What do you need for the buildings? What do you need for staff? And this is what we've developed. Parks and Recreation. This department has consistently made reductions to operating expenses while still providing level services. An additional $200,000 was added in FY27 for equipment maintenance and replacement. It also includes a $100,000 contingency that has been added for emergency expenses. But again, they have to come to the board to be able to use those funds, but we're planning for them. Pensions and trust. This slide reflects the kinds of costs that are not always visible to residents, but are nevertheless real. The increase is driven by the state teacher pension contribution, the COLA increase for LoSAP recipients, and a realignment of budget with actuals. The county is recognizing obligations more accurately and budgeting them where they belong. The budget is catching up with genuine cost pressures and aligning with actual experience.
Mary, did we get the gap to where we're 100% funding
Yeah.
that yet?
I did look, oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Concerning teacher pensions, all right, so back, it's about a decade or so ago, the state
Did the
decided to
pension shift.
start sharing the cost with us on teacher pensions. They did so for the school system and for the colleges and anything the libraries they kept separate at that time. Over the years, so they were supposed to handle, and I don't want to get into too much technicality here, but there was the unfunded liability that they were supposed to handle, and then the counties were going to be handling the normal phased-in costs. There are certain components to your pension cost that gives you your pension liability. So there was a split there that counties were going to be responsible for some, and the state was going to be responsible for some. Where we are today now is that they have now, in 26, they started to shift 50% of the increase now. So as salaries go up, you heard about the blueprint today. As salaries go up, there's a derivative cost in your pensions because your pensions are linked to your salaries. So your pension costs will start increasing. The state has now just started billing us for any increment in your pension cost to the tune of 50%. The locals are bearing 50% of the increase in the state is. And I think they did that in 26. They're doing that in 27. And I believe that's going to be the pattern going forward. So essentially, we have 100% of the phased cost. The unfunded liabilities the state was supposed to take care of, but they're now shifting the increase over to us. And so that will be the pattern going forward for the foreseeable future, where the increment in the pension cost will be shared on a 50-50 basis.
Okay, so that part's leveled out, but it will be, the increments will.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
What had happened, DLS had recommended in the budget process this year that 100% of the increase be shifted to the locals, but unfortunately that was shot down.
But that'll be the only thing in play then, potentially, you think,
Yes,
going
I
forward?
think going forward, that's the pattern we see going forward.
And I'm sorry, I
And
know
no,
you told
sorry,
me.
and they've now shifted the libraries to us as well.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So
But that's not as right, yeah. So, and I know you told me, was it 1.6 this year, or was it 3? I can't remember what number you told me. Additional.
Of the shift, what's the shift? 600,000 was the increment this time around. I think what I told you before might have been the deficit that the state's facing, which was 2.5 to 4.
So it was additional 600,000. So worst case scenario could have been 1.2 if we'd have got the 100%.
Yes.
Because there's only 50 to
Right.
play with. Okay,
Right.
so that gives you a projection going in the future. So next year, even though you know that could bump up a little bit, if it was 600 this year,
Yeah.
it could be 630, 640, whatever.
Yes.
But okay, so it's not like all of a sudden $10 million is coming around the corner.
I mean, the only thing, yes, that's right. So, yeah, the only thing, if the DLS is sentiment prevails next year, where 100% of the increase is shifted, then yes, what you
Okay,
just said.
but
is-
it's only
is
that
factual.
piece that's
But-
being played with. It's not. It's
Right.
the rest is
and
level.
again, that's just increment.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
So we have
Okay.
our
Because you know what my
baseline.
fear was?
Yes.
100% and 100% of that.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Sorry. So I saw it in. Thank you.
Yeah. So Public Works is one of the clearest examples of the actual cost of maintaining county operations. As you can see, there were significant reductions in 25 and 26. 26 did not include snow removal costs, which is okay. You know, lots of municipalities handle it that way, but it makes it extremely difficult for the Department of Public Works to plan appropriately for snow removal if they're not given a snow removal budget. So this does include $3 million for snow removal. We talked about reductions. They asked for $4 million. We went back to JR and Deputy Director Teddemer. We asked them, hey, can we make some reductions here? And they were fine with it. They still have enough to pay their pre and post retainer costs. They have funding for salt. Is he making They have money for salt, they have money
There
for
he is.
snow contractors.
He's going, what do you want me to do? Because when it snows, you know I'm going to plow
I
and throw
know,
salt down.
exactly. Well, I mean, that's the thing. Yeah, absolutely. If there's snow, but before the snow even hits the ground, there's planning that needs to be done and retainers that need to be paid. So that has been included in this budget because we're trying to plan.
And it is, again, a real example. We appreciate everyone's patience for going through this in detail, but it's a real example, coming to the snow removal, that the budget team, along with the department heads and the departments, really going through line by line to understand what the needs actually are and how do we deliver that.
For state agencies, the increase over FY26 was increased health department contribution. The FY25 Budget Reconciliation and Financing Act was passed, transferring 90% of the administrative costs for SDAT programs to county. This raised our portion by approximately $750,000. And that accounts for the difference between 26 and 27.
And I'm sure they're treating all 24 jurisdictions equally, right? I won't even start. I know it's late.
So technology services, this is also another large ticket item for Calvert County government, but it's important to note the TS manages the contracts for all software systems for Calvert County government. This represents 55% of their budget. It's if the state's attorney's office gets a software e-prosecutor, TS is the one that manages. It's in their budget, even though it's not a cost of theirs. So that's 55% of their overall budget. Operating costs have remained flat but they did reinstitute the replacement program, which added $350,000 over FY26. There was also an additional $100,000 in training, which is necessary as they do have to have required certifications. Transfers. This slide is another major driver of the total budget. Transfers are roughly $7.9 million over FY26, predominantly because of the $12 million PAYGO contribution for capital projects. The FY26 transfer to capital projects was only $6.8 million. So this is substantial, but again, important in order for us to continue our capital projects going forward. Transfers also support the Land Preservation Fund, the Public Library, the Golf Course, the Marine Museum, Historic Preservation, and related committed purposes. About 34% of the recordation tax revenue that we receive in is transferred out to the Land Preservation Fund. And of course, we receive more in, more needs to go out. So that amount has increased for FY27. So this is a strong reminder that a larger total budget partly reflects strategic non-operating support and interfund commitments. Education is one of the clearest priority slides in the deck. Funding for education, including the Board of Education and the College of Southern Maryland, has increased by approximately $15 million since FY24 and by about $7 million over FY26. A large share of the growth is tied directly to schools and education, and that is a board choice, which is a reflection of the county's longstanding commitment to the quality of its school system. So then, we've never presented this information to the board in this way, the expenditure by ledger. I know it's getting late, so I'll kind of go through quickly. But this, we've talked about where we're spending the dollars. But then, it all rolls up to, what does salaries cost for Calvert County government? What does all of the contracted services cost? So we're going to go into those in some detail. So salaries and benefits, approximately $3 million in attrition was removed in FY26. That has been reinstituted for FY27. FY27 also includes a step increases, COLA, and the results of the negotiations with the FOP for the Sheriff's Office and the Detention Center. This is an important slide because it explains why the budget can rise even when the county is not expanding headcount. Sometimes the pressure is in the retaining and the compensating of their workforce to deliver existing services. Operating expenses, small increase over FY26. In FY26, we removed conferences and training and computer hardware replacements from the budget. We are reinstituting that for FY27. Again, just like with TS, they have training they need to do. They have certifications they need to complete. This is how we do this. Maintenance expenses, you'll notice that our actuals are way higher than the budget in FY '26, and that is snow removal. But in FY '27, we have included those costs. It also includes about $500,000 in vehicle add-on funding for the capital expenditures that we'll talk about in a few minutes. Contracted services, again, these are services that the county has contracted to do. Some of them do have a 3% increase, CPI increase. Some of them do not. But, when we take all the contracts, we check them, and that is the total. Inmate care, this is something that carries over and over and over. This isn't the WellPath contract because that is recorded in the detention center. This is, we have an inmate that has to go to the emergency room. This is where those funds go. Utilities are up by about $500,000 over FY '26. At the same time, this is still about $400,000 less than FY '24 and only $95,000 above FY '25 actuals. Again, it's just working with departments. You start at 0. Where do you need to be? Capital expenditures, vehicles and equipment. In FY '25 and FY '26, we didn't focus a lot on that, so we're trying to institute a replacement program to make sure that we're covering these things. Other expenses, these are your transfers out that we talked about earlier, Calvert Marine Museum, the library. Pensions and insurance are increasing because of healthcare costs and general and insurance expenses rising. These are not always visible parts of the budget, but they are the most unavoidable. And again, the Board of Education in Southern Maryland, they're listed again because they are a ledger in our books, but the number is the same, the 175.
Yeah. So, as we've shared, it really does reflect the actual cost of maintaining our core services and the targeted investments that we show today. Schools, public safety, making sure that we're running a sustainable government to support the services that we all know are very important. So again, thank you for your patience in walking through that detail. We knew it would be really important to share that, just so that we are being extremely transparent. So we'll take any questions.
Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment. Oh my God, this is wonderful.
Great.
This is the way you run government. Thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who had input into this. Thank you.
We couldn't do this without the collaboration of the departments, like Mary said. This is
Absolutely.
the baseline that we're presenting is that from that collaboration. And then, of course, as we mentioned, the information is refined as the data and information comes in over time. So we're being very intentional about that.
I just want to say thank you to the administrator, Stephen, Linda, your complete staff, and all of our employees for a job well done. Thank you.
No, just thank you guys. You just know what I do. So I just need to understand it.
Absolutely, and we're happy to lay it out at any time.
Public comment is today, but I really get public comment tomorrow. So
Absolutely.
When I'm standing there at 7:30 in the morning, I need to be able to explain what happened. Thank you.
Well, hopefully this helps.
No, it's been a journey since I first started of how we do budgets, and we've changed processes a couple times, and I think we're finally on a good track.
Great.
So appreciate all your effort and all your help.
I just want to echo what everybody else said. Thank you. We've had our challenges. I mean, Melina, let's face it, you're number 3 in our term. Well, it's been in your seat. And right now, I feel more confident than I've ever been able to feel going into this process at this point in time. So I want to thank you and Linda and Stephen and, like I say, everybody involved. I appreciate it very much. And you've been wonderful. So thank you.
Great.
You all have direction?
Yes, absolutely. And we will see you again on May 12th for our work session for the Special Revenue Funds Enterprise. And then we'll have the public hearing on the full budget. The budget will be released to the public on May 5th.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good rest of your day.
Have a good night.
Takes us to public comment. Madam Attorney?
Yes. To maintain decorum, the Board of County Commissioners adheres to established procedural rules first adopted in 1989 that are applied in a viewpoint-neutral way only to genuinely disruptive or threatening behavior. As an invited speaker addressing topics pertaining to county government, please observe the following guidelines. All remarks and conduct must be respectful and refrain from personal attacks, inflammatory language, or disruptive behavior. Prior to commencing your remarks, please state your full name for the record. Individual speakers are allocated 2 minutes. Designated representatives speaking on behalf of an organization or group are allotted 5 minutes. Individuals seeking to influence governmental decisions are categorized as lobbyists and are required to register with the Ethics Commission prior to their engagement with the board. Thank you, Commissioner President.
Go ahead up to the mic, yep.
Hi, before I started my timer, I've been here all day, so I just wanted to say good morning. And I would like to propose that we get Marty a new chair in that next year's budget. But I'll start now, okay? Nice to see you, Ms. Grasso and Mike and Mr. Cox. Okay. My name is Sherry Verdon. I am representing the Marley Run HOA 1 Board of Directors, okay? Okay, good afternoon. I actually had a bright pink shirt picked out for today. I'd be willing to bet that we may have some country music fans listening in. I felt that it was more appropriate to change into black, and I did that intentionally. Perhaps many people in this county know and understand why Johnny Cash wore black. It was a reminder that things weren't right yet, that people were still being affected, and that the problems hadn't been fully addressed. He was grieving until that changed. And that's why I'm wearing black today, because there are still questions that have not been answered and real impacts that have not been acknowledged. I'm not here to be difficult. I'm here because I care, and I want to help make sure that we get this right, and that we, the public, have the information needed to make an informed decision and an informed vote. I believe that's our right. I want to walk through a timeline because I am not here to speculate. I am here to ask for alignment between what we were told and what is happening now. In 2022 and 2023, residents were told our water sewer system required major investment, capacity concerns, infrastructure strain, and rising costs. And we paid. Through an enterprise fund, residents, not general taxpayers, funded those improvements, all 5,500 of us, and that includes commercial businesses. Those lovely commercial businesses like the new boba shop we just heard from today. In September 2023, we were informed by Commissioner Mark Cox and the county's Water Sewer Division Director. And I thought that from that presentation, I understood that nearly $100 million of new debt would be taken out that we would have to pay back with interest. Then we were told that 41% of our private enterprise funds was made up of salaries. Then J.R. Cosgrove, under county authority, explained that the salaries are funded by the debt. Well, that's not true. Salaries are funded by the ratepayers' operating expenses paid for by the user rates themselves. In 2022 through 2025, the message was clear. The system was under pressure, so I asked, what changed? How does a system described as constrained suddenly become available for high-volume use? This is not an accusation. It is a request for clarity. Because when infrastructure is funded under one set of assumptions and then used under another, that creates a responsibility question. As was stated by then Board of County Commissioner President Buddy Hance in his 2023 email response to me regarding the 5-figure water bills that 220 private ratepayers received at Christmas. As a business person yourself, he said, you should understand that costs are recovered based on the needs of a particular client. So my question is now, who is your client? Because right now, it does not feel like it is the residents who funded the system. And I'm talking about water sewer in this instance. Now let's talk about Marley Run, Huntingtown District 2, Mr. Mark Cox's direct constituents. Do we have anything in common with Lusby Offsite A that's being sold to the developer, or there are propositions to be sold to Mr. Natali? We have a wastewater treatment facility managed by Calvert County Water Sewer Division. We have gray water, reclaimed treated wastewater for clarification purposes. We have an enhanced nitrogen removal system. We have buffers that run from Route 4 along Cox all the way through to Plum Point Road by that park that you just wanted to uphold and close out that buffer clearing decision today. Let's make sure it doesn't include any of that all along Cox Road, which our homes back up to, okay? Part of that buffer is now being proposed in zoning to be modified and cut back by 65 feet, taking a 100-foot buffer down to 35 feet. That would greatly impact some people's properties if beyond the park. So let's get that clarification first. We have seen a significant staff proposed budget, $3.7 million, for something we are told is for immediate and long-term maintenance only. And again, the numbers don't seem to make sense to me or people that I've spoken to, especially if considering return on investment, especially considering we're told by Mr. Ireland that our budget and funding is in the red in the social media video where we were told about the data centers. Here are some letters written and sent to the Board of County Commissioners from residents in my community. We pay approximately $1,150 annual for 30 years in capital connection fees. We pay water sewer bills and property and income taxes. We pay our HOA fees while maintaining our own stormwater systems. Another resident, we have not been consulted at all. I would like to finish. I've been here all day. We have not been consulted at all, yet plans appear to include work affecting our own private property. It's their lot, including an outfall appearing to discharge stormwater towards this private property. This raises concerns about erosion, maintenance, downstream impact. That is a liability. That is financial exposure, and that is real. Downstream impact.
Thank you, ma'am.
No,
we have
I'm
other
not.
we
I
have
would
other
like to finish
speakers,
this,
ma'am.
Mr. Cox, because we want to tell you as your constituents what we want. Downstream impact. We want to be protected from future issues.
Ma'am, we have other speakers.
Okay, I know that, but I've listened to you all day. Now we're told by the data center developer that
Anthony,
they also...
please cut the mic.
You're going to cut the mic on me? I'll post it on Facebook on a video myself. I'm so glad I waited all day. Mark Cox, we want you to vote back that moratorium for 12 months because that developer told me 30 to 60 days, if you don't sign this transmission agreement, then we are going to be... He's going to walk. So who's your client? If he's going to walk in 30 to 60 days...
Deputy.
Cut me off. I'll post it later. Thank you all very much for your time. Let's look at that 30 to 60 day timeline and that transmission agreement. And then we'll ask who your client is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Plan of action I need to ask before.
Patrick Flaherty, Lusby, Commissioner Cannon for District 1. I want to speak directly to the question of allegiance. Right now, many residents in Calvert County are asking a very simple question. Who does this board serve? The big developers or the people of Calvert County? The recent revelation that the county is considering selling the 26-acre parcel BGE Park, active recreational land where all children play, Little League baseball, football, and soccer, has shaken a lot of people. This park belongs to the people. It is not surplus land to be quietly handed over to staging ground or access to a data center project. If the county truly needs to sell or dispose of this property, then market it properly and bid it out openly. There are plenty of people in Calvert, there are plenty of Calvert County residents and families and community groups who would come together to purchase and preserve BGE Park for continued public recreational use. The public deserve that opportunity instead of watching county-owned land being funneled toward data center development. Let me be clear on this. It is not negotiable. The people of Calvert County do not want county-owned land sold or repurposed to facilitate data center development. Not the BGE Park, not any other publicly owned property. This board has a choice to make. You can continue down the path of backroom discussions, NDAs, and piecemeal zoning changes that favor large developers, or you can choose to actually govern the government and put residents of Calvert County first. I urge you to do the right thing. Immediately halt all consideration of selling BGE Park and any other county land for data center purposes. Support a full clean reset by the removal of the 2025 data center zoning language. Move forward with real transparency, independent studies, and strong public safeguards. The people are watching. Your allegiance should be clear. It belongs to the residents, families, and the future of Calvert County. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Megan Berenger. I'm from Lusby, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I actually don't have a written speech today, but good afternoon, commissioners. I'd like to show you a Google Map picture that I took last night of southern Calvert County. What you see in red, if it's a little hard to see, I do have extras if people want to look at it, is all of the schools in the area of southern Calvert County, also including a preschool and a daycare. There is a blue X where Natelli is proposing to put a data center. I'd like you to know there are 8 facilities where there are children within less than a 5-mile radius of this data center campus. Southern Elementary School is 1.8 miles away according to Google Maps. Appeal Elementary is 1.6 miles away according to Google Maps. Patuxent Elementary School, 2.1. Dowell Elementary School, 2.9. Patuxent High School, 3.3. Mill Creek Middle, 2.6. This also does not include St. Leonard Elementary School and the Constellation, which is a little bit further north. I want you to make sure you consider this when you are talking about selling off our park down here in southern Calvert County. What there are 8 schools that are going to be less than 5 miles from this facility. And if you're doing any research, as you continue to say that you don't know what you don't know, there are lots of studies about electromagnetic fields that we're already dealing with cell phones, with televisions and microwaves that we've been hearing since the 90s. I know, I grew up in them. Thinking about that on a larger scale with a data center, and there are 8 schools with children that this is going to impact. One last thing I want you all to look up, considering that I have family. I'm originally from Philadelphia, unfortunately. I know a lot of you are rolling your eyes on that. To look into the Chesapeake Bay Watershed Agreement. That is a 6-state agreement that has been established way back when, where there are 6 states that are being taxed to take care of the Chesapeake Bay watershed. My family in Pennsylvania is being taxed for that. Thank you.
Carl Elwine speaking as an individual today, 2 minutes. The SMECO presentation, I want to let the public be aware of, and the Board of Commissioners be aware of the presidential proclamation that's entered into the Code of Federal Regulations, 3 CFR, and it affects quite a bit here. The proclamation, in summary, is ensuring tech companies build, bring, or buy new power for data centers. And under that proclamation, under President Trump's leadership, it says, Amazon, Google, Meta, Microsoft, OpenAI, Oracle, and XAI signed the Ratepayer Protection Pledge, agreeing to build, bring, or buy new generation resources to cover the cost, and so forth. Now, new. So it does appear that SMECO was a little bit aware of that on the question that Commissioner Hart proposed. He said that, well, that was a good question. And I expect that it's new. This was March 4th, when this was entered into the CFR. We just need to make the public aware of this, and we need to hold Amazon to that pledge, because it's in the law right now. The CFR is law. The attorneys can verify all of this. What I want to say in summary is will Amazon follow this pledge? And Natelli's not out of the woods on this. They don't have a customer, right? Well, Natelli knows that this is the federal policy now, and whoever their customer is will be held to this. So new generation needs to be produced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
asking that my time be deferred to this young lady, if that's okay with everyone here. Does anybody have any objection to that, so she can finish speaking?
No, sir. No, sir. No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. All right. So we see where the government is here. Thank you, Attorney Madeline. Thank you. You can start my time then. I don't see why I can't defer my time to her.
We are being respectful for everybody else in this room. If you could please state your name, and we'll get to your public
Sure.
comment.
My name is Kenneth Lee. I'm a Huntingtown resident. I see where we just keep the secretives going. They don't want to hear what anybody has to say. The two commissioners on the end, I give you kudos. The three in the middle, pack your bags because you're going to be leaving come June 23rd. This is ridiculous. And let me see here. I got a couple things I got to bring up to you guys. Two of the lobbyists don't even know, or two of the commissioners didn't even know you had lobbyists involved earlier here. That's disgusting. Buddy, your biggest saying is you only need three. You only need three. That's the way this whole commission seems to be running right now. It's off of you three guys that are making the decision for the whole entire county, and it's disgusting. Mr. Cox, you're in my district. I'm running against you. And you drive down Route 4 right now, and you get into Prince Frederick, which is our district, and it looks like you're riding down the back of an alley in Baltimore City. You're looking at the back of the buildings. Beautiful. Beauty to Calvert. Love it. We're getting ready to build another great big townhouse development, which most people don't even realize, right next to Calvert High. Another lovely move. Great move, guys. I don't know what else to say, but pack your bags come June 23rd. Thank you.
Patty Stuckler, candidate for Commissioner at Large. My comments are directed to the three of you commissioners, Hance, Ireland, and Cox, that have voted twice now against a moratorium that clearly you see the people want. We had the gentleman from SMECO today literally sit here and say, I hope we advocate that the data centers pay for their own electric increase of costs, that it wouldn't trickle down to the residents, that they would cover that cost. Those are the words he used. He hopes. They advocate. Then when Commissioner Grasso pressed him on, do they have any legal authority? He acknowledged, no, they have no legal authority to enforce any of that. So why wouldn't you put a moratorium in place until we can figure this all out if it's so great for the county? I have a partial list right here with me today. This partial list is a list of counties across the country that are dealing with this very issue everywhere, where data centers are coming into their county and propose, hey, we're going to give you millions of dollars, just let us set up shop here, okay? That SMECO representative mentioned two data centers proposed for Prince George's County, our neighbor. Guess what? Prince George's County is on this list. They were smart enough to impose at least a 6-month moratorium. So do the right thing. Act responsibly. You three that are running for re-election, by the way, do the right thing. Do a simple 6-month moratorium. So I ask that today, and I ask kindly, respectfully ask for either Commissioners Hart or Commissioner Grasso to kindly call for that motion. Thank you.
Patty Umke from Long Beach. And I just have I do a lot of research after I leave these meetings, and so it's always about low frequency noises, what I'm really concerned about. And I queried AI, what is the effect of low frequency noise sound waves or energy waves colliding with each other? because the data centers that Amazon wants to build are not just regular data centers of 100,000 square feet. They're mega data centers, 225,000 square feet. Each one is as big as 4 football fields. So what happens when they're generating these waves that bang into each other? And what I found is that the regular 2.5 mile projection of noise is extended and intensified. So I live really close to where something's going to happen, and I certainly don't want that. The other thing I was going to ask you guys is, would you be willing to do a town hall where we can ask you questions and you have to respond to us? Because it's one thing to come to these meetings and express our concerns, but you can just sit there mute and tune us out, fall asleep. Would you be willing to face the people that you are inflicting this on with your bad decision? That's all I have to say for today.
Here we go again. My name's Jeff Dixon. I live in Lusby, Maryland. I live really close to Dominion. I live about a mile from Dominion, and I do still hear the sound of Dominion vacuuming. Is that what they say with the sound, acceptable sound decibels? Is the sound of a vacuum? I'm sorry, but my vacuum does not sound for a mile away from my house. You know, come on, get real. And now y'all want to bring a data center that's even closer to my house? Come on, man. I mean, you've already heard the videos what data centers sound like. They sound like a helicopter. That's a huge difference between your ordinary household vacuum cleaner and a helicopter sound, you know? So I'm just saying that also tonight, Natalia's going to have their clown show with misleading presentations saying, oh, we're going to be quiet, we're going to be quiet. We heard that same thing. Dominion built a 60-foot sound barrier wall. Guess what? We still hear the noise. And you're going to expect us to believe those trees with those holes is going to block all those sound waves coming through my neighborhood? I mean, and then on their maps are incomplete. They basically cut off most of Cook Point Road, H.G. Truman. Guess what? One of y'all, you, actually golf at Chesapeake Hills. And I just happen to have one of your commissioner's balls. Guess what? You can have it back because I don't want to see you again. Thank you very much.
Hold that. Hopefully we can get through this in 5 minutes. Kathy Decker, Lusby. I'm speaking on behalf of Calvert Citizens for Student Safety and Responsible Development. I am here regarding TA 2623 and the placement of the data centers in Lusby. Last week I proposed a 1-mile student safety zone to the Planning Commission. Today, after reviewing national standards and real conditions in Calvert County, I'm formally advocating for a 5-mile student safety zone, because 1 mile does not reflect how risk is actually managed. Let's start with the reality. These proposed sites are near Calvert Cliffs Nuclear Facility, near the Dominion LNG plant, and directly between our schools. This is not careful planning. This is stacking multi-high-risk infrastructure into an already concentrated risk zone and placing them near children. That is not acceptable siting. At some point, there is no longer balanced development. It becomes over-concentration of industrial risk in one community. And our visual here. Now I want to direct your attention to this chart. It is based on FEMA 426 and ANSI standards. FEMA 426 is the Department of Homeland Security planning guide used to protect critical infrastructure from high-risk events. ANSI defines national engineering safety and reliability standards used across U.S. systems. The visual clearly shows a consistent pattern. Both ANSI and FEMA guidance evaluate safety by measuring and increasing distance between a potential risk source and what is being protected. While these documents are here written to protect infrastructure, not schools, they are consistent principle. When risk increases, distance increases. It expands because separation is part of a safety design. Not minimize, not compress, but increase. The principle does not change depending on what you are trying to place. Here is the contradiction, what I call the safety mirror. When we are protecting data systems and energy infrastructure, we expand distance. But when we are protecting children, classrooms, and long-term development, we are told 400 feet is acceptable. This is a double standard. And moving on to the nature of risk, data centers are not passive buildings. They are 24 industrial operations with continuous mechanical noise, massive cooling systems, and high voltage infrastructure. And yet, under your current proposal, you are considering placing that level of industrial activity directly near a school. The World Health Organization has linked long-term environmental noise exposure to children, increased stress responses, sleep disruption, reduced reading comprehension, and impaired memory. Low-frequency industrial noise travels farther, penetrates building, and is constant. This is not perception. This is daily exposure during brain development. Now the policy. A 400-foot setback is just a line on the zoning map. It is not a planning decision rooted in safety. It is a planning decision rooted in inconvenience. You hear it is safe. The concerns are hypothetical. But you do not design for the best case scenarios. You design for what can fail and what cannot be reversed. Once this is proved, it is permanent, and our schools are permanent. But more importantly, the children inside them are a state of constant growth. You can shield a server from a power surge, but you cannot shield a developing brain from years of constant industrial frequency. A 5-mile student safety zone is not extreme. If we are talking about risk to nuke plant or LNG facility, we wouldn't be debating whether 400 feet is enough. We would err on the side of caution. Why do our children not receive the same benefit? Benefit of the doubt. Anything less than 5 miles is not precaution. It is acceptance of avoidable risk. Your vision statement promises a safe and thriving community. Your mission emphasizes balancing growth while preserving safety. So I ask you directly, how does placing an industrial 24/7 utility directly against a school uphold that promise? How does that decision look, not today, but in 10 years from now? In closing, this is simply not a zoning decision. It is a decision about how we define acceptable risk for children. The same principle is already used in engineering. When uncertainty exists, you increase distance. You do it before, not after the damage is done. 10 years from now, no one will remember the convenience of this zoning map, but every parent in Lusby will remember who prioritized the industrial footprint over their child's classroom. In Calvert County, our most valuable assets are not servers. There are students. Distance is protection. I urge you to adopt a 5-mile student safety zone. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dawn McNellis, and I'm speaking for the neighbors of St. Leonard Creek, and I'm asking for 5 minutes, please. I wanted to say thank you, commissioners, for asking questions to SMETCO and hearing the public's opinion on this matter. As SMETCO stated, we do not have the power currently available for any data center. We do not have the extra water for the data centers either. A recent study done on April 2026 this year by the Environmental and Energy Study Institute has found data centers primarily use PFAS to cool their servers, PFAS, aka forever chemicals, to cool their servers and to suppress fires. Direct PFAS pollution from data centers are difficult to ascertain because the cooling systems generally run as closed loops. Data centers have historically emitted PFAS, which harm communities and the ecosystems near their facilities, which we have been seeing all over the nation, from Oregon to here. The data centers often use additives such as anti-corrosive and antibacterial agents, glycol, antifreeze, as well as carbon and fluorine, which are building blocks for several types of PFAS. Particularly, PFAS furthermore break down into trifluoride acid, a chemical linked to reproductive health risk in animals and humans. All of these contaminants are in the purged water from the closed loop cooling water, which can contaminate local waterway systems if not treated properly. While the closed-loop systems are more efficient at preventing water evaporation compared to open systems, they often serve as a concentrated source of chemical pollution, requiring careful monitoring, which is why I'm proposing a text amendment for the purged contaminated water from the closed-loop system to be trucked out and processed by a water facility that does not dump into the bay, that is not near any of our waterways. Yes, the state has their own regulations for water filtration, but is not specific to the heavy contaminants from the data centers. We do not want to further pollute the already struggling waterways. These contaminants in our water, with these contaminants in our water, the seafood we love will die off and not come back. Once they are released into the system, they just keep going. Let's keep Calvert country and keep the Southern Maryland culture alive along with the seafood we love, because once these forever chemicals are in our waterways, there is no way to keep them from getting the crabs or the oysters. Another reminder that the Natelli site wants to be set at less than 4 miles away from schools. Appeal Elementary, less than 2 miles. Patuxent Elementary, 2.1 miles. Southern Middle School, 1.8 miles. Dow Elementary, 2.9 miles. Mill Creek Middle School, 2.6 miles. Patuxent High School, 3.3 miles. So this is all within the 5-mile barrier that has been proposed before. I'm asking you to think of the future of Calvert County, which is our children. I know all of you have already raised your children here. The population is still growing. I just ask for you to please think of the children. Please think of the waterways. The oysters can only take so much pollution. Thus, as we are seeing, it is slowly coming back. The Potomac River has also just been considered an endangered river source because of the direct pollution from the data centers. So I'm asking you, please let's slow this down. Everybody's very, very concerned with how Natelli is pushing. Let's just slow it down. The Maryland, let's see here. The Department of Environment and the Maryland Energy Administration is also conducting a study right now analyzing the likeliness of the environment, energy, and economic impact of data centers, which they will conclude that study September 1st of this year. Why can't we just wait until this study is done? Let's just wait, see what the state has to say about this before we let any further data centers come into our county. Because once they are here, they do not turn off, they don't close their doors, they don't stop production on the weekends or on the holidays. That hum is forever. The contaminants in the water are forever as well. And we all enjoy living here. I mean, that's what brought my family here. Granted, my husband's family was already here, but he convinced me to raise our kid here. It's great schools, it's a great community. We moved here for the community. Everybody here is still happy to be alive. I can talk to a random person in Walmart, and they're happy to talk back to me. In the city, not so much. The town that I came from, there is now over 100 data centers there. Everybody is miserable. When the first one went in 2014, it was noticeable within a month. Everybody was groggy. Everybody just wasn't friendly to each other. Please don't kill this community. Don't kill our vibe. Everybody enjoys living here. Thank you so much for this time, and I hope that you guys really consider, because this future is for everybody, not just for the pocketbooks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
That's me. I've got your golf ball. Hello, my name is Shanna Goddesart. I'm a citizen of Calvert County, and I'm speaking for myself today. The thoughts I am sharing are being echoed throughout our beautiful peninsula. Why have public schools been kept at bare minimum funding for 3 consecutive years? The county surplus is $73 million above your chosen reserve limit. And you're choosing to underfund and understaff Calvert schools while simultaneously creating several new unneeded government positions. This is reckless spending. The majority of Calvert citizens are tapped out financially from taxes, fees, costs, and tariffs for everyday necessities that will not stop increasing. And your thoughtless solution is to dangle a supposed property tax decrease carrot, the same sham as the LNG plant. All we need to do is destroy the lives of everything in the Southern District, by allowing billionaires who never pay their fair share to have first dibs on our groundwater, our air, our pristine woodlands, and our electricity. These hyperscale data centers are proposed next to 5 public schools, all close to 3 miles of known cancer-causing contaminants. Scientists describe these as sacrificial dead zones. These data centers will further increase already ridiculous electricity and water costs. They will poison groundwater and further dry up already depleting aquifers impacted by our constant drought conditions. We do not want AI taking our jobs or tracking and watching our every move, like the new 2027 mandated car AI kill switches. Your decisions for Calvert can be evaluated as either feckless or complicit in the destruction of our livelihoods. No data centers in Calvert. Calvert's future is more important than billionaire profits. Thank you for your time.
Do we have anybody else in the room? Okay, Dawson, you can go online.
There are four people, my bad, online. If anyone wishes to speak, please use the raise your hand function on Teams or press *5 on your telephone. All right, and the caller ending in 9266, we are ready to receive your comments. Please state your name and address and whether you'll be speaking as an individual or as the designated representative of a group. Please press *6 when you are ready to speak.
My name's Justin Durr, resident of Lusby. I am here to address the proposal to use wastewater for data center cooling. While this is being framed as a green initiative, the legal and environmental realities tell a different story. Correcting the record on gray water. First, we must use correct facts for the record. This is not gray water. Under Maryland Code 91112, gray water is untreated water from sinks or showers. What comes out of the Solomons plant is legally classified as treated effluent or reclaimed water. This is a highly regulated public resource. Labeling it as gray water misleadingly suggests it is a waste product rather than a managed utility. 2, fiduciary duty and enterprise funds. The Calvert County Water and Sewer Division is an enterprise fund. By law, it must be self-sustaining through user fees. Ratepayers have already paid for the treatment of this water. Providing this resource to a private corporation at a subsidized rate could be seen as an illegal gift of public funds. We cannot have a situation where residents effectively subsidize the cooling costs of a multi-million-dollar private entity. 3, consumptive use and environmental risk. Unlike residential water that returns to the plant, data center cooling is consumptive. It evaporates. Developers' figures suggest a peak use of 1 million gallons per day. The Solomons plant has legal minimum discharge requirements to protect local waterways. During a summer heat wave, the plant may not produce enough effluent to satisfy both the data center and our legal environmental obligations through the Patuxent. 4, the 0-gallon failure. If the plant hits a 0-gallon failure, the only backup is typically our groundwater. I am concerned this will force the developer to tap into the local aquifer, threatening the domestic water supply for every resident in Lusby. Closing and formal request. Before any commitments are made, I am formally asking the board to require a full, independent hydrological and financial audit. We must ensure that this project does not become a long-term public liability. We must protect our water, our law, and our residents. Thank you.
Caller ending in 8173, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press *6 to unmute yourself when you're ready.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, you can provide your public comment at this time.
Okay, this is Cassidy Turner of St. Leonard. I'm representing myself.
This is mainly for Todd Ireland, Mark Cox, and Earl Not My Buddy Hance. When John Smith sailed the Chesapeake and claimed oyster beds piled so high out of the water, they had to navigate the ships to avoid them and damaging the ships. I know that's hard to imagine with the bay's current state, but I digress. I have some words to describe how I feel about the three of you and your decision to impose 11 to 12 data centers against our will. Disappointed, disgusted, frustrated, appalled, outraged, revolted, and betrayed. You know full well the consequences of this. How could you do this to us? How could you do this to us? I'm genuinely trying to wrap my head around it. Have you been bribed? Have you been blackmailed? Have you been threatened? What brings a man to sell out 90,000 plus people? To do this to a county that's 9 miles wide at its widest. Let's be honest, if you even know the meaning of that word, we can see the money signs in your eyes. You sold us out. You betrayed us for 30 pieces of silver. 90,000 plus men, women, and children all have to suffer the consequences of a decision made by 3 tyrants for generations to come. This is how most of this county truly feels, because most of us are busy working and aren't able to voice our opinions at a meeting held on a Tuesday afternoon. I truly wonder if John Smith could see the current state of the Chesapeake, the decisions being made by the three of you, if he would have turned back around. This is the exact type of tyranny that our founding fathers fought against, where a few elite imposed their wills against the people. I sincerely suggest everyone to fight their children and thank you.
If anyone else wishes to speak, please raise your hand or press star 5. Caller ending in 1173, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Dawson, you can go to the next speaker.
If anyone else wishes to speak, please press star 5 or raise your hand. Caller ending in 2972, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Pamela Werner, and I'm speaking for myself. We live in Huntingtown. I ask that the board reconsider its decision and adopt a moratorium on data center projects. The Environmental and Planning Commissions have each forwarded a number of substantive comments and recommendations on the data center text amendments, including recommended changes to setback, tree barriers, construction materials to reduce noise, methodologies to measure low tonal constant noise, decommissioning plans and costs, traffic patterns during construction, and others. These are not insignificant comments and deserve the board's consideration and disposition before any data center projects proceed. Also, SMECL will be filing a large load tariff with the planning with PSC by September 1st, but what that tariff will be and whether it will offset adverse impacts on the residents of this county from data centers is unknown now and will remain so for some time. The board has yet to meet with and respond to questions from your constituents in light of the 2 proposals publicly disclosed so far, which is completely unacceptable. I would add that just as the board has imposed strict density requirements on residences, the board should consider density restrictions on data center development. It should also consider the change to the zoning of the Constellation properties that was done without individualized notice to surrounding homeowners. Just because the law may not have required that, you owe it to your constituents. Thank you for your consideration.
Caller ending in 1173, we are ready to receive your comments. Please press star 6 to unmute yourself.
On a daily basis, you say between like 1 to 4 hours of battery
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Joe Cormier, and I'll be speaking on behalf of myself. It was so nice today to hear from Perry and Jacobson, the no-bid contract for lobbyist services. Commissioner Hart, it's confusing why you didn't know that that was the thing we did because it was rubber stamped during a consent agenda, and I've sent probably 4 or 5 emails asking for updates. I'd really like to know what actual work product they produced to get us, $12,000 a month, but we're a poor county, so we'll have to keep looking. It's whiplash today because you've gone from, oh, we love the CTA and we love our teachers and we want to pay all our support staff to those mean old school systems make us spend all this money. And it goes back and forth, but your argument isn't with the school system, it's with Annapolis. And I just don't understand your reasoning to rush into this thing to get data centers. Oh wait, I know. It's because you don't want everyone to understand the LNG pilot deal that guarantees $60 million a year with no elevator clause. So my taxes go up and their taxes stay the same. And every mom and pop business in the county's taxes go up and their taxes are going to stay the same rate till 2039. What a great deal you renegotiated for us. Good job, friends. So I look forward to June 23rd. I hope everybody's registered to vote. It's going to be a great time. Thank you.
If anyone else wishes to speak, please raise your hand or press star 5. There are no other callers online at this time.
That takes us to Commissioner comments. Commissioner Grasso.
Okay, I attended,
Commissioner Grasso, we can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting that. I attended, meeting yesterday at Asbury, and, also we have, congratulations go out to state gold medalists from our CTA, our Career and Technology Academy, Branson Walker for plumbing, Oliver Fox for firefighting, Abigail Ziegler for medical assisting. And also ask that you keep the Hartley family in your prayers. She's the lady who died on Route 2. I do want to make a motion to put into place a 6-month moratorium.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to put into place a 6-month moratorium. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 Motion does not carry. Commissioner Hance?
So, I attended the Prince Frederick Volunteer Fire Department banquet Saturday a week ago. Attended the Osprey Festival in North Beach. Attended the Eagle Scout ceremony at St. John Vianney that same day. 3 young men got their eagle wings that day. Also attended the American Legion recognition of public safety up at Chesapeake Beach last Friday night. And I think that concludes my activities. So, thank you.
Commissioner Hart?
Thank you, Mr. President. I was also at the Osprey as well. I want to say thank you to them. That's a great thing that they've really done and grown. To watch it start from where it is to where it is today, it's really something to be commended. I want to thank Prince Frederick Fire Department for the invite. I was at their banquet, and I really want to say special thank you and appreciation to Johnny Pardo. He was elected as the president of the Southern Maryland chapter. It's a big, big honor. I want to make 2 motions today. Before I make the first one, we have had Smecco here today talking about data centers. We've had Natelli in, we have had AWS, and we have had a county administrator, I forgot from which jurisdiction, pretty much all pro data centers. To be fair, we've not had the Environmental Commission here yet. They had a meeting with the Planning Commission, and they all had pause and concern and support of a moratorium. We've taken the time to appoint these people to do a specific job, and that is to protect the environment. That's what they've been tasked to do. This is obviously an environmental concern. So I want to make a motion to have them at the next available meeting, their availability, so that they can present their concerns to the public about a data center. So I make that motion.
So I have a motion and a second to have the Environmental Commission come to one of our meetings and do a presentation. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
My second motion, it's no secret, this is not going away. Commissioner Weems said something one time. He said, when you try to weaken something, you strengthen it. You know, when my second board, I remember that Board of Ed used to limit speakers. We're not in that ability to do any of that. You know, it's kind of funny walking in today, you know, here was a flow chart as citizens first, over top of everything. We have heard Republican, Democrat, Independent, young, old, all have questions. We have questions we can't answer. I've been criticized many times. How come you can't answer them? Because I have yet to see, I bless the people that have come, a lot of great feedback, but I've yet to see an agency that this is what they've dealt with, they've had experience with, something maybe close to our geography. They're not wrong when they talk about how close this is to schools. Ms. Verdant called me week ago, 2 weeks ago, and then even Mr. Durr said the same thing. The gray water from this facility, so Natelli's assuming that he's going to come in, I'm assuming, and get this property from us. Well, he needs water to do this. Why is he assuming he's already having water that the enterprise fund owns? If you're on that enterprise fund, you pay for that water. You pay for the staff, you pay for everything. We've yet to have a discussion about what that service would be. I can go all day long with the questions, but we owe it to everyone to pause, to find out all these questions. It's not going away. Jeff knows I sat in those town halls with him with Dominion. There were all the questions, and there were supposed to have been answers. He's not wrong. You can still hear it. You can see it, and you can smell it. It's not changed. But, you know, back then it was, you know, the county has to have this financially. There were assurances there would be no impact to the community. Well, there's impact to the community. Taxes still raised up, were raised, bills still keep going. There's no guarantee any industry comes here satisfies our financial woes. But the one thing we have to try to guarantee is to minimize any health risk whatsoever, any change to our environment. I remember with Offsite A, we had to testify. State of Maryland wanted to remove that bridge that was there, and it was like a $2 million, $3 million cost or something like that. And we had to prove to Maryland that, hey, please don't make us redo this. They were trying to protect the environment. That one little piece right there. And now we potentially could have 8 to 12 of these data centers that we can't sit here and honestly say there's no impact. So I'm going to implore the board again, please. And even with the right thing to do, there is an election coming up. There could be potentially 5 new people sitting up here to obligate a new board, because if 5 are replaced, now I'm a betting man in Vegas, there's going to be a mandate to no data centers or a pause or something, but there's going to be a mandate. And if you're listening out there and there's going to be a rush to the planning and zoning office, you know, I had a gentleman come in off the street. He says, Mike, Obviously, I know more than you do on a regular basis, he says, because I'm telling you, now this is his words, you're going to see that concept plan come in this week or next week, but it's coming. He says, and you still don't have a plan in place. So I'm just putting it out there. I've been here a long time. I've seen Smile take 4 years to get a parking lot. Smile does God's work. If you know anything about Smile, they put food on the table. They pay people's electric bills. It took 4 years just to get a parking lot. Now, we only have voting power for about another 7 months or 8 months. And new board comes in, and I don't believe they can get it done on time. And if they do get it done on time, you're going to see some people lose their mind. Because if you can't get a parking lot in 4 years, you damn sight can't get 12 data centers through concept approval, through a grading permit, through all the things it needs to do to get that shovel in the dirt in 7 months. I guarantee there's people out here that have waited longer than that to build a shed and things of that nature. I implore this board, please, please, do the right thing. Put a year moratorium in. Give people the peace of mind that we're going to do everything we can to make sure that, and not just a data center, but any business that would ever come here that could raise a potential health risk, that we will do the right thing and put their health first. So I'm making a motion for the same moratorium that I have put in before, for a year moratorium, please.
Clarification, Commissioner Hart, as discussed before in prior meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry,
we
to
know
set
that
up a
they-
public hearing to go to the, well, thank you, County Attorney,
Yes, there needs
to
to be a
go
process.
to do my motion for a year moratorium.
Second.
So motion second. County Attorney, at what point does a motion become dilatory?
It's entirely to the discretion of the presiding officer, which would be yourself, Commissioner Ireland. A motion can be renewed at each meeting, but it's incumbent upon the presiding officer, which will be the commissioner president, to determine whether or not the motion is dilatory.
Okay, so legally, the definition of dilatory.
It's like a motion that is constantly renewed or meant to stall business, public business, and public, it's a motion to ensure or prevent the comings and goings of public business by the public body, which would be the Board of County Commissioners in this place. So if the presiding officer is of the belief that a member of the board is continuing to raise a motion that in effect would stop public business, then the presiding officer would have that determination to make based on his or her discretion as to whether or not to continue to indulge the member with respect to certain motions.
Okay.
Yes.
So I have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. Motion does not carry. All right, Commissioner Cox?
Yes, I have, keep in your prayers, I have 4 families here. The Graham family, the Rollins family, the Buck family, and the Humphreys family, who all lost loved ones these past 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just letting you know, House Bill 1170 for Calvert Health Medical Center and House Bill 1513 for public facility bonds were both signed today in Annapolis. On the 15th, we had a mock crash at Calvert High, Chesapeake Region Safety Council, Calvert County Traffic Safety Council, school staff, volunteers, Funeral Homes, A+ Towing did a great job putting together a mock crash to hopefully educate our young ones going into prom season and getting ready to graduate. On the 18th, had Touch a Truck at Huntingtown High School, Osprey Festival on the beach, Eagle Scouts at St. John Vianney, as well as Company Two's banquet. 22nd was Solomon's Pier. They had a Chamber Connect breakfast there where Senator Bailey and Delegate Morgan gave updates on what's been going on in Annapolis and a wrap-up on that. And we discussed some of that earlier today. That was also American Legion 206 for Public Safety Awards Day. And the 23rd, we had a master planning meeting Just a reminder, 2 hospice events. One's May 2nd, Cindy Horseman Hospice Walk for Brain Cancer Awareness. And May 8th is a Boots and Bling event through hospice. Both of those, you can get tickets from hospice. Go on their website and they're available. Thank you. That's all I have. There's a motion.
Mr. President, I make a motion, I move to recess to executive session pursuant to general provisions, Article Section 3-305B, 1I, to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointee, employee, or official over whom the board has jurisdiction. 4, to consider a matter that concerns the proposal for a business or industrial organization to locate, expand, or remain in the state.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second to move into executive session. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.